gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Title: The Serpent and the Wings of Night, Crowns of Nyaxia, Book 1. Author: Carissa Broadbent. Copyright 2022 by Carissa Broadbent. Cover art by K.D. Ritchie at Story Wrappers Design. Under jacket hardcover design by Nathan Medeiros. Interior design by Carissa Broadbent. Editing by Noah Sky, noahsky@gmail.com. Proofreading by Anthony Hollibird, hollibirdediting.com. Proofreading by Rachel Thuiscass. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Author's note: this book contains subject matter that might be difficult for some readers, including violence, torture, off-page, flashback of rape, consent withdrawn, self-harm, emotional abuse, slavery, and references to sexual abuse. Contents: Prologue. 1. Dusk. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. 2. Full Moon. Interlude. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. 3. Waning Moon. Interlude. Chapter 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 4. Half Moon. Interlude. Chapter 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 5. Crescent Moon. Interlude. Chapter 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. 6. New Moon. Interlude. Chapter 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 52. 7. Night. Chapter 53, 54, 55, 56. Author's note. Also by Carissa Broadbent. Glossary of terms. Acknowledgments. About the author. Prologue. The king did not know then that his greatest love would also be his ruination, nor that either would come in the form of a tiny, helpless human child. She was a lone flutter of life in an endless expanse of decay, the only living mortal for 100 miles. The child was perhaps 4, perhaps 8. It was hard to tell, because she was so small, even by human standards. Just a frail little creature with slick black hair that curtained wide gray eyes. Somewhere, buried beneath charred beams and crumbled stone, the girl's family likely lay crushed beyond recognition. Or perhaps their ravaged bodies had been left out in the night, taken by predators just like the ones that stalked the child now, looking down at her with the interest that a hawk afforded a rabbit. The humans, of course, were nothing more than that in this world: prey, pests, or often both. The 3 winged men landed before her, smiling at their luck. Immediately, the little girl struggled against the debris that pinned her. She recognized what they were, recognized their pointed teeth and black featherless wings, and perhaps she even recognized the uniforms they wore, the deep purple of the Hiaj Nightborn King. Perhaps the men who had burned her home had worn uniforms just like these. But she could not run. Her clothing was torn and hopelessly tangled in the ruins around her. She was too small to shift the stones. Look at this, a little lamb. The men approached. As one of them reached out for her, she snarled at him, catching his fingertips between small, blunt teeth. The soldier hissed and yanked his hand away, while his companions laughed. A lamb? More like a viper, another scoffed. The bitten soldier rubbed his hand, wiping away a few droplets of crimson black. He started for the child. "Doesn't matter," he grumbled. "They taste the same. And I don't know about you bastards, but I'm hungry after such a long night." But then a shadow fell over them all. The men stilled. They lowered heads in reverent bows. The cool air shivered, the darkness twisting around their faces and wings like a blade caressing a throat. The Hiaj king did not utter a single word. He did not need to. The moment he made his presence known, all of his warriors fell into silence. He was not the physically strongest vampire. He was not the fiercest warrior, nor the wisest sage. But they said he was blessed by the goddess Nyaxia herself, and anyone who had ever met him would swear it to be true. Power seeped from his every pore, and death stained his every breath. His soldiers said nothing as he stepped over the wreckage of the little home. "The Raihn have been eradicated from the area," one of them chanced, after several long moments. "The rest of our men have traveled north and—" The king lifted his hand, and the warrior went quiet. He kneeled down before the little girl, who glowered at him. So young, he thought. Her life, a mere handful of years, was nothing compared to his centuries of existence. And yet she drew upon such intense hatred as she glared at him, her eyes as bright and silver as the moon. "She was found here?" the king asked. "Yes, sire." "Is she the reason for the blood on your hand?" A wave of poorly suppressed snickers from the other soldiers. "Yes, sire." The answer was slightly bashful. No, this had nothing to do with them. He reached for the girl, and she snapped at him. He let her bite, did not move his hand, even as her teeth, tiny as they were, sank deep into his bony index finger. She looked him straight in the eye, unblinking, and he returned that stare with mounting interest. This was not the stare of a panicked child who didn't know what she was doing. This was the stare of a creature who understood she was confronting death itself, and still chose to spit in its face. "A little serpent," he murmured. The men behind him laughed. He ignored them. It was not a joke. "Are you all alone?" he said softly. The girl did not answer. She could not speak with her teeth clamped around his flesh. "If you release me," he said, "I will not hurt you." The girl did no such thing, still glaring at him as black blood dribbled down her chin. The corner of the king's lips curled. "Good. You should not trust me." He pried his finger free, then carefully extracted the girl from the wreckage as she thrashed. Even in the throes of her violent resistance, she was utterly silent. And it was only once he picked her up, God, she was so light, he could have held her with a single hand, that he realized how injured she was, her torn clothing soaked with blood. The sweet scent of it permeated his nostrils as he tucked her against his chest. She teetered on the precipice of unconsciousness, but she resisted it, her entire body tense. "Rest, little serpent. No harm will come to you." He stroked her cheek, and she tried to bite again, but a spark of magic trailed his fingertips. With that whisper of night came a dreamless sleep too heavy for even this vicious little thing to fight. "What do you want us to do with her?" one of the soldiers asked. The king strode past them. "Nothing. I will take her." A beat of silence. Though he could not see them, the king knew they were exchanging confused glances. "Where?" one asked. "Home," the king replied. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The child slept, one hand clenched tight around the silk fabric of the king's shirt, fighting still, in this small way, even in sleep. Home. He would take her home. Because the king of the Hiaj vampires, conqueror of the House of Night, blessed of the goddess Nyaxia, and one of the most powerful men to have walked this realm or the next, saw a fragment of himself in this child. And there, right beneath the clenched fist of her palm, something warm and bitter stirred in his chest at the sight of her. Something more dangerous than hunger. Hundreds of years later, historians and scholars would look back upon this moment. This decision that, one day, would topple an empire. What a strange choice, they would whisper. Why would he do this? Why, indeed? After all, vampires know better than anyone how important it is to protect their hearts. And love, understand, is sharper than any stake. Chapter 1. It started as practice. Just a little game, a little exercise. Something I needed to prove to myself. I wasn't sure when it had evolved into sport, my shameful, secret rebellion. Some might find it stupid for me, a human, to hunt at night, when I was at a considerable disadvantage compared to my prey. But the night was when they acted, and so it was when I did too. I pressed to the wall, the dagger clenched tight in my hands. The night was warm, the kind when the sun's heat clung to the steamy humidity of the air long after sunset. The smell hung in a thick, rotten cloud. Rancid food from the trash in the alleys, yes, but also decaying meat and sour blood. The vampires didn't care to clean up after themselves here, in the human districts of the House of Night. Humans were supposed to be safe here, within the walls of the kingdom. Citizens, if inferior ones, weaker than the Nightborn in every way. But that second truth too often rendered the first irrelevant. The man was a Hyaj, his wings tucked in close to his back. Apparently he wasn't much of a magic user, because he didn't spirit them away for easier hunting. Or maybe he just enjoyed the effect that they had on his prey. Some of them were showy like that. They liked to be feared. From the rooftop, I watched the man stalk his target. A little boy, perhaps 10, though small from obvious malnourishment. The boy was in the fenced-in dirt yard of a clay house, bouncing a ball against the dust over and over again, oblivious to death creeping up on him. It was so stupid for this boy to be out at night alone. But then again, I knew better than anyone how growing up in constant danger could wear upon a person. Maybe this family had kept their children inside after dark every single day of the last 10 years. It only took one lapse, one distracted mother who forgot to call him back, one grumpy child who wasn't ready to come inside for dinner. Just one night in a lifetime. It happened so often. But it wouldn't happen tonight. When the vampire moved, so did I. I dropped from the rooftop down to the cobblestones. I was quiet, but vampire hearing was impeccable. The man turned, greeting me with icy eyes and a curled lip that revealed a glint of sharp ivory. Did he recognize me? Sometimes they did. I didn't give this one the chance. It was practically routine by now. A system I'd honed to perfection on hundreds of nights just like this one. Wings first. 2 slashes, 1 through each, enough to keep him from flying. With Hyaj vampires, that was easy. The membranous skin was delicate as paper. Sometimes I would catch Raihn vampires instead, and that was a bit more challenging. Their feathered wings were harder to puncture, but I had refined the technique. This step was important, and that was why it came first. I needed to keep them here on the ground with me. I made the mistake of skipping it once and almost didn't survive to learn the lesson. I couldn't be stronger than them, so I had to be more precise. No time for mistakes. The vampire let out a sound between a gasp of pain and a snarl of rage. My heartbeat had become a rapid drum, blood close to the surface of my skin. I wondered if he smelled it. I spent my entire life trying to hide the flush of my blood, but right now I was glad for it. It made them stupid. This fool wasn't even armed, yet he still threw himself at me without a care in the world. I loved it, really, truly loved it, when they underestimated me. A blade to the side, beneath the ribs. Another to the throat. Not enough to kill. Enough to make him falter. I pushed him against the wall, one blade skewering him to keep him still. I'd coated the edges with daventhanta, fast-acting paralytic, potent though short-lived. It would only work for a few minutes, but that was all I needed. He only managed a couple scratches across my cheek with razor-tipped fingers before his movements began to weaken. And just when I saw his eyes blink fast, like he was trying to wake himself up, I struck. You have to push hard to make it through the breastbone. I did. Hard enough to crack the bone, to open the passage to his heart. Vampires were stronger than me in every way, their bodies more muscular, movement swifter, teeth sharper. But their hearts were just as soft. The moment my blade punctured their chest, I always heard my father's voice. "Don't look away, little serpent," Vincent whispered in my ear. I didn't. Not then and not now. Because I knew what I'd see there in the darkness. I knew I'd see the beautiful face of a boy I once loved very much. And exactly how it looked when my knife slid into his chest. Vampires were the children of the goddess of death, so it was a bit funny to me that they feared it just as much as humans did. I watched them every time, and I saw the terror settle over their faces as they realized it was coming for them. At least in this, we were the same. At least we're all fucking cowards in the end. Vampire blood was darker than human blood, almost black, as if darkened layer over layer by human and animal blood consumed over the course of centuries. Once I let the vampire fall, I was covered in it. I stepped back from the body. It was only then that I saw the family staring at me. I was quiet, but not quiet enough to avoid notice when I was practically on their doorstep. The boy was now clutched tight in his mother's arms. A man was with them too, and another child, a younger girl. They were thin, their clothes plain and threadbare, stained from long days of work. All four of them stood in the doorway, eyes locked on me. I froze, like a stag caught by a tracker in the forest. Strange that it was these starving humans, not the vampire, that turned me from the hunter to the hunted. Maybe it was because when I was with vampires, I knew what I was. But when I looked at these humans, the lines grew blurry and ill-defined, like I was observing a twisted reflection of myself. Or maybe I was the reflection. They were like me. And yet I could find nothing in common between us. I imagined that if I opened my mouth to speak to them, we wouldn't even understand the noises each other made. They looked like animals to me. The ugly truth was that perhaps a part of me was disgusted by them, the same way I was disgusted by all my own human flaws. And yet another part of me, maybe the part that remembered I had once lived in a house just like this, longed to venture closer. I wouldn't, of course. No, I wasn't a vampire. That much was abundantly clear, every second of every day. But I wasn't one of them either. A shock of cold struck my cheek. I touched it and my fingers came back wet. Rain. The drops disrupted our breathless silence. The woman stepped forward as if to say something, but I had already slipped back into the shadows. I couldn't resist the detour. Normally, I would have scaled the castle directly to my room in the western towers. Instead, I climbed east, jumping the garden walls and heading to the servants' quarters. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I slipped in through the window, which overlooked an overgrown bush of indigo-blue blossoms that flushed silver in the moonlight. As soon as my feet touched the floor, I cursed, nearly toppling over as what felt like a pile of liquid fabric slid beneath my boots over the smooth wood. The laugh sounded like the caw of a crow, devolving quickly into a cacophony of coughs. "Silk," the old woman croaked, "the best trap for little burglars." This place is a fucking disaster, Ilana. Bah! She rounded the corner and peered at me through narrowed eyes, drawing in a deep, rattling inhale of her cigar and letting the smoke out through her nose. She was dressed in cascading chiffon dyed in waves of color. Black and gray streaked hair piled atop her head with admirable volume. Gold pendants dangled from each earlobe, and her wrinkled eyes were painted with shades of gray blue and a generous lining of coal. Her apartment was just as colorful and chaotic as she was, clothing and jewels and bright paint strewn about every surface. I had come in through her living room window, which I now pulled closed against the rain. The place was tiny, but far nicer than the clay, crumbling slums in the human district. She looked me up and down, rubbing her neck. I take no criticisms from a drowned rat like you. I glanced down at myself and blanched. Only now, in the warm lantern light, did I realize what a mess I was. You'd never guess you were pretty under all of that, Oraya, she went on. Dead set on making yourself look as unappealing as possible. Which reminds me, I have something for you. Here. With knobby, arthritic hands, she fished through a crumpled pile beside her, then tossed a fistful of fabric across the room to me. Catch! I caught it in my fist, then unfolded it. The band of silk was nearly as long as I was tall, and a stunning deep violet with edges embroidered in gold. Made me think of you. Ilana leaned against the doorframe and took another puff of her cigar. I didn't ask where she had gotten something like this. Age had not made her fingers any less deft or sticky. You should keep it. I don't wear this sort of stuff. You know that. Day to day, I wore only black, plain clothing that attracted little attention and allowed me free range of movement. I didn't ever wear anything bright, as it would draw unwanted eyes, flowing, as it would allow someone to grab me, or restrictive, as it would impede my ability to fight or flee. I wore my leathers most of the time, even in the oppressive heat of the summer. They were protective and unobtrusive. Sure, maybe I admired pretty things just as much as any other, but I was surrounded by predators. Vanity came second to survival. Ilana scoffed. I know that you love it too, rat, even if you're too afraid to wear 'em. Damned shame. Youth is wasted on the young. Beauty, too. It's a good color for you. Dance around naked in your bedroom with it for all I care. My brow quirked as I eyed her horde of colors. Is that what you do with yours? She winked. All that and more. And don't pretend you don't, too. Ilana had never been to my room, and yet she knew me well enough to know that I did indeed have a single drawer stuffed with little colorful trinkets that I had collected over the years. Things that were too pointlessly ostentatious to wear in this life, but that perhaps I could dream of wearing in another. No matter how much I tried to explain it to her, Ilana didn't understand my caution. She'd made it clear many times over that she was done. Done, she proclaimed, with caution. I honestly didn't know how the old bat had survived this long, but I was grateful for it. The humans I had seen in the slums this morning were nothing like me, and the vampires that surrounded me even less so. Only Ilana lingered somewhere in between, just like I did, albeit for very different reasons. I had been raised in this world, but Ilana had joined it of her own volition 10 years ago. As a young teenager, I had been fascinated by her. I had met few other humans. I didn't realize then that Ilana was, even among humans, somewhat unique. Ilana touched her neck again. I realized the cloth clenched in her fist wasn't red, or at least it hadn't started that way. I stepped closer and noticed the wounds on her throat, 3 sets of 2. Then the bandage on her wrist, which covered up Nyaxia knew how many more. My face must have changed because she hacked another laugh. A big dinner tonight, she said. I was paid well for it. Paid to have handsome men suck on my neck all night. My younger self would be thrilled. I couldn't bring myself to even crack a smile. Yes, I had no idea how Ilana had survived this long. Most voluntary human blood vendors, of which there were few, were killed within a year of their work. I knew too well exactly how little self-control vampires had when hunger was involved. Some things Ilana and I would never agree on. "I won't be around for a while," I said, changing the subject. "I just wanted to let you know, so you don't worry." Ilana's face went still. Even in the dim light, I saw her pale 2 shades. "That bastard. You're doing it." I didn't want to have this conversation, even though I knew it was coming. "You should think about leaving the inner city temporarily," I went on, "going to the districts. I know you hate it, but at least there." "Fuck that. It's the Kejari, Ilana. It's not safe here for you, for any human outside the protected district." "Protected district? Those slums. There's a reason why I left. They reek of misery." Her nose wrinkled. "Misery and piss. It's safe." I didn't miss the irony of saying this when I was covered in blood after returning from that place. "Bah, safety is overrated. What kind of life is that? You want me to leave when the most exciting event in 2 centuries is about to happen on my doorstep? No, sweetheart, I'm not doing that." I had told myself that I would stay calm, had known that Ilana would probably not listen to me. Still, I couldn't keep the frustration from my voice. "You're being foolish. It's just a few months, or even a few days. If you were to leave just for the opening—" "Foolish," she spat. "Is that him talking? Is that what he calls you whenever you want to do anything outside his control?" I let out a breath through clenched teeth. Yes, Vincent would call me foolish if I was refusing to protect myself for no good reason. And he'd be right for it, too. The human district may be a slum, but at least humans there had the veneer of protection. Here, I didn't know what would happen to Ilana or any human within the inner city once the Kejari began, especially one that had already signed away their blood. I'd heard stories about how humans had been used in these tournaments. I didn't know what was true and what was exaggeration, but they made my stomach turn. Sometimes I wanted to ask Vincent, but I knew he'd think I was concerned for myself. I didn't want him to worry over me any more than he already did. And he didn't quite know exactly how close Ilana and I had gotten over these last few years. There were a lot of things Vincent didn't know, parts of myself that didn't line up with his vision for who I was, just as there were things about me that Ilana would never understand. Still, I didn't know what I would do without either of them. I had no family here. Whoever was in that house with me when Vincent found me had been killed. If any distant relatives remained, they were trapped somewhere I couldn't reach, at least not until I won the Kejari. But I had Vincent, and I had Ilana, and they had become everything that I imagined a family to be, even if neither of them could understand every contradictory part of me. Now, as the possibility of losing Ilana seemed suddenly far too tangible, fear clenched my heart and refused to relinquish it. "Ilana, please." My voice was oddly choked. "Please, just go." Ilana's face softened. She stuffed her cigar into an overflowing ashtray and came close enough that I could count the wrinkles around her eyes. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Her leathery hand caressed my cheek. She smelled like smoke and too pungent rose perfume and blood. "You're sweet," she said, "prickly but sweet, in an acidic sort of way, like a pineapple." Despite myself, the corner of my mouth twisted. A pineapple? What a ridiculous word! Knowing her, she probably made it up. But I'm tired, sweetheart, tired of being afraid. I left the district because I wanted to see what it was like here, and it has been exactly as much of an adventure as I thought it would be. I risk my life every day to be here, as do you. You don't have to be stupid about it. It becomes a rebellion not to care. I know you know that as well as I do. even if you stuff the colors into the back of your dresser. She shot a pointed look to my blood-stained clothes. Even if you hide it in the shadows of the district's alleyways. Please, Alana, just for a week, even if it isn't for the full Kejari. Here, I thrust out the scarf. Take this garish thing and give it to me when you come back, and I even promise I'll wear it. She was silent for a long moment, then took the silk and tucked it into her pocket. Fine, I'll leave in the morning. I let out a sigh of relief. But you stubborn rat. Her hands came to my face, squishing my cheeks between them. You be careful. I won't lecture you about what he's making you do. I pulled away from her shockingly strong grip. He's not making me do anything. Bah! I had moved just in time, because the scoff was so vicious it sent flecks of spittle flying. I don't want to watch you become one of them. It would be... Her jaw snapped shut, and her eyes searched my face, a wave of unnervingly intense emotion passing over her expression. It would be fucking boring. It wasn't what she wanted to say, and I knew it. But Ilana and I had that sort of relationship. All the raw honesty, all the unpleasant tenderness hid in the things we didn't say. Just as I would not say aloud that I was competing in the Kejari, she would not say aloud that she was scared for me. Still, it startled me to see her on the verge of tears. Only now did I really realize that she only had me. I, at least, had Vincent, but she was alone. My gaze drifted up to the clock, and I spat a curse. "I have to go," I blurted out, retreating to the window. "Don't drink yourself to death, you old hag." "Don't skewer yourself with that stick up your ass," she retorted, wiping her eyes, all hints of her earlier vulnerability gone. Crazy old bitch, I thought, affectionately. I threw open the window and let the steam of the summer rain hit my face. I didn't mean to. Something heavier sat on the tip of my tongue, words I'd only said out loud once before to someone who deserved it less. But Ilana had already disappeared back into her bedroom. I swallowed whatever I was going to say and fell back into the night. Chapter 2. Once the rain started, it came on fast. Typical of the House of Night, Vincent joked often, in his dry, sardonic way, that this country never did anything halfway. The sun either assaulted us with unrelenting heat, or it retreated completely beneath many layers of dusky red-gray clouds. The air was arid and so hot you swore it would bake you alive, or cold enough to make your joints crack. Half the time, the moon hid within the haze, but when it was visible, it gleamed like polished silver, its light so intense it made the dips and hills of the sand resemble the waves of the ocean, or what I'd imagined such a thing would look like. It did not rain often in the Nightborn Kingdom, but when it did, it was a downpour. By the time I made it back to the palace, I was soaked. My path up the side of the building was treacherous, each grip of stone slippery and water-slicked. But it wasn't the first time I'd made the journey in the rain, and it wouldn't be the last. When I finally vaulted into my bedchamber, many stories above the ground, my muscles burned with the effort. My hair was dripping wet. I wrung it out, sending a symphony of droplets spattering to the velvet bench beneath the window, and turned to the horizon. It was so hot that the rain summoned a silver cloud of steam over the city. The view from up here was very different than the one from the rooftop in the human quarter of the city. That had been an expanse of clay blocks, a painting of varying shades of brown squares beneath the moonlight. In the heart of Sivernage, though, in royal Nightborn territory, every glance overflowed with sumptuous elegance. The view from my window was a symmetrical sea of undulating curves. The Nightborn drew their architectural inspiration from the sky and moon metal, Capped domes, polished granite, silver that cradled indigo-stained glass. From up here, the moonlight and rain caressed an expanse of platinum. The ground was so flat that even though Sivranaj was a massive city, I could still glimpse the dunes in the distance beyond its walls. Eternity gave vampires so many years to perfect the art of dark, dangerous beauty. I'd heard that the House of Shadow, across the Ivory Sea, crafted their buildings the way they crafted blades. Each castle an intricate set of pointed spires sprawling with blood-kissed ivy. Some claimed theirs was the most exquisite architecture in the world, but I didn't know how anyone could say that if they saw the House of Night as I did from this room. It was even stunning in daylight, when no one here but me could witness it. I carefully closed the window, and I had barely finished latching it when the knock sounded at my door. 2 raps, quiet but demanding. Fuck, I was lucky I hadn't gotten here just a few minutes later. It had been risky to go out tonight, but I couldn't help myself. My nerves were too strained. My hands had to do something. I hastily removed my coat and tossed it into a discarded pile of clothes in the corner, then grabbed my robe and wrapped it around myself. It would be enough to cover the blood, at least. I rushed across the room, and Vincent didn't hesitate before striding in. He gave my room a cold, judgmental once-over. "It's a mess in here." "I've had bigger things to worry about than cleaning." "Keeping a tidy space is important, Oraya." I was 23, and he still lectured me that way. I touched my forehead, as if he had just bestowed upon me information that rearranged my universe. "Fuck, it is?" Vincent's moon-silver eyes narrowed at me. "You're an insolent brat, little serpent." He never sounded more affectionate than when he was insulting me. Maybe it meant something that both Ilana and Vincent cradled their tenderness in harsh words. They were so different from each other in every other sense. But maybe this place made all of us that way, taught us to hide love in sharp edges. Now, for some reason, that rebuke made my chest clench. Funny, the things that make the fear finally bubble to the surface. I was scared, even if I knew better than to give voice to it. And I knew Vincent was too. I saw it in the way his smirk slipped away as he looked at me. Some might think that Vincent was not frightened of anything. I did for a long time. I grew up watching him rule, watching him seize absolute respect from a society that respected nothing. He was my father in name alone. Perhaps I didn't have his blood, or his magic, or his immortality, but I had that ruthlessness. He had cultivated it in me, one thorn at a time. Yet, as I grew older, I learned that being ruthless was not the same thing as being fearless. I was afraid constantly, and so was Vincent. The man who was afraid of nothing was afraid for me, his human daughter, raised in a world designed to kill her. Until the Kejari, a tournament with the ability to change everything. Until I won, and it freed me, or I lost, and it damned me. Vincent blinked, and we both made the mutual silent decision not to voice such thoughts. He looked me up and down, as if noticing my appearance for the first time. "You're wet." I took a bath. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Before training, I needed to relax. Well, that was true. I just decided to do it in a very different way than soaking in a lavender bath. Even that statement came a little too close to acknowledging the reality of our situation for Vincent's comfort. His mouth slanted, and he ran a hand through pale blonde hair. His tell, his only one. Something was weighing on him. It could be about me and the impending trials, or I couldn't help but ask. "What?" I asked quietly. "Trouble with the Raihn?" He was silent. My stomach dropped. Or the House of Blood? Or both? His throat bobbed, and he shook his head. Yet that little movement was enough to confirm my suspicion. I wanted to ask more, but Vincent's hand fell to his hip, and I realized he had brought his rapier. Our work is more important than such boring things. There will always be another enemy to worry about, but you only have tonight. Come. Vincent was as ruthless an instructor as he was a ruler, meticulous and thorough. I'd gotten used to this, but still, the intensity of it caught me off guard tonight. He didn't give me time to think or hesitate between strikes. He used his weapon, his wings, the full force of his strength, even his magic, which he rarely employed in our training sessions. It was as if he was trying to show me exactly what it would be like if the king of the Nightborn vampires wanted me dead. But then again, Vincent had never held back with me. Even when I was a child, he never let me forget how close death lingered. Every falta was met with his hand at my throat, 2 fingertips pressed to my skin, mimicking fangs. "You're dead now," he would say. "Try again." I didn't let him get those fingers to my throat this time. My muscles screamed, already tired from my last encounter, but I dodged every blow, slipped every grip, met every strike with my own. And finally, after countless exhausting minutes, I had him against the wall, 1 finger to his chest, the point of my blade. "You're dead here," I panted. And thank the mother for it, because I wouldn't have survived another fucking second of this match. The corner of Vincent's lip curled in pride for only a moment. I could use Asteris, among the most powerful of the Nightborn vampires' magical gifts, and the rarest. Pure energy, said to be derived from stars, manifested as blinding black light, capable of killing instantly at full force. Vincent's mastery of it was peerless. I'd once witnessed him use it to level an entire building of Raihn rebels. Vincent had tried, over the years, to teach me how to wield magic. I could make a few little sparks, pathetic compared to the lethal skill of a vampire magic user, from the House of Night or any other. For a moment, the thought of this, a fresh reminder of all the ways I was inferior to the warriors I was about to face, made me dizzy. But I pushed this uncertainty away quickly. Asteris wouldn't matter if I'd already killed you. Would you be fast enough? You always struggled to get to the heart. You have to push hard to make it through the breastbone. I blinked back the unwelcome memory. Not anymore. My finger was still pressed to his chest. I was never entirely sure when our sparring sessions ended, so I never let up before the match was called. He was only a few inches from me, a few inches from my throat. I never ever allowed any other vampire this close. The smell of my blood was overwhelming to them. Even if a vampire wanted to resist it, and they so rarely did, they might not be able to control themselves. Vincent had carved these lessons into me. Never trust, never yield, always guard your heart. And when I had disobeyed, I had paid for it dearly. But not with him, never him. He had packed my bleeding wounds countless times without revealing even a hint of temptation, had guarded me when I slept, had cared for me at my weakest. That made it easier. I spent my entire life afraid, forever conscious of my weakness and inferiority, but at least I had a single safe harbor. Vincent's eyes searched my face. Very well. He pushed my hand away. I went to the edge of the ring, wincing as I rubbed a wound he'd opened on my arm. He barely glanced at the blood. "You have to be careful of that when you're in there," he said. "Bleeding?" I wrinkled my nose. Goddess, he must be worried, telling me such basic things. I know. More than usual, Oraya. I know. I took a swig of water from my canteen, my back to him. My eyes instead traced the frescoes on the wall, beautiful and terrible paintings depicting razor-teethed vampires writhing in a sea of blood beneath silver stars. The arrangement stretched the entire room. This private training ring was reserved for Vincent and his highest-ranking warriors, and it was more disgustingly ornate than any place meant for spit, blood and sweat should be. The floor was soft ivory sand, replaced from the dunes every week. The fresco covered the circular windowless walls, a single panoramic tableau of death and conquering. The figures depicted in it were High-Age vampires, with bat-like wings ranging in shade from milky pale to ash black. 200 years ago, those wings would have been the feathered wings of the Raihn, the rival Nightborn clan perpetually battling for the throne of the House of Night. Since the goddess Nioxia created vampires more than 2,000 years ago, since before then some even claimed, the two sects waged constant war. And with every turn in the tide, every new bloodline on the throne, this fresco would change. Wings painted and erased, dozens of times over thousands of years. I glanced over my shoulder at Vincent. He had left his wings out, which was rare. Usually he spirited them away with his magic, unless it was some diplomatic event that required him to flaunt his High-Age power. They were long enough that the tips nearly brushed the floor, and black, so black it defied nature, as if the light seeped into his skin and died there. But even more striking were the streaks of red. Crimson ran down his wings like rivulets of water, collecting at the edges and at each pointed tip. When Vincent's wings were spread, they looked as if they were outlined in blood, vivid enough to cut through even the most unforgiving darkness. The black was unusual, but not unheard of. The red, though, was unique. Each High-Age or Raihn heir bore two marks, red on their wings and another on their body, which appeared when the previous heir died. Vincent's mark was at the base of his throat, just above his clavicle. It was a mesmerizing, ornate design that resembled a full moon and wings wrapping around the front of his neck in crimson as vibrant as a bleeding wound. I had only seen it a couple of times. He usually covered it beneath high-collared jackets or black silk wrapped tight and neat around his neck. When I was younger, I had once asked him why he didn't leave it visible more often. He'd just given me a serious stare and blandly remarked that it was unwise to leave one's throat exposed. That answer shouldn't have surprised me. Vincent was well aware that usurpers lurked around every corner, both outside his walls and within them. Every new king, High-Age or Raihn, was crowned upon a mountain of corpses. He had been no exception. I turned away from the painting, just as he said softly, "It's nearing a full moon. You should have a few more days, but it could begin any time. You need to be ready." I swallowed another gulp of water. Still, my mouth tasted ashy. I know. The start could be anything. She likes it to be unexpected. She. Mother of night, shadow, blood. Mother of all vampires. The goddess Nioxia. At any moment, she could trigger the start of the once-in-a-century tribute that the House of Night staged in her honor. A savage tournament of 5 trials over 4 months, resulting in only one winner, and granting the most precious prize the world has ever known, a single gift from the goddess herself. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Vampires from across Obitreus would travel to participate in the Kejari, drawn by the promise of wealth or honor. Dozens of the most powerful warriors from all 3 houses, the House of Night, the House of Shadow, and the House of Blood, would die in pursuit of this title. And, most likely, so would I. But they were fighting for power. I was fighting for survival. Vincent and I both turned to each other at the same time. He was always pale, his skin nearly matching his silver eyes, but now he seemed a downright sickly shade. His fear made my own unbearable, but I fought it down with a promise. No, I had trained my entire life for this. I would survive the Kejari. I would win it. Just like Vincent had before me, 200 years ago. He cleared his throat, straightening. Go change into something decent. We're going to look at your competition. Chapter 3. Vincent had said this was a feast to welcome travelers to the House of Night ahead of the start of the Kejari, but that was an understatement. The event wasn't a feast so much as it was a display of shameless, exuberant gluttony. Well, that was fitting, wasn't it? The Kejari only happened once every 100 years, and hosting it was the House of Night's greatest honor. During the tournament, Sivranaj welcomed guests from every corner of Abitreus, including all three houses. It was an important diplomatic event, especially for nobles from the House of Night and House of Shadow. No one was quite as eager for a visit from the House of Blood. There was a reason why none of the Bloodborne had been invited to this event. But Vincent would never pass on the opportunity to peacock before the rest of vampire high society. I came to this part of the castle so rarely that I had forgotten just how striking it was. The ceiling was a high dome of stained glass, gold-dyed stars scattered across cerulean blue. The moonlight spilling through it danced over the crowd in whorls. Half a dozen long tables had been set, now holding only the remnants of what had certainly, hours ago, been an incredible banquet. Vampires enjoyed all forms of food for pleasure, though blood, human, vampire, or animal, was necessary for their survival. The food still sat, long cold, on the tables, while the blood dotted plates and tablecloths in dribbles and spatters of drying crimson. I thought of the wounds on Ilana's throat and wrist, and wondered which stains were hers. Everyone already ate. Vincent offered me his arm, and I took it. He put me between himself and the wall. Everything about his demeanor was coolly casual, but I knew this was a very intentional decision, the arm and my placement. The former reminded the rest of the room that I was his daughter. The latter physically protected me from anyone who might, in bloodlust, make an impulsive decision they'd regret. Vincent didn't usually allow me to these types of events, for obvious reasons. He and I both understood that a human in a ballroom of hungry vampires was a bad idea for everyone involved. On the rare occasions that I did go out into vampiric society, I attracted flagrant attention. Today was no exception. All stares fell to him as he entered, and then they shifted to me. My jaw locked and muscles stiffened. Everything about that felt wrong. To be so visible, to have so many potential threats to watch. With dinner done, most had moved to the dance floor, 100 or so guests milling about, dancing or gossiping as they sipped glasses of red wine or blood. I recognized the familiar faces of Vincent's court, but there were also plenty of foreigners. Those from the House of Shadow wore heavy, tight-fitting clothing. The women adorned in corsets and clingy, velvety gowns, the men donned in stiff, minimalist jackets, all very different from the House of Night's flowing silks. I also saw a few unfamiliar faces from the House of Night's outer reaches, people who lived not in the inner city, but perhaps lorded over districts far to the west of the deserts, or in the House of Night's island territories in the Bone Seas. I've been watching for bandages. Vincent ducked his head and spoke quietly to me, low enough that no one else could hear. Some have already made their blood gift to Neoxia to signal their entry into the Kejari. My opponents. Lord Raven Beth. He nodded to an ashy-haired man locked in enthusiastic conversation across the ballroom. During one of his gesticulations, I caught a flash of white on his hand, black-red soaked fabric covering a wound. I fought with him long ago, Vincent said. His right knee is bad. He hides it well, but it pains him greatly. I nodded and carefully filed disinformation away as Vincent continued to take me around the room. Maybe, to someone who wasn't paying attention, we might have looked like we were just taking a leisurely walk. But with every step, he pointed out other contestants, telling me all he knew about their background or weaknesses. A slight fair-haired shadow-born woman with sharp features. Kiretta Thon. I met her long ago. She's a weak swordswoman, but a strong magician. guard your thoughts around her. A thick, tall man whose eyes had immediately found me the moment we entered the room. Biran Imanti, the worst bloodlust I've ever seen. Vincent's lip curled in disgust. He'll go after you, but he will be so stupid about it that it should be easy for you to use that against him. We finished one lap about the ballroom and started another. I saw a few others. Ibrahim Kane. And Ibrahim? Vincent's brow twitched. Many will enter the Kejari solely because they feel they have no other option. I found Ibrahim across the room. He was a young vampire, barely older than I, with an unusually meek demeanor. As if he could feel my stare, his gaze flicked to me from beneath a mop of curly black hair. He gave me a weak smile, revealing mutilated gums jarringly absent of canine teeth. Beside him was his mother, a woman as brutally aggressive as her son was quiet, and the source of his wounds. It was a story too common to be tragic. About 10 years ago, when Ibrahim was on the cusp of adulthood, his parents had pinned him down, removed his teeth, and hobbled his left leg. I had been 13 or so when it happened. Ibrahim's face had been a mess of swollen, bruised flesh, unrecognizable. I had been horrified, and I didn't understand why Vincent wasn't. What I didn't realize then was that vampires lived in constant fear of their own family. Immortality made succession a bloody, bloody business. Even Vincent had murdered his parents and 3 siblings to gain his title. Vampires killed their parents for power, then crippled their own children to keep them doing the same. It satisfied their egos in the present and secured the future. Their line would continue, but not a moment before they were ready for it. At least the Kejari would give Ibrahim a chance to regain his dignity or die trying. Still, he can't possibly think he could win, I muttered. Vincent gave me a sidelong glance. Everyone here probably thinks the same of you. There you are, sire. You had disappeared. I had been starting to get concerned. Vincent and I turned. Jasmine approached us, carefully tossing a wave of smooth ash-brown hair over a bare shoulder. She wore a rich red gown that, while simple, clung to the lush shape of her body. She, unlike most of the Hayaj here, left her wings visible. They were slate gray, and her gown dipped low enough in the back to frame them with painterly drapes of crimson. The dress was deep cut to reveal generous cleavage, and a mottled white scar that ran up the center of her sternum. She was never shy about displaying either her cleavage or the scar. Not that I could blame her. Her cleavage was objectively impressive, and as for the scar, rumor had it she'd survived a staking. If I'd done that, I'd flaunt that mark every damn day. The corner of Vincent's mouth quirked. The work never ends, as you know. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Jasmine raised her crimson glass. "I do indeed," she purred. "Oh, son, fucking take me." I didn't know how I felt about Vincent's newly promoted head of the guard. It was rare for a woman to achieve such a rank in the House of Night. Only 3 women had served in that position in the last 1,000 years, and I approved of that on principle alone. But I had also been trained my entire life to be distrustful. Vincent's previous head of the guard had been a scraggly, scar-riddled man named Theon, who had served for 200 years. I didn't like him, but at least I knew he was loyal. But when Theon grew ill and eventually died, his top general, Jasmine, had been the natural choice to replace him. I didn't have anything against her, but I didn't know her, and I certainly didn't trust her. Maybe I was just territorial. Vincent seemed to like her. He leaned a bit closer. "You look lovely," he murmured. "Really like her." Despite myself, a hint of my scoff slipped from my lips. At the sound, Jasmine's amethyst eyes slipped to me. She was new enough that she still regarded me with blatant curiosity rather than the somewhat long-suffering annoyance of the other members of Vincent's tiny inner circle. Her gaze slowly moved up my body, taking in my stature and my leathers, drinking in each feature of my face. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was being lecherous. Which would be, well, flattering if it wasn't so often a precursor to an attempt on my throat. "Good evening, Oraya." "Hello, Jessamine." Her nostrils flared. A subtle movement, but I saw it immediately. I stepped back, my hand moving to my dagger. Vincent noticed too, and ever so slightly shifted to put his body between mine and hers. "Give me an update on the House of Blood," Vincent said to her, shooting me a look that commanded me to go. I drifted back towards the door, away from the rest of the crowd. It was almost enough distance from the party guests to let me breathe a little easier. Almost. When you're young, fear is debilitating. Its presence clouds your mind and senses. Now, I had been afraid for so long, so ceaselessly, that it was just another bodily function to regulate. Heartbeat, breath, sweat, muscles. Over the years, I'd learned how to hack the physicality of it away from the emotion. The bitter taste of jealousy coated my tongue as I leaned against the doorframe, watching the partygoers. I paid special attention to those Vincent had pointed out as Kejari contestants. With the exception of Ibrahim, who sat quietly at the table, most seemed carefree, dancing and drinking and flirting the night away. When dawn came, would they fall asleep entangled with 1 or 3 partners, sleep soundly, and not give a single thought to whether they would survive long enough to wake again? Or would they finally know what it was like to lie awake, staring at their deathly goddess over their skin? My eyes fell to the other side of the room. The figure was so still that my gaze nearly passed right by. But something strange about them made me pause, even if at first I didn't quite know why. After several seconds of observation, I realized it wasn't any single thing, but a collection of little ones. He stood at the opposite side of the ballroom, far beyond all the debauchery of the dance floor, his back to me. He stared at one of the many paintings that adorned the wall. I couldn't see the details from this distance, but I knew the painting well. It was the smallest in the ballroom, the canvas narrow and long, star-dotted indigo blue at the top that gradually darkened to deep red. It depicted a lone figure, a Raihn vampire, falling, frozen halfway to his death in the center of the frame. His nude body was mostly covered by dark feathered wings splayed out around him, save for a single outstretched hand reaching desperately for something that he could see, but we could not. Few pieces of Raihn artwork remained in the castle after the rise of the Hajjaj. Most of it had been either destroyed or repainted to depict Hajjaj vampires. I didn't know why this one survived. Perhaps it was deemed appropriate to keep because it portrayed a Raihn doomed, falling to the depths of hell even as he grasps for the sky. This piece got little attention compared to the majestic epics around it, celebrations of bloody justice or triumphant victory. It was quiet, sad. The first time I saw it, when I was only a child, my chest had tightened. I knew what it felt like to be powerless. And this single fallen Raihn, cradled by wings that couldn't fly, reaching for a savior who would not reach back. It was the only indication I'd ever seen that vampires could know what it was like to be powerless, too. Maybe that was why I found myself intrigued by this figure, because he was looking at this painting when no one else ever did. He was tall, taller than even most other vampires, and broad. He wore a deep purple jacket cut tight against his frame, a bronze sash wrapped around his waist. That, too, was a little off. The style was similar to the bright silks that all the other Nightborn wore, but the cut was a bit too sharp, the contrast a bit too bold. His hair was dark red, nearly black, and fell across his shoulders in rough waves. An unusual length, neither the flowing nor cropped styles favored by the House of Night's court. I could count on one hand the number of Nightborn vampires from beyond Sivranage that I'd met. Maybe the styles are different in the outer reaches of the kingdom. Still, he glanced over his shoulder, directly at me. His eyes were rust red, a striking enough color to be visible even from across the room. His gaze was casually curious. Still, the intensity of it skewered me. Something was strange here, too. Something. "Have you tried these?" Fuck! I jolted. I hadn't heard the woman approach, which was both embarrassing and dangerous. She was tall and willowy, with freckles scattered over bronze skin, wide dark eyes, and a halo of cropped black curls around her head. She grinned, a meat pastry dripping pink juices onto her fingertips as she held it out to me. "This is delicious." I didn't much like vampires saying the word delicious while standing that close to me. I took 2 smooth steps away. "I'm fine." "Oh, you're missing out." "It's Oraya." Vincent never shouted. His voice was strong enough to cut across any room. I looked over my shoulder to see him at the arched entryway to the ballroom, nodding down the hall in an unmistakable message, "Let's go." He didn't have to tell me twice. I didn't bother bidding the woman a goodbye as I strode after him, more than grateful to leave this pit of claws and teeth. Still, I found myself casting one more glance back to that painting. The man was gone. The fallen Raihn just grasped at open air. Chapter 4. I never drank. Vampire alcohol was incredibly strong for humans, and that aside, it was dangerous for me to dull my senses. Vincent rarely did either, probably for the same reasons as me. So I was surprised when he brought the wine to my chambers. We took tiny sips and then set it aside, leaving it untouched as we sat in silence, listening to the crackling of the fire. Finally he spoke. "I think you are as prepared as you possibly could be." He sounded like he was mostly trying to convince himself. "The others will underestimate you," he went on. "Use that. It's a powerful weapon." He was right. I had learned long ago that the best weapon I had was my own weakness. I used it to kill almost every night in the slums. Right now, it didn't feel like enough. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. I watched my father as he looked to the fire, red light playing over the pale, hard angles of his face. Had he been this nervous the night he offered himself to his own Kejari? "Is that what you did?" I asked. "Let them underestimate you?" He blinked, taken aback. I rarely asked him about his time in the Kejari. I rarely asked him about his past at all.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Maybe that sip of wine, or my nearly inevitable impending death, made me a little bold. "Yes," he said after a moment, "and it was likely why I won." It seemed laughable now that Vincent was ever someone who could be underestimated. But 200 years ago, he had just been a young, lesser Heaj noble. The House of Night was under Raihn control then, and seemed like it would remain that way for centuries more. "Were you nervous?" "No. I knew what I had to do." At my visible skepticism, he lifted one shoulder in an almost shrug. "Fine," he admitted. "I was nervous. But I knew the Kejari was my only path to a life worth remembering. Death isn't frightening when weighed against an insignificant existence. An insignificant existence. Those words hit me unexpectedly hard. Because what existence was more insignificant than this? Living in constant fear, hobbled by my own blood and my own human weakness? I could never be anything this way, fighting so hard to survive that I could never do anything. Could never be anything of worth to the people who had nothing but me. My jaw clenched so hard it trembled. I grabbed my glass and took another sip of wine, mostly because I was desperate to do something with my hands. I could feel Vincent's eyes on me, could feel the softening of his gaze. "You do not have to do this, my little serpent,"
he said softly. I realize only now that perhaps I never told you that. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't tempted to run away, tempted to hide in the space between the dresser and the wall, just as I had when I was a small child. A part of me still always was hiding, because I was never going to be anything other than prey. No, that was not a life of significance. It wasn't even a life at all. I'm not backing out, I said. I looked down to my hand, to the delicate silver ring on my right little finger. A simple band with a black diamond so small it was no bigger than the band itself. I'd had it in my pocket when Vincent found me as a child. I liked to think it belonged to my mother. Maybe it was just some worthless trinket. I would probably never know. Absent-mindedly, I rubbed it. Not even that tiny movement escaped Vincent's attention. I would have found them for you, if I could, he said. I hope you understand that. A pang rang out in my chest. I didn't like to openly acknowledge my own hopes. It made me feel stupid, childish, even more so to hear Vincent reference them aloud. I know. If I ever had an excuse, if there was ever a rebellion, Vincent, I know you can't go there. I stood and frowned at him, and his eyes fell to the fire, avoiding mine. Fuck, it was strange to see Vincent look something close to guilty. 20 years ago, Vincent pulled me from the wreckage in the wake of a horrible Raihn rebellion. The city I left behind, or what remained of it, was deep within Raihn territory. The only reason why Vincent had entered it at all decades ago was because the uprising had given him license to. But now? That territory was protected by Nyaxia. A Hyaj king could not breach it outside of wartime between the clans, and though it was ridiculous to call this eternal tension peace, my father had no reasonable excuse to invade and find my family. If any of them had survived. Likely not. Whoever had been in that house when Vincent found me had not survived. But had there been others? Did I have anyone out there searching for me? I knew the logical answer. Human lives were so fragile. Yet it still didn't stop the dark corners of my mind from wandering. Wondering where they were. Wondering how they had suffered. Wondering if any of them remembered me. I didn't remember them. Maybe that was why I missed them so much. A dream could be whatever you needed it to be. And maybe the 12-year-old version of myself needed saving them to be the missing piece that would finally make me feel whole. Soon, murmured. Soon. You'll be strong enough to go. Soon. No, Vincent couldn't act, but I could, if I was something stronger than human. I would need to be stronger even than most vampires. I could do it if I was as strong as Vincent himself. This would be my wish from Nyaxia, if I won the Kejari, to become Vincent's Coriate, his heart bound. A Coriatis bond was a powerful thing, verging on legendary, only granted a handful of times in history, and only forged by Nyaxia herself. It would strip away my humanity, making me a vampire without the risks of turning, which ended in death more than half of the time. And it would bind my soul to Vincent's, his power becoming mine and mine becoming his. Not that I had much to offer him, of course. It was a testament to his love for me that he was willing to offer me such a gift at all. As his Coriate, I would be powerful enough to save the family that birthed me, and to become a true daughter to the man that raised me. I would be one of the most powerful people in the House of Night, one of the most powerful people in the world, and no one would ever underestimate me, ever again. Soon, I agreed. He gave me a faint smile, then rose. Are you ready? Yes. But the word was ash in my mouth. I had attempted to pray to Nyaxia many times over the years. I never felt much of anything. Maybe because, as a human, I wasn't truly one of her children. But as Vincent brought the bowl and the jeweled dagger, as he slit my hand and let my weak human blood roll into the hammered gold, the hair prickled at the back of my neck. Vincent whispered prayers in the ancient tongue of the gods. His thumb pressed to my wound to squeeze drop after drop into the offering. His eyes flicked up to meet mine. Nyaxia, mother of ravenous dark, womb of night, of shadow, of blood. I give you Oraya of the Nightborn. She is the daughter my heart gave me, just as my heart made me your son. Her presence in the Kejari is the greatest gift I will ever offer you. Perhaps I imagined that his voice had thickened ever so slightly, save perhaps for her victory. Fuck, I was not expecting that this would be so difficult. No, I wasn't much of a devotee. But now I felt the goddess here, taking the offering of my blood and promising me only more blood in return. I wondered if she might just keep taking and taking and taking until my poor mortal veins had nothing left to give. The words that would bind my fate hung thick as smoke in the air. I offer myself to you, Nyaxia. I offer you my blood, my blade, my flesh. I will compete in the Kejari. I will give you my victory, or I will give you my death. And then the final sealing words. Aja Sareta, take my truth. Aja Sareta, Vincent echoed, his gaze never leaving mine. Drip, 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 as my blood slowly drained away. It was probably only the work of those tiny sips of wine that I was able to sleep at all. Eventually, dawn loomed, and Vincent retired. I lay in bed, staring at the stars painted on my ceiling. The wound on my hand throbbed. It would likely be another few days before the Kejari began. But my offering made it feel suddenly real, in a way it never had before. It was nearly sundown again by the time sheer exhaustion forced my eyes to close, my blades tucked beside me, just in case. When sleep took me, restless and anxious, I dreamed of safety. I barely remembered my old life, but dreams were so good at filling in memories moth-eaten by time. It was a smear of sensations, like paints too watered down. A little clay house with cracked floors, an embrace in strong arms, a scraggly cheek, and the scent of dirt and sweat. Bloodless food, sickeningly sweet, absent of the iron tang, crumbling over my tongue. I dreamed of a tired voice reading me a story, and taking for granted that there would be a happy ending because I did not know of any other kind. I hated these dreams. It was easier not to remember these things, and the fact that they always ended the same. The moonlight streamed through windows locked tight. When the vampires came, wings upon wings upon wings blotted out those streaks of silver.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The two other little bodies scrambled out of bed to look at the sky. I was too afraid. I pulled the blankets over my head. "Put out the fire, quick!" the woman hissed. Before, crack, crack, crack. I squeezed my eyes shut as the screams started, far away, rising closer and closer. As the clay around me began to tremble and shake, as the floors split and the walls collapsed, and the woman screamed and screamed and screamed. Crack, crack. The screaming followed me as I woke. So much of it that my ears couldn't separate the voices, couldn't make sense of where my dream ended and reality began. My eyes opened and met only an impenetrable wall of black, complete, utter darkness, so thick it choked me. My hands flew out, grasping at nothing. My first disoriented thought was, why did my lanterns go out? I never let my lanterns go out. And then, too slowly, I realized I was not in my room. The scent of must and blood burned my nostrils. My palms pressed to the ground, hard, dusty tile. The painful reminder of the fresh wound of my offering cut through my addled mind. Dread rose as I pieced it together. No, it was too early. I should have had a few more days. I should have had... The memory of Vincent's voice unfurled in my mind. It could happen at any moment. She likes to do something unexpected. I pushed myself upright. Panic spiked, but I forced it into submission. No, I could not afford to panic, because this was it. This was it. The Kejari had begun. Interlude. The little girl did not speak for days. The king of the House of Night gave her a room right next to his, on the most secluded, well-protected floor of his castle. Everything about this place overwhelmed her. Her bedroom at home had been shared with a brother and a sister. Her bed, just a tiny cot stored beneath the stacked frames of her siblings. Here, the floors were not made of warm, rough clay, but hard mosaic tile that froze her toes. Everything was so big. The bed alone was nearly the size of her entire room back home. And of course, there were monsters everywhere. She tucked herself into the corner, wedging her tiny body between the dresser and the wall, and refused to move. The king of the House of Night sat in the armchair at the opposite side of the chamber, reading. He rarely left, and never acknowledged her. The little girl would only leave her hiding spot in the rare moments he was gone, to relieve herself or scarf down a few bites of the food left for her. As soon as she heard his footsteps down the hall, she would return to her corner. A week passed, and another, and another. And at last, when the moon was full in the sky again, the child, fighting hunger pangs, crept from her spot towards the plate of bread on the table. Her silver coin stare never left him, even as her little fingers closed around the bread and she nibbled it in slow, tentative bites, backing away. Not a muscle moved, save for his eyes, which flicked to her and remained there. Even that was enough to make her back farther into the shadows. He laughed softly. "Do you feel unsafe here, little serpent?" The girl stopped chewing and said nothing. The king set his book down gently. "Good. You are not safe. Not in this castle. Not in this room. You are prey in a world of predators." He leaned closer. "I will never hurt you," he said softly. "But I am the only one who will make that promise and keep it. I will never give you false safety or kind lies, but I will teach you how to wield those teeth of yours." He smiled, revealing for the first time the full length of his sharp canines, the death blow, surely, of hundreds. The girl should have found this sight terrifying. And yet, for the first time in a month, she felt safe. "Perhaps they are not as sharp as mine," he went on, "but they can still kill with the right bite." Even so young, the girl understood what he was offering her. Living in a world like this, one had to learn such things early. "Will you do me the honor of offering me your name?" At last, the child spoke. "Oraya. It's a pleasure to meet you, Oraya." He rose, and this time she didn't back away. He reached out his hand. "I'm Vincent." Chapter 5. I forced myself to steady my breaths. Panic quickened the heart. A quickening heartbeat meant rushing blood. Rushing blood meant I became even more of a target than I already was. Nyaxia's magic was powerful and inexplicable. She could spirit us away wherever she pleased. My head was still fuzzy, every sensation hazy. I struggled to get my bearings. It felt like I had been drugged. "Take stock of your senses, Oraya." The voice in my head was Vincent's. Smell, blood, and must. If the tournament had begun, then I had to be in the Moon Palace. I pressed my hands to the floor. A fine layer of dirt and dust stuck to my palms. The Moon Palace existed solely for this competition.
It wouldn't have been touched for 100 years. No one was allowed within these walls outside of a Kejari, but I had studied it many times from the outside. I needed to go up. The tallest spire was covered in windows. No vampire would be caught there once dawn broke. The light would be extremely uncomfortable, if not deadly. Sound. My ears strained. Screams of pain echoed from all directions, screams that didn't sound like they belonged to vampires. My stomach turned. Had humans been dropped into the palace too? As prey? Distraction? I didn't know whether to be horrified or secretly grateful that they would draw the vampire's bloodlust. And I could hear that happening too. The snarls, the distant, graceful beat of footsteps against the floor. The others were awake. Maybe my humanness had meant I was the last to rise from whatever magic had been cast over us. It may have lowered inhibitions. The vampire sounded abnormally animalistic, even by the standards of a bloodlust frenzy. I was very, very lucky I was alive right now. I blinked into the darkness. Unlike vampires, I had no night sight. I couldn't see anything, just a wall of black. I tried to call light to my fingertips and failed miserably, releasing only a single spark that quickly dissipated into smoke. I bit back a silent curse for my useless magic and groped around for my blades, praying they had made the journey with me. If I had been dumped in here unarmed, I was dead. Searing pain sliced across my hand. Fuck. I clamped my lips down on the cry. I'd found my blade, by the sharp end. Fucking idiot. Warm blood filled my palm. The dull drip, drip, drip of it hitting the tile floor was deafening, even over the distant screams. Bleeding was bad, very bad. I had to move fast to find safety before someone scented me. I grabbed one dagger, by the hilt this time, and found the other not far from it. Then I rose and carefully stepped back until my shoulder met stone. I followed the wall, keeping my arm against it, blades poised and ready in each hand. When my toe hit a cold, hard block, my heart leapt. A step, a way up. I had to pray this staircase would take me where I needed to go. I had no other option, not this blinded. I started climbing, clinging to a dusty metal rail sideways so my back wasn't left unguarded. I'd heard stories that the Moon Palace was a magical, mysterious place, blessed or cursed by Nyaxia herself. Even Vincent believed it. He told me that hallways moved and rooms shifted, that it had a way of putting you exactly where you did or didn't want to be, depending on your luck that day. I promise that if you let me survive this, Nyaxia, I will make this Kejari the most interesting and glorious performance for you in a millennium, I told the goddess silently. You are going to be so fucking impressed. I swear it. The screams faded slowly into the distance. To my relief, I was moving away from them. Good. I continued climbing. 1 flight, 2, 3. But the Moon Palace wasn't about to let me go that easily. At first, I thought I was imagining it. My ears strained so much, it became easy to doubt my own senses.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. But as my steps continued, the ball of dread in my stomach swelled. No, I was right. The screams were getting closer again. Even though minutes ago they had been fading far behind me, like I'd been climbing a never-ending spiral staircase that went nowhere. I nearly stumbled as my feet met flat tile where I expected another step. The sounds of carnage echoed directly above me. I couldn't keep ascending. I was trapped. I pressed to the wall. My eyes still uselessly stared into a vat of pitch black. What now? What could I? One voice in that distant cacophony cut through all the others. I no longer had to regulate my heartbeat because it simply stopped. The scream was cut short, buried beneath so many other distant voices.
But I recognized it, even in that split second. I recognized it as the voice that affectionately called me a little brat, punctuated by a husky cough from years of incessant cigar smoking. My mind emptied, except for one name: Ilana. You never known, not truly, what it takes to make you discard caution until it's happening. And Ilana was enough. I left a lifetime of vigilance piled on the ground like a forgotten coat. Ilana. Ilana was in this palace. Ilana was in that frenzy. Another scream, this time louder, closer, right down the hall, as if the fucking place was taunting me with it. And I didn't think, couldn't think, I just ran. Until a powerful force stopped me. A strong grip folded around my shoulders, pulling me back against a firm wall of a body. They're dead. The man's whisper was low and gravelly, so close that his exhale tickled my skin. Stubble scratched my ear, a brush of hair grazing the dip where my neck met my shoulder. Every instinct revolted at this person's proximity, at their nearness to my throat, a place that no one but Vincent was allowed to go. "They're dead, little human," the voice said again, "and if you go after them, so are you." He's right. The moon palace seemed to hum, the darkness shivering in delight. And I knew it. I knew it, even as another ragged shout of agony rang out, closer than ever. I knew it, and didn't give a fuck. I didn't bother fighting against the grasp that held me. It wouldn't work. He was too strong. So I stabbed the bastard. Apparently he wasn't expecting that, because he hissed, "Ix fucking tits," and staggered away from me. I had buried my knife deep enough in his thigh that I had to yank hard to pull it out, and then I was sprinting, fingertips to the wall to guide myself. Another scream, louder, more desperate. Mother. It was awful how vampires sounded when they were well and truly in a bloodlust. You could hear them ripping apart the flesh. It wasn't quiet, it wasn't elegant, it wasn't graceful. It was loud and messy and horrible. I wanted to call out to her, wanted to tell her I was coming for her, but I couldn't. It would only attract attention to my position. I settled instead for quickened steps, as fast as I could move. Ilana's wails did not grow farther away, but they did not grow closer either. They just remained forever beyond me, just outside the reach of my blade, as I ran down hallway after hallway after hallway. The truth dawned on me with every footstep. Her proximity was an illusion. I would never reach her. Her voice was growing weaker, her cries fewer and farther between. Still, I pushed one more step, one more step, one more step, as the shrieks rose to a crescendo. One more step, as they lowered to a wet gargle. As the gargle became a weak moan. As that familiar voice disappeared beneath the sounds of feeding vampires, looking for something new to occupy them. Eventually, I stopped, my ribs aching and eyes straining. I pressed myself against the wall, squeezed my eyes shut, darkness falling deeper into darkness. My heartbeat, my precious blood, rushed deafeningly in my ears. "They're dead," the voice had whispered, "and if you go, so are you." He was right, and I had never hated anything so much. I lived a life of ugly truths, had gotten used to them, but this one, mother, this one, it just... The hairs rose on the back of my neck as I felt a presence behind me. The footsteps were nearly silent. I turned just in time. "What do we have here?" A low, smooth female voice whispered. I didn't wait this time. I struck, hard, and in the exact direction of the voice. I wouldn't win in a fight. I didn't wait for her to retaliate. I sprinted, fingertips touching the wall just enough to keep me from running into it. Another scream, louder, more desperate. Mother! It was awful how vampires sounded when they were well and truly in a bloodlust. You could hear them ripping apart the flesh. It wasn't quiet, it wasn't elegant, it wasn't graceful. It was loud and messy and horrible. I wanted to call out to her, wanted to tell her I was coming for her, but I couldn't. It would only attract attention to my position. I settled instead for quickened steps, as fast as I could move. Ilana's wails did not grow farther away, but they did not grow closer either. They just remained forever beyond me, just outside the reach of my blade, as I ran down hallway after hallway after hallway. The truth dawned on me with every footstep. Her proximity was an illusion. I would never reach her. Her voice was growing weaker, her cries fewer and farther between. Still, I pushed. One more step, one more step, one more step, as the shrieks rose to a crescendo. One more step, as they lowered to a wet gargle. As the gargle became a weak moan. As that familiar voice disappeared beneath the sounds of feeding vampires, looking for something new to occupy them. Eventually, I stopped, my ribs aching and eyes straining. I pressed myself against the wall, squeezed my eyes shut, darkness falling deeper into darkness. My heartbeat, my precious blood, rushed deafeningly in my ears. "They're dead," the voice had whispered. "And if you go, so are you." He was right. And I had never hated anything so much. I lived a life of ugly truths, had gotten used to them. But this one, mother, this one, it just... The hairs rose on the back of my neck as I felt a presence behind me. The footsteps were nearly silent. I turned just in time. "What do we have here?" A low, smooth female voice whispered. I didn't wait this time. I struck, hard, and in the exact direction of the voice. I wouldn't win in a fight. I didn't wait for her to retaliate. I sprinted, fingertips touching the wall just enough to keep me from running into it. Another scream, louder, louder, more desperate. Mother! It was awful how vampires sounded when they were well and truly in a bloodlust. You could hear them ripping apart the flesh. It wasn't quiet, it wasn't elegant, it wasn't graceful. It was loud and messy and horrible. I wanted to call out to her, wanted to tell her I was coming for her, but I couldn't. It would only attract attention to my position. I settled instead for quickened steps, as fast as I could move. Ilana's wails did not grow farther away, but they did not grow closer either. They just remained forever beyond me, just outside the reach of my blade, as I ran down hallway after hallway after hallway. The truth dawned on me with every footstep. Her proximity was an illusion. I would never reach her. Her voice was growing weaker, her cries fewer and farther between. Still, I pushed. One more step, one more step, one more step, as the shrieks rose to a crescendo. One more step, as they lowered to a wet gargle. As the gargle became a weak moan. As that familiar voice disappeared beneath the sounds of feeding vampires, looking for something new to occupy them. Eventually, I stopped, my ribs aching and eyes straining. I pressed myself against the wall, squeezed my eyes shut, darkness falling deeper into darkness. "They're dead," the voice had whispered. "And if you go, so are you." He was right. And I had never hated anything so much. I lived a life of ugly truths, had gotten used to them. But this one, mother, this one, it just... The hairs rose. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I looked up to see balcony after balcony after balcony rising above me, climbing so high and growing so small that they resembled little decorative wisps of silver near the distant domed ceiling. Grand mosaics covered the floor. The tiles were sharp, as if they had been shattered rather than cut. Some were bleached shades of ivory, but most were red blood-stained. Burned brown a century old, and deep black even older. The stains from last night were sickeningly bright in contrast, even as they now dried down to a rusty crimson. I didn't know how I knew where to go. Perhaps once again the palace led me where it pleased. I traveled up the stairs, not down, even though I could have sworn I had been climbing the night before. When I hit the third floor, the smell hit me. Rotting flesh and death. A pool of congealing blood seeped from around the corner. I followed the smell and the blood. Some of the doors up here had been barred. Perhaps these rooms had been claimed by my fellow contestants. I was careful not to wake anyone as I moved past lifeless carcasses. I found the one I was looking for on the balcony, where the maze of hallways gave way to a great open space that overlooked the drop to the first floor below and the dizzying height of the full tower above. She was not the only human there. 3 other corpses were strewn over the tile, some missing limbs or defaced far beyond recognition. And Ilana, she didn't even look human anymore. Didn't even look like a corpse. She just looked like meat. I recognized her only because I had known her so well. They had mostly left her bright clothing on, tattered and torn, the blue now purple with her blood. Not that any blood was left in her mutilated body at all at this point. They had made sure of that. They didn't let any of it go to waste. Once, as a child, I watched a pack of wolves rip apart a deer. They were starving. Everyone and everything was starving back then. They didn't even wait until the poor thing was dead before they tore it to pieces. That was how vampires acted in bloodlust. That was what they had done to my friend. I kneeled beside her. Her face was mostly missing, but I cradled it anyway. You were supposed to leave. You were supposed to leave, you stupid, stubborn old bitch. But then again, Ilana had never done what she was supposed to, had never done what this world told her she needed to. It was what had drawn me to her from the beginning. I had been 14. I had at last settled into my unsteady place in the world, but had also begun to feel the chafe of its boundaries. Vincent never allowed me anywhere near his parties, but that night, while he was off entertaining at some diplomatic event, I slipped downstairs, even though I knew it was foolish. I went outside, keeping walls between me and the guests, and stole glances through the windows at the party within. It was from such a distance that I could only glimpse moving bodies, but I was too cautious to go any closer. What are you so afraid of, creeping around like a rat over there? Ilana's voice, already rough and hoarse, even all those years ago, had made me jump. She watched me, a cigar in her fingers, and amused grin at her lips. Right away, I had known she wasn't a vampire. Ilana had always been so brightly, vividly human. I had seen it from that very first moment, and it was what had transfixed me. I shied away into the shadows, and she scoffed. You're too young and pretty to be so frightened of the world. It's so rare I meet an interesting human around here. Come, come. I'd hesitated, knowing that I shouldn't, that Vincent would not approve. But I had not so much as spoken to another human since coming to Savinaraj. And the few blood vendors I'd seen in the halls were silent wraiths with empty faces. Nothing like the woman before me now. I was too curious. I went to her that night, and then many others. Ilana became my little rebellion. I cultivated a friendship with her, finding comfort in all the ways she was like me and all the ways I wished I could be more like her. She had made a tiny, tiny part of me believe that there was another version of a human life than the one I lived. Now, as I stared down at her corpse, all her vivacious tenacity snuffed out, the fragile remnants of that belief shattered. There was no other version of humanity. Ilana should have been more afraid. She was human, and that meant she was worth nothing here. The Kejari had started early. The moon had been almost full, but not quite. 12 hours were the difference between her safety and her death. A fucking animal's death, because that was all she had been to them. A tiny, muffled sound made my head snap up. Silently, I rose and peered around the corner, to see a figure slumped against the wall. The vampire was so listless that at first I thought he was dead, but no, he was sleeping. Red dribbled down his chin and the front of his once blue shirt. He hadn't bothered to hide his wings. He was Raihn, his dark brown feathers surrounding him like a blanket. The others apparently had fled. Or perhaps this one gorged himself on his own, and that was why he slept so unnaturally soundly. His gluttony was stupid. Overeating made vampires sluggish. He didn't even stir when I approached. Nor did he move when I took my dagger and plunged it into his chest, pushing hard until the cartilage cracked, pushing until the blade pierced his heart. Then his eyes finally snapped open. Good. I liked to watch it when they realized death was coming for them. This one pissed himself when he went. I pulled him close, caressed his face with my red-stained hands, and made sure Ilana's blood marked him as I let him slump down in a puddle of his own cowardice. I had never despised my humanity so much. The weakness had been Ilana's death sentence. We were so fragile, so weak, that even this piece of shit vampire wiped out a whole life as if it meant nothing. My hands shook, my heartbeat pounding in my ears, numb and distant, as if my rage and grief bubbled beneath a sheet of ice on the brink of shattering. I returned to Ilana and fished through her pockets. First, I pulled out a familiar balled-up scarf of purple silk. I stared at it, fighting a lump in my throat, before tucking it into my own pack. Then I returned for her box of matches. She never went anywhere without them. Her body was so dry, skin so papery. She burned easily, accepting the flame like another brightly colored silk. I left her on that balcony and went back downstairs to the greenhouse. The moon palace was dark, the open air of the great room rising all the way up. The fire lit all of it. In the greenhouse, I drew my knees to my chest and watched that glow flicker beyond the double doors as my friend burned and burned and burned. Chapter 7. Come nightfall, a call rang out through the halls of the Moon Palace. 3 melancholy notes of Nyaxia's hymn. At the sound, I peered through the foliage to see a single smoky thread of shadow leading through the greenhouse to the door and into the hallway beyond. The message was obvious. I was being summoned. My eyes were sandy and my joints aching when I rose and followed. Ilana's bloodless, torn-up face still lingered behind every blink. I had clutched that purple scarf all night, the blood from my wounded hand soaking the silk. I didn't cry. No, I was fucking furious. Sadness was a futile, weak emotion. At least anger was useful. A sharp edge to cut another's heart, or a hard shell to protect your own. The thread of shadow grew thicker as more streaks joined the main corridor. The summons had been sent, it seemed, to every contestant who had survived the previous night. The Moon Palace was not pitch dark as it had been before. Now, warm light rippled over the hall, emanating from the torches lining the walls and the candles that floated above us in the vaulted ceiling.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. As I walked, I watched that light shiver over the not-quite-smooth mosaic tile, and felt foolish when I realized what I hadn't during the day. The floors were made of shattered bone and teeth.
The group of us grew larger as we moved down the hallway, more and more joining with each turn or doorway we passed. We sized each other up silently. By the time we reached our destination, the great room, there were, by my rough estimation, about 50 contestants. Most were clearly members of the House of Night, and even split between Kejari and Raihn based on those who had their wings out. But I counted about 10 members of the House of Blood and 15 or so members of the House of Shadow. Some looked around anxiously, sizing up their competition or searching for someone who was missing. How many of us had died last night? Most ignored each other, though the blood-borne vampires remained close together in one tight pack. That made sense, I supposed. No one else would have them. I eyed the woman at the center of their group. She was taller than all the others. Her armor left her shoulders bare, revealing impressively cut muscles. Her hair hung in a long silver braid down her back. She had to be their leader, judging by how the others deferred to her. I hung back, watching my competition with a lump in my throat. I'd spent my entire life trying to avoid being in this situation, trapped with powerful vampire warriors twice my size. Across the room, Ibrahim caught my gaze. He gave me a grim, humorless, almost smile, as if maybe he knew we were both thinking the same thing. On the balcony, a tall, thin man with a bald head and wan skin stretched tight over his skull. He wore simple black robes and a sash across his body that bore 3 sigils: a moon, a mask, and a weeping woman, the symbols of the 3 kingdoms of Nyaxia. The church was independent of the 3 vampire houses, operating across all Nyaxia's subjects as a nebulously powerful and mysterious force. Most powerful and mysterious of all was the minister himself, who was said to not even be a living being anymore, but merely a flesh vessel for Nyaxia's will. This, to me, sounded like bullshit. It was impossible to follow the minister's gaze. His eyes were solid milky white, with no iris or pupil. But his chin lowered, and I couldn't shake the skin-crawling sense that he looked directly at me. I met that stare without flinching, even though I wanted to shudder and look away. The minister didn't especially seem like the embodiment of a god. He mostly seemed like a lecherous old man. I'd met him a few times at various religious feasts. No matter how big the crowd, he was always far, far too interested in me. After one night when he practically trapped me in a corner when I was 13 years old, Vincent never left my side when he was in my presence ever again. If Nyaxia needed a flesh vessel, which she probably didn't, this one didn't seem like a wise choice. Several other acolytes joined the minister on the balcony to his right, and to his left was the leadership of the House of Night, Vincent and his cabinet. He wore a long, dark cloak embroidered with silver stars. His wings were on display, the threads of red stark against the black, and he even exposed his air mark, leaving several buttons at the top of his jacket undone to reveal the swirls of red ink on his throat. The intent would not be lost on anyone here. Simply revealing his wings and his mark served as a warning. I am stronger than any of you. I stood where you stood, and I won. It was odd to see Vincent flaunting his power so brazenly, but maybe it shouldn't have been surprising. Rulers of the House of Night often killed the Kejari's victors. Anyone that strong was inherently a threat. And as I looked around the room, so many of these bloodthirsty warriors stared at Vincent with such lustful hate. I felt a bit naive for not realizing earlier Vincent's other selfish reason for encouraging me to enter the Kejari. If I won, it meant these people wouldn't. And there was absolutely no one in this world, not a single soul, that Vincent trusted, except for me. The minister cleared his throat, and an eerie hush fell over the room. "Welcome," the minister said, "to the Kejari, the greatest honor, in the name of Our Lady Nyaxia, Mother of the ravenous dark, womb of night, of shadow, of blood. In her name I thank you for the offering of your presence. Aja Sarayeta, Aja Sarayeta. The echoing prayer rose from the contestants in a misty murmur. I have overseen 21 Kejakaris now, he went on. 2,000 years of tribute to our Mother of the ravenous dark. And every time, this eve is the one that is the most meaningful. Such possibility, such potential. A too long silence as he surveyed us. Then, you have survived the initial call and the initial cull. At sundown tomorrow, the Kejakari officially begins. It will continue for the next 4 months. When you made your oaths, you gave our Dark Mother your life. You gave her your blood. You gave her your soul. And she shall keep all 3. Even if you survive the trials, a part of you shall always belong to her. Aja Sarayeta, Aja Sarayeta. We all repeated. You will be summoned at sundown tomorrow for the full moon trial. May the Mother guide you. The minister lifted his hand as if casting some great invisible blessing over us all, and turned away without another word.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. There was no final speech, no inspiring goodbye, no wrought-out prayer. With eerie silence, the double doors beneath the balcony swung open, revealing what appeared to be a dining room. Above us, the priests and priestesses filed away. Vincent caught my gaze just before he went with them. An unspoken agreement passed between us. He inclined his chin, and I nodded in response before following the others through the double doors. The feast in the dining hall put the one at Vincent's party to shame. It spent many of the daylight hours combing through the greenhouse trying to identify edible plants, just in case. I wasn't sure whether we would be given food at all, and if so, whether any of it would be safe for humans. But despite my shaky nerves and exhaustion, my mouth watered at the spread before me. 2 long tables had been laid out with platters, each seating perhaps 25 or 30 chairs. We all filed into the room and lingered near the walls, as if we all feared that the feast might explode if we got too close to it. Finally, a tall Hiyaj man muttered, "Fuck it," sat down and seized a goblet of blood. That was enough to break the tension. The crowd descended upon the feast. I grabbed a plate, hastily piled it with food that at least appeared to be human edible, and backed away, instead choosing to sit at one of the small end tables scattered around the outskirts of the room, a better spot for watching. Some contestants gulped down blood like they thought they might never eat again, a fair concern. Others, though, seemed uninterested, instead stuffing provisions into their pockets or packs. My lips thinned. My fingers curled tight enough to leave nail marks in my palm. Of course they weren't hungry. They had gorged themselves last night. Only one ignored the feast completely. A dark-haired man moved about the room frenetically, circling the tables. I recognized him. I'd see him looking around, a bit panicked, before the minister's speech. Now, my suspicion from earlier became a certainty. He was clearly looking for someone and growing increasingly frantic when he couldn't find them. After 3 quickening laps around a table, he ran out the door, pushing roughly through 2 Shadowborn who scowled after him. A few minutes later, a feral, animalistic roar sliced through the air like shattering glass. Every head snapped up. Hands went to weapons. My own gripped the hilts of my blades. My first thought was that it was some sort of monster, that they'd lulled us into a false sense of security with this meal and figured they'd pick off a few more of us before the trial tomorrow. But no, it wasn't a monster that came barreling back into the dining hall. It was the dark-haired man, howling, face mottled with sheer rage.
I realized that his screeching actually formed words. My brother! They killed my fucking brother! His wings were out now, outstretched, the feathers many different shades of brown-black. Just like the wings of the Raihn man who'd been covered in Alana's blood. And when this man spun around, his eyes wild, I realized they looked just like the ones that had stared into mine last night as I slowly sank my knife into his heart. I stiffened. Who fucking did it? The man howled. You think you can kill an Ajmai and get away with it? Which one of you bastards did it? I'll fucking kill you! No, you certainly will not. I almost wanted to confess to it. To my surprise, Ibrahim was the first to move, rising from his chair with his palms up. Easy, brother. We don't need any more death before... Brother, the man snarled. You're not my fucking brother. My brother is dead. The group of bloodborne sniggered amongst themselves, and I thought surely that would be the thing to send this man on a murderous rampage. His mouth contorted into a sharp-toothed snarl, his fists quaking. But just as he was about to lunge, at whom or what, even he didn't seem to know, a deep, smooth voice came from the far corner of the room. Oh, please. It isn't any of our fault that your brother was such a fucking idiot he got himself killed before the tournament even started, Klein. The voice was oddly familiar. The man, Klein, apparently, whirled. Head swiveled. The source of the voice took a long drink of blood. It was difficult to see him. We were seated at opposite corners of the room with 4 rows of people between us. But I glimpsed a broad form and wavy dark hair with a red sheen, which rustled slightly as he threw back his head to drink, unperturbed by the fuss. When Klein's gaze fell to the man, he seemed to forget the rest of the room existed. You, he breathed, Raihn fucking Ashraj. You hadn't gotten over that thing in the outer city? I should have known we shouldn't have trusted. The man, Raihn, set down his goblet and laughed. It was a low sound that slithered through the air like a snake. Klein turned purple. Perhaps he was senseless with his own rage, but he was still a vampire, and that meant he was strong and fast. He crossed the room in several graceful strides. You did this! And just as quickly, Raihn was on his feet, meeting him halfway. I drew in a sharp inhale. The man I had seen at the feast. I recognized him right away, because here, just as he had at the ball, he stood out as markedly different than any other vampire. Everything about him seemed rough and unfinished, right down to the way he held himself, with an untamed, threatening ease, stark in contrast to elegant vampire beauty. And when he stood, I realized all at once why his voice had sounded so familiar. There it was, the bloody bandage wrapped around his thigh. Right where, say, a short human girl might have plunged a dagger when trying to break out of his grasp. Fuck. Even across the room, I could see that his knuckles were white as he gripped Klein's wrist, seizing the sword mid-strike. You think I killed your brother? Raihn said. Me? Don't fucking toy with me, Raihn. I know you did it. Oh, I didn't kill your brother. Raihn's eyes, rust red, slipped right across the room. Landed right on me. And he smirked. Goddess fucking damn it. I didn't expect to have to fight my way out of a pack of vampires before the tournament even started, but I would do it if I had to. I started to rise, my hands going to my swords. This is ridiculous, isn't it? I nearly jumped halfway across the room. I spun around to see a slender, curly-haired woman leaning against the wall beside me, rolling her eyes. The very same woman I'd seen at Vincent's party the other night. We should be saving our energy, she sighed. She glanced at me like she expected an answer. I said nothing. Mostly, I wanted to ask her what she was doing here. She didn't exactly seem like the tournament to the death type. But I could barely tear my gaze from the scene across the room. Now, Klein was inches from Raihn's face. "Yes, you did! I know you did!" "No," Raihn said calmly, "I did not. Wish I had, though, because he was a repulsive asshole." "He was," the girl agreed, beside me. "The worst." She leaned close and whispered, "You did it, didn't you?" Across the room, Raihn said, "And I'm warning you, right now, not to go for that sword again, Klein." "Oh no," the girl muttered. Klein went for his sword. Smash! Klein's body hit the wall with enough force to send two of the grand antique paintings crashing to the ground, their wood frames splintering under the force of the impact. Raihn pinned him against arabesque wallpaper now dotted with spatters of black-red blood. Klein's sword arm dangled from his body at an odd angle, clearly broken. His head lolled. Half the people in the hall had now gotten to their feet, watching wide-eyed. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the answer to the question no one was voicing. Would he do it? Klein's attitude had changed dramatically in the last 5 seconds. "You can't kill here," he croaked. "You heard the minister. He said you can't kill until the trials." "Oh no," the girl said again, not seeming all that distressed.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. We were all thinking the same thing, thinking of the minister's cryptic words. I knew someone would test the boundary. I just didn't know it would happen so soon. Raihn smiled. "Oh, I can't?" The blast shook the room. I gasped, the air yanked from my lungs in one dramatic pulse. Pitch black consumed me, followed by blinding white, followed by a coughing fit as I found myself blinking hard, shaking away goosebumps. Sun fucking take me. Everyone gaped at the rust-eyed man, jaws hanging, questioning what we'd just seen. Raihn let Klin's very, very dead body slide down the wall into a wobbly, boneless heap on the ground. Silence. No one blinked. Raihn looked up, as if waiting for Nyaxia to strike him down. 5 seconds passed, then 10, then 30. He said at last. "Well, I suppose that answers that." He sat down and resumed eating. The girl sighed. So dramatic. I couldn't bring myself to speak. That was fucking asterisk. Chapter 8. Vincent was exactly where we had agreed. I snuck out of the Moon Palace just before dawn, waiting as long as I could for the other contestants to retreat back to their rooms. After the feast was over, we had started to somewhat warily explore the rest of the Moon Palace and discovered hundreds of fully furnished and stocked suites throughout it. Most had claimed rooms as their own, some by themselves and some in partnerships or groups for protection. Still, I remained in my greenhouse. No walls or locks would protect me as well as those windows could. Besides, I found something oddly comforting in the way the greenery wrapped me in an embrace. The plants were fragile and alive and impermanent, just like me. And yet, they'd still managed to reclaim the ancient structure. It was a little inspiring. When the sky was tinted red, I made my journey. The minister had been honest. The Moon Palace did not lock us in. Vincent met me beyond the gates, beneath the steps where the slab paths gave way to the silty mud of the riverbank. Stone bridges arced overhead, leading to the city. Vincent had described this spot to me before the Kejari began. "It's private," he had told me. "It will be our meeting place." Here, under the shadow of the bridge, I felt like I stood upon the boundary between two worlds. To my right, the Moon Palace loomed, ancient and foreboding. To my left, Sivranaj rose into the sky, silhouetted by the near full moon. No one cared what happened here, in this little shadowy crevice that was a part of neither. How did Vincent know about this place? Had he met someone here when he was a contestant in his own Kejari 200 years ago? Did he have, well, a Vincent? Someone who had trained him, guided him? A member of the family he had killed in his rise to power? Or another mentor who told him to do it? I knew better than to ask those sorts of questions. Maybe when I became Vincent's equal, his coriate, I finally would. Oraya. I wasn't expecting the sound of Vincent's voice to hurt as it did, an ache right in the center of my chest. I turned to see him approaching from beneath the shadow of the bridge. When the moonlight fell across his face, my throat grew suddenly thick. I'd been strong before this. There was no time to grieve, no time to be frightened, when I had to focus singularly on survival. But now, the sight of him, the sheer familiarity of his face, took me back 16 years. I was a child again, hiding in the space between the wall and the dresser, and Vincent was the only safe person in the world. Ilana was gone, dead. I had only him. He looked me up and down. His face was stone still. "Are you injured?" "No." He lifted his chin to my hand. "That? I'd forgotten about it. Nothing. Just a little cut. You need your hands." He beckoned, and I rested my hand in his palm. He gently removed the bandage. Purple silk. I had to fight the sting in my eyes as I watched it shimmer beneath the moonlight, now covered in blood. The rest of Ilana's scarf was in my pocket. I tried to salvage as much of it as I could, though so much of it was now stained and torn. Vincent frowned at it, not at my wound, but the fabric. "Where did you get this?" "I found it, in the Moon Palace. I didn't even have to try to lie anymore. They came so easily." He withdrew a bottle from his pocket, then dripped a few drops of the shimmery silver-blue liquid onto my palm. A puff of smoke unfurled from the cut, the sound echoing the hiss I drew through my teeth. "Don't whine." I did not miss the hint of affection in the chastisement. I never whine. And he probably did not miss the slight crack in my voice. The wound on my hand was now just a puffy pink-white scar. He replaced the bandage and handed me the bottle. "Take care of that. I don't know when I will be able to get you more." "I'll try." Medicine that was safe for humans was, understandably, difficult to come by in the House of Night. Vincent needed to trade for them from the human kingdoms in the south and the east. The stuff was precious as gold. More, actually. Gold did nothing to stop bleeding. "It's earlier than I thought," Vincent said. "My year, we started the night before the full moon, not 2. I suppose they like to keep things interesting. It makes no difference." It made a difference to Ilana. One more night, and she would have been out of the city, safe, if unhappy, in the human districts. If I allowed my grief to show, he didn't seem to notice it. He unhooked 2 sheathed weapons from his belt. "Here." He tossed them into my arms. I caught them deftly, then slid one from the black leather scabbard, blinking in stunned awe at what was revealed. The swords were... I couldn't speak, couldn't find words. They were short and delicate, designed for dual wielding, as I preferred. They were impossibly light for their size. The blades curved gracefully, polished black steel with red marks etched into the flat, long swirls of decorative smoke and stark staccato glyphs locked in a dance. The hilts, silver, topped with 2 interlocking moons, welcomed my hands as if they had been waiting for me my entire life. And yet it felt wrong to even touch them. "They should serve you well," Vincent said. "Light, the right size. I gave the smith all your measurements. They're designed specifically for you. These are perfect. Stunning. Eye-wateringly expensive, yes, but it wasn't just about the money. The weapons were the epitome of the deadly artistry the Nightborn were known for, wielded only by the most esteemed House of Night warriors. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of craftsmanship had gone into creating these. Centuries of expertise in blacksmithing and magic. An entire civilization's skill right here in my hands.
No doubt several generations of Nightborn kings rolled in their graves to think of such a weapon wielded by an adopted human girl. I felt as if I was tainting these simply by touching them. "These are," I started again. "They are yours," Vincent said quietly, as if he heard everything I didn't say. I swallowed my wave of emotion. Mother, Oraya, get a fucking hold on yourself and affix the sheaths to my belt. Perhaps I didn't deserve these yet, but I would one day, once I won. "Thank you," I said. Vincent glanced again to the sky. "You should go. The sun is coming." He was right. The last thing I needed was to get disqualified for being late back to the Moon Palace. I nodded. But before I could turn, he caught my arm, gripping so hard his fingernails dug into my flesh. "I won't tell you to be careful, Oraya. I won't tell you because I know you are. I taught you to be. Resilient, clever, fast, focused, vicious. You must be all of it now. You have no room for weakness or missteps." Emotions rarely showed on Vincent's face, but now I caught a glimpse, only a glimpse, of some strange tenderness shivering across the cold muscles of his expression, gone before either of us could or would acknowledge it. "I will," I said. "You must be better than they are." And just as Vincent heard what I didn't say, I heard his unspoken words here too. "To make up for what you are not." Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. There was no room for weakness in the Kejari, but mine was entwined in my own human flesh. I blinked and saw Ilana's body, so easily destroyed. I fought back the wave of nausea, the stab of pain. Those were weaknesses too. Instead, I made my grief into anger. I made it steel. "I know," I said. "I am." He was still for a long moment, then released me. "The blades hold poison," he said. "There's enough in them to last you a while. You can refill it through the hilt." This, I knew, was Vincent telling me that he loved me. No one had ever said those words to me, at least not that I could ever remember. But he communicated it 1,000 ways over the years, most of them coded in death. "I love you. Here's how you stay alive. Here's how you make sure that no one can hurt you." For vampires, that was the ultimate gift. I nodded, lifted my hand in a silent goodbye, and we parted without another word. I cut my return closer than I should have, but at least it meant that the palace was quiet when I got back. I was trying to figure out whether I was hallucinating or if the layout of the place had changed again when I rounded a corner and nearly ran into a wall. No, not a wall, a person. I reacted fast, putting several strides between me and the figure before I even looked at their face. My blades were out in seconds. Mother, these things were light. I lifted my gaze to see dark red eyes drinking me in. At the feast, even from across the room, I'd thought this man seemed unlike most other vampires I'd met. Up close, there was no doubt about it. Raihn's features were strong, almost unpleasantly so, like each held too much personality to be combined in such a way. While time left marks on humans, in vampires it simply sanded away imperfections, leaving them with beauty as finely honed as a Nightborn blade. But this man's face certainly seemed to hold evidence of the life he had lived. A scar marking his left cheek in 2 lines arranged in an upside-down V. One eyebrow that seemed a little higher than the other. Hair that was left in unruly waves. That stare now casually moved down my body, then to my blades, which were poised and ready to strike. His left eyebrow, the one that seemed permanently ever so slightly raised, quirked even higher. "Are those new? Thank the mother you didn't have those last night. I wouldn't have a leg anymore. Get out of my way. Where were you?" I tried to walk past him, but he placed his hand on the opposite wall, blocking my path with a thick, muscled arm clad in leather, right at face height. I know where you were. You were visiting the Nightborn King. That's you, isn't it? His human? He cocked his head. You're very famous, you know, even in the borderlands. A real curiosity. I tried to duck under his arm to continue to the greenhouse, but he moved it down to block my path. Then he nodded down to his leg. You stabbed me. You grabbed me. I was trying to save your life. I shouldn't even engage. I could practically hear Vincent's voice in my ear. Think about what you have to gain from an interaction. The answer is usually nothing. But my ego spoke first. I made a show of looking myself up and down. I don't think so. I escaped, and I look alive to me. That eyebrow twitched again. For now. He said this as if it was very amusing. But only now, a moment too late, did my mind circle back to what he had said. I was trying to save your life. That night I'd been so distraught, I hadn't even given myself time to think about who had grabbed me or why. It only sank in now that he had been trying to help me, or at least appeared to be. That was strange. So strange it did nothing to endear him to me. Far from it. I was certain he hadn't done it out of the kindness of his benevolent heart. What do you want? I demanded. I want an apology. For stabbing me, especially given that I could have turned you over to your victim's brother, and didn't. He leaned a bit closer, and I matched the movement by stepping back. Because you did kill that bastard, didn't you? I scoffed. He frowned. What? I'm not a fool. Oh? You wanted him to give you an excuse. You just wanted to swing your cock around. Because in the House of Night, everything was a power game. His spectacle at the feast? That was a performance. Well, fine. I'd rather have my enemies looking at him than looking at me. But that didn't mean I had to put up with it. Maybe he was curious about me. Maybe he just liked to toy with his food. I didn't need to know why he was playing the game to know I had nothing to win. I raised my blade. Now let me pass. He arched his brows. I ask for an apology and I get threats? I'm sorry I didn't aim higher. He looked pointedly down at himself. A little higher or a lot higher? That was almost funny. It caught me a bit off guard. It was rare that vampires made jokes. Hundreds of years withered away a sense of humor. When I was 15 or so, I gave up on trying to make Vincent understand. I was lucky I'd had Ilana to... The casual thought of her triggered a stab of pain so intense it took my breath away. Let me pass, I snapped. He gave me a strange look. What was that? That caught me a bit off guard, too. That he noticed the brief emotion I had allowed to flinch over my face. Let me pass. Or what? Or I'll stab you again. How much higher? For a moment, I actually considered doing it. Maybe this was the best opportunity I'd get, right now, when he was acting like it was all a big fucking joke. What a luxury that must be. It was only the thought of that flash of black, then white, asterisk, I was sure of it, that stilled my hand. Instead, I made a dramatic show of looking him up and down, lingering at his thigh and trailing up to the crotch of his leather pants, and said, "A little." I ducked under his arm. This time he chuckled softly and didn't try to stop me. The moon gleamed bright and full, hanging heavy with challenge. The minutes since it rose had been tense and still. From my place in the greenhouse, I couldn't hear a single sound from the Moon Palace halls. It was nearly midnight when the ghostly thread of shadow appeared again, summoning us from our rooms. I followed it to the great hall, where the minister had addressed us all the night before. The room slowly filled with people, as more and more threads of shadow joined mine, until no more arrived, and the shadows dissipated, leaving us all standing in awkward silence. Everyone had taken the last day to prepare. Contestants were armed with new, freshly cleaned weapons, leather armor strapped tight to their bodies. Some wore protective sigils at their throats or etched into the armor itself. I noted those carefully. It didn't necessarily mark them as magic wielders, but it did make the possibility more likely. Magic would be an ugly surprise in the ring. Overnight, some had already formed little factions. The House of Blood contestants, of course, stayed together. Now there was little doubt that the tall, muscular woman was their leader, as I'd suspected. The others listened, rapt, as she whispered to them in hushed command. Her mostly silver hair was now bound up in a long braid, the tight pull of it emphasizing her sharp cheekbones and strong brow. As she turned to speak to one of her companions, I noticed a faint crimson crawling up from beneath the collar of her white leather armor. Her curse. I'd never met a blood-borne vampire before, but I'd heard that red marks on their skin signaled the end stages of it. If that was true, this woman was far along. The next step, well, people murmured about what the House of Blood's curse did to them. Turned them into little more than animals in the end. I shuddered and looked away. Some of the other contestants had formed little groups overnight, too, probably seeing the temporary value of strength in numbers. Almost certainly, too, thinking ahead to the half-moon trial.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. It was the only trial structure that was the same every year, in which contestants would need to fight in teams or partners, and half the field would be eliminated. My eyes found Raihn at the other side of the room. Beside him was the cheerful woman with the short hair. She leaned close, whispering excitedly, while he surveyed the room. What an odd pair! Only a few now remained notably set back from the rest of the group. Me, several members of the House of Shadows known for their staunch independence, and Ibrahim, who was one of the last to reach the great room, visibly limping on his mangled foot. The Kejari was no place for pity. Still, I felt it anyway as I watched him hobble down the hall. I knew better than anyone that no one should be dismissed out of hand. But it was hard to imagine any version of today's events that wouldn't end in Ibrahim's death. The minutes passed. We waited in tense silence. I unsheathed my blades, adjusting my grip around the hilts. I'd studied each of the 20 Kejaris that came before this, and I had thought long and hard about what this trial could be. The first trial usually represented Nioxia's departure from her home in the White Pantheon. She had ventured out beyond the borders of her land and was attacked by beasts during her midnight walk. They pursued her for miles, and in her panic, she grew impossibly lost. Sometimes the trial involved blinding contestants, as Nioxia was blinded during her attack. Sometimes it required contestants to run and fight over treacherous terrain. But most often it involved beasts, sometimes many, sometimes one. The long silence gave way to uncomfortable whispers of confusion. Eventually, one of the Hanayaj contestants asked what we were all wondering. So what now? Are we supposed to? The Moon Palace simply disappeared. Chapter 9. The screaming of the crowd shook the ground. Light blinded me, so bright that at first I questioned whether it was sunlight. But no, torches, thousands, lining the rounded rim of the Colosseum, floating hundreds of feet above of our heads, clutched in the thousands upon thousands of hands of the thousands upon thousands of spectators, all of whom were screaming, screaming, screaming. Screaming like Ilana had screamed. For a moment, nothing existed but the sky and the light and the roar of the spectators. I craned my neck up to the stars that were barely visible over the flare of the lanterns. They smeared in a circular blur, punctuated by rails of silver metal like the top of the greenhouse, a glass ceiling. "Move, Oraya!" a voice roared in the back of my head. Vincent's voice. It was always Vincent's voice. And I did, just in time. Massive claws shredded the packed sand where I had been standing seconds ago. The world snapped into violently harsh focus. Another shriek rang out, much closer, as a Hanayaj contestant was torn to pieces.
one shattered wing clenched in a dripping maw, his body clutched in claws, black-red blood pouring onto the dirt. Not just a beast, a fucking demon. I'd only seen a demon in real life once, and I had been so injured that I barely remembered it. Even that horror had been nothing compared to these. They moved on all fours, hairless and dark gray, with blackened veins that pulsed beneath their skin. Serrated black claws capped two long fingers on hands made for grabbing and killing. Their faces, flat, with sharp cheekbones, slit noses, and white, mucus-coated eyes, were mostly mouth, which extended from pointed ear to pointed ear, dripping with blackened saliva over layers of jagged teeth. They were at once chillingly animalistic and sickeningly humanoid. They moved so fast I couldn't count them, so fast that they crossed the arena in the time it took me to blink. More than 5, less than 10. I pressed my back to the glass. It shook as something slammed violently against the wall in the next enclosure. The Colosseum had been split into many smaller rings, separated by glass domes. I was trapped here with several Hyaj, one Raihn, one Bloodborne, Kiretta, the Shadowborn magic wielder Vincent had warned me about, and I let out a rough laugh because it fucking figured, Raihn. As the demons tangled in the center of the ring, momentarily distracted by the still twitching body of the vampire they'd just ripped apart, the rest of us looked around warily. We were all thinking the same thing. Was the objective to kill the demons, or each other, or both? I had no time to think about it as one of the demons lunged for me. I rolled out of the path of those razored hands, but then my body seized up. My muscles railed against me, as if they wanted to keep me in the demon's path, wanted to fuck. Blood magic. I glanced up just in time to see the bloodborne contestant meet my eyes, red mist around his raised hands, his magic in my blood. He could only maintain his focus for a moment, but that was enough to send me tumbling under the demon's claws. Move, move, pain. Pain skewered me. The moment I broke free of the magic hold, I grabbed one of my swords and plunged it into the roof of the demon's mouth, just as those teeth were coming down upon me. A horrific burning smell filled my nostrils, the poison in action. The demon let out a high-pitched, hollow wail. Puffs of black surrounded us as I yanked my sword from its flesh. When its jaw snapped closed, the skin was melting, top jaw dripping into bottom. Mother, this shit was strong. I thanked Vincent silently and scrambled from my attacker's grasp as it staggered back into the pack. On the opposite side of the enclosure, Raihn went after a demon with sweeping strikes of his sword. An impressive weapon, even from a distant glimpse. It was Nightborn steel, like my blades, with streaks of red-tinted darkness following every swing. To my right, the Bloodborne man dodged as one of the demons leapt for him, sinking its teeth into his leg. His lips twisted into a grim smile, hands raised and ready. But then he froze. Horror fell across his face that had nothing to do with pain, as if he had just made a terrible realization. It distracted him long enough for the beast to yank him closer. A sheen of black-red beaded over its skin, followed by a fog of crimson. Unnatural goosebumps rose on my arms, a burning sensation ghosting over my flesh as I leapt away from its swinging tail. Strange, unsettling, familiar. I couldn't pinpoint it, but the Bloodborne man tried to fight now, but it was too late. His body crumpled like moist paper beneath the demon's claws. Puffs of shadow filled the enclosure as Kiretta unleashed the full force of her magic, fragments of darkness wrapping around demon limbs and throats to little effect. One of the Raihn had risen to the top of the glass dome and shot arrows at the monsters below, lurching and dipping to avoid their barbed tails, but they barely reacted to the blows. Blood spurted across my cheek as another Hayaj contestant fell. Four of us remained. I fought until I couldn't feel my own body anymore. Kiretta was slowly being worn down. The Raihn with the arrows had more and more difficulty dodging. Even Raihn's seemingly unstoppable blows appeared to be slowing. My hands were so slick with putrid black blood that I struggled to grip my swords, drips of poison leaving my skin raw. We hadn't managed to kill a single demon. Even the one I'd injured had torn its mouth back open and was acting like it had never been hurt at all. Across the ring, a demon lunged for Raihn, and he leapt smoothly out of the way, majestic feathered wings unfurling from his back. He stretched them wide as he rose to the top of the enclosure. Red-black feathers tinted purple beneath strokes of silver moonlight. So, he was Nightborn, a Raihn, of course. I should have fucking known. I rolled out of the way of another attack, one eye still on him. I watched him plunge, watched him thrust his sword into the ribs of a demon, and the beast diving for me, the one I hadn't even struck yet, flinched.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Everything faded except for that single twitch, that one little seize of muscle. My attacker recovered fast, leaving me scurrying across the sand. But in my mind, I replayed that moment over and over. No, I hadn't imagined it. The demon had flinched, and exactly where Raihn had hit the other one. I thought of the look of horror on the blood-born vampire's face as the demon drank from him, of the red sheen that covered their bodies now, the mist, the strange burning sensation of my skin. Realization shook me. It was blood magic. Sloppy and unrefined, yes, but blood magic all the same. And if the demons were using gifts exclusive to the vampires of the House of Blood, I stabbed the hand of a monster that came for me and found fresh horror in its terrible wail of agony. Mother, it did almost sound like a voice. These were not just demons. These were demons that had once been vampires, blood-born, cursed vampires. Think, Oraya, transfiguration. I knew the curse made blood-born vampires something terrible in their final days, but nothing like this. So these had been changed, created. Were they linked somehow? I watched their movements with the split seconds I could spare between dodges or strikes. Watched their dynamics. A pack. They moved together, as if connected. And maybe that meant there was a leader, a heart at the core of the rotten flesh. If these were transfigured vampires, perhaps one was the original, and the others its spawn. "Do that again," I screamed to Raihn, who had risen back into the air. He cocked his head in confusion. The din of the crowd swallowed my words. I jabbed my finger to the demon, then tapped my forehead, where it bore a single white mark between its eyes. "That one, you fucking idiot!" I didn't know if he'd understand what I was trying to tell him, or if he would help me, even if he did. I cut through the pack of beasts. I was betting everything on this theory. There was no way I'd survive this if I wasn't right. Getting into the pack was difficult. Getting out of it would be impossible. I levied strike after strike with my poisoned blades, making the demons falter, but had no time to make them fall. Precise, fast. The red mist, which had grown thicker with the demon's every kill, burned my skin. The writhing bodies blended into each other, slick gray against slick gray. But I refused to take my eyes off my target, refused to blink. My mark let out a sickening scream, its limbs flailing in all directions. Black blood spattered over my face as a massive blade plunged into its side. Raihn's body trembled with exertion as he pinned the beast, barely dodging its tail and claws. His gaze met mine through the chaos and red smoke, and he nodded.
I couldn't even believe these words crossed my mind, but I thought, Nyaxia bless him. If this demon had once been a vampire, that meant we needed its heart. And that meant I had to slide under this thing. I dropped to my knees, poised my blade, and pain exploded through my hip. My vision blurred. A pop rang out in my ears as the sound of the crowd and the demons faded to a distant din. I didn't realize I hit the ground until I saw my hands braced against the dirt. I looked down at myself. An arrow protruded from my thigh. Fuck, I thought, just before all the demons were on me. Chapter 10. I couldn't move. I stabbed wildly, hitting flesh here, bone here, and eye here. I could see nothing but slithering masses of gray flesh. My pathetic magic sparked at my fingertips, useless fragments of blue-white light. Blood and blood and blood rained on me. The thrashing bodies of the demons parted enough for me to glimpse the sky above me through a haze of toxic red smoke. Glimpse the moon, taunting me from beyond the glass. Then it was blotted out beneath the powerful spread of massive wings. Silhouetted by the light of the moon and the lanterns, the feathers were rich, deep shades of red and purple. Time slowed to a crawl as Raihn plunged his sword into the demon on top of me. The monster hissed and flailed. A slice opened across my cheek as I narrowly missed one of its thrashing claws. I couldn't hear anything, but I saw his lips move, saw them form the word, now. As my consciousness faded, I gathered my final strength and rammed my sword into the demon's heart. Push hard, little serpent, Vincent whispered in my ear. The world had gone silent. Raindrops of blood became a waterfall. I kept pushing and pushing until my hands were within the wound and I felt the demon's slippery flesh around my knuckles. I was going to die. I thought I'd come close to it before, but this was different. When the demon's head lowered, when its cataract-ridden eyes met mine, I knew we were united in that, in the terror of our own mortality. If this wasn't the key to victory, I was fucked, completely fucked, locked up in hell with this thing. For a moment and an eternity, the demon and I balanced together, dancing on the blade's edge of death. And then the sudden absence of the weight left me gasping. Raihn let out a ragged roar as he yanked the demon off me, gripping it by the throat and hurling it to the blood-soaked sand. The screaming from the crowd was now deafening. I couldn't catch my breath, couldn't move. Pain paralyzed me. I cringed, waiting for another demon to leap on me. Seconds passed. It didn't happen. Instead, Raihn stood over me, one hand on his hip, wings spirited away, but sword still drawn and dripping. His lips moved, but I couldn't hear the words they formed. "What?" I tried to say. He leaned closer, mouth twisting into a grin. I said, "Good idea." He stretched out his hand for me, but I rolled away and pushed myself to my feet. That earned an explosion of agony up my thigh. The demons were now motionless husks, just boneless sacks of meat on the ground. 4 of the 7 of us remained alive. We stared at each other, weapons still poised. I struggled to grab hold of my slippery, pain and poison-addled thoughts. Did we win? Or did we still need to kill each other? The Kejari the fucker who had shot me looked pointedly to the ground, not at the corpses, but at the lines of shadow that led us to the edge of our enclosure. There, an archway had appeared. Within it was the cold, silent halls of the Moon Palace, standing in laughable contrast to the bloody chaos in the ring. That was it. As much of a victory celebration as we would get, apparently. Chiaretta and a remaining Kejari both limped to the door with only momentary pauses, eager to leave with their lives. But I didn't move. I wouldn't show it, but I wasn't even sure if I could walk. I glanced back over my shoulder. For the first time since arriving, I took in the stands, where thousands of screaming spectators watched. They were so far above us that individual faces were lost in the crowd, but I still found myself looking for Vincent anyway. Raihn, too, had not moved. He was looking to his left at the enclosure beside ours, whose occupants were still locked in a brutal battle, including Ibrahim, who was, remarkably, still alive and fighting. A faint wrinkle flitted across Raihn's brow in an expression that oddly resembled concern, and I realized why when I followed his gaze to his friend. She leapt around with all the erratic grace of a butterfly, wielding— My brows lurched. She was wielding fire. Not the white dark power of night fire either, a uniquely night-born gift. No, this was fire. My lips parted in shock. Fire magic was the domain of Atraxis, the sun god, a member of the White Pantheon. I'd never seen a vampire wielding magic that was not born of Nyaxia's dark arts, let alone magic in the domain of her greatest enemy. I didn't know such a thing was possible. Raihn pounded on the glass wall of our enclosure, loud enough to attract her attention. She glanced at him, and he tapped his forehead right between his eyes. "That one, you fucking idiot!" I didn't know if he'd understand what I was trying to tell him, or if he would help me even if he did. I cut through the pack of beasts. I was betting everything on this theory. There was no way I'd survive this if I wasn't right. Getting into the pack was difficult. Getting out of it would be impossible. I levied strike after strike with my poisoned blades, making the demons falter, but had no time to make them fall. Precise, fast. The red mist, which had grown thicker with the demon's every kill, burned my skin. The writhing bodies blended into each other, slick gray against slick.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. After you. There was absolutely no way in hell I was letting him walk behind me, especially not with my leg bleeding this much. I could only imagine how I smelled to him. "After you," I said sweetly. He shrugged, walked ahead, and I hobbled after him. My leg trembled violently. The first trial ended with little fanfare. We all skulked away to our hideaways in the silent embrace of the Moon Palace. I went for the greenhouse immediately, desperate to hide before anyone else scented my blood and decided I was an easy meal. From my hiding place, I listened to the echoes of the other returning contestants. 1 trial done, 4 remained. I thought I'd feel some sort of relief, but as I crouched among the leaves and tried to quell my bleeding, tried and failed, I fought back only rising dread. No, relief was for the safe. And as I piled bloody rags higher and higher, safety was far, far from my reach. Chapter 11. My wounds were even deeper than I'd feared, the one in my thigh continuing to bleed despite many tight bandages. The arrow must have been cursed, and who knew whatever venom the demon's claws held. Both of my injuries were so severe that Vincent's potion would only heal one. After a long internal debate, I used it on the cut in my side, which seemed at most risk for infection. That still left me in rough shape, though. I needed to see Vincent. Surely he'd meet me tonight. He was protective, and after seeing me in the ring, he'd want to know I was all right. I prayed he had been able to get his hands on more medicine, though I knew it was unlikely. Fuck, if he hadn't, I didn't know what I— Beautiful place you've claimed for yourself. I stiffened so abruptly at the sound of the voice that I was greeted with a wave of pain. Grabbing my blades, I rose and turned. It was hard to get to my feet. Dawn was still hours away, and I was in no shape to fight. Not that I wouldn't try. How fitting. Every living thing in this depressing, dead castle, all in one place. Raihn wandered to the center of the greenhouse,
pausing at the long dry fountain at its center. He gazed up at the faceless statue, then out the windows, and then, at last, his eyes fell to me, the corner of his mouth twisting into an almost smile. "Get out," I snarled. "I brought you something." "Get out." "That's rude." He sat down on the edge of the fountain. I half expected the ancient stone to crumble under his weight. He was truly a wall of a creature, big enough to even look at when surrounded by God's damned demons. And yet he moved with surprising grace, like he knew his body well. He lounged with one foot propped up on the stone, elbow braced against it, while the other leg stretched out before him. He looked utterly casual, so casual I knew it was calculated. Then he glanced up to the star-scattered sky, and something momentary shifted in his face. I knew how to read expressions well. Those of vampires were always muted, frozen by centuries of dull immortality, and my survival depended on my ability to find meaning in every twitch. But that brief expression struck me, both because it was a glimpse of something unusually raw, and because I could not even begin to decipher it. Then his stare fell back to me, the smirk returned, and once again I was looking at a vampire toying with me in terms I was innately familiar with. A performance. This was someone who cared very much about what people thought of him. I knew that much already from his little outburst at the feast, goading that poor bastard into attacking him so he had an excuse to be the first to draw blood. He swung his legs down and leaned forward. With that movement, I twitched backwards, drawing a step closer to the wall. "What?" he said. "Do I smell? I told you to get out. You think I came here for a meal? That's my grand intention?" His intention was worth shit. Vampires had notoriously poor self-control when confronted with human blood. My life would be a lot safer if protecting me was just a matter of Vincent threatening painful and horrible death upon anyone who hurt me. Coming after me was a logically unwise decision. They all knew it would result in their execution or worse. But they might not even decide to do it. They might just be overcome by... The memory was as sharp as ever. Lips on my throat, a kiss deepening to a nip, deepening to a vicious stab of pain. What was that? I jerked back to reality. Mother, the blood loss must be getting to me, to let my mind wander off like that. Raihn still wore that little smirk, but now a wrinkle of curiosity deepened between his dark brows. "Where did you go?" That unnerved me more than I'd ever admit aloud. The fact that he saw whatever had changed on my face. "I told you," I spat. "To get... What are you going to do? Stab me?" He looked pointedly at my blades. Daring me. Mocking me, because we both knew I couldn't, not in this state. "That thigh looks bad." "It's a little poetic, isn't it?" He touched his thigh, still bandaged. "Sure. Fucking poetic. I brought you something for that." He reached into his pack and pulled out a blue crystal bottle, contents thrumming with a light shimmer. Mother! At the sight, I almost leapt for it just on impulse. How had he found that, if even Vincent was struggling to get his hands on it? Raihn placed the potion on the stone beside him, then rested his forearms on his knees and watched me. "You know," he said casually, "I heard some of the others talking before the first round, betting on who would survive. Your name was worth shit, because everyone was so sure you'd be the first to die." He paused, waiting for a reaction, and I refused to give him one. "But I thought better," he went on. "I knew you were one to watch, that you weren't just some ordinary human. The great Nightborn King's human pet? It wasn't the first time I'd been referred to that way, and it wouldn't be the last, but I still bristled. I was in so much pain that it was more difficult than usual to keep my temper at bay. Calm down, Oraya. Anger means an accelerated heart rate. A higher heart rate means your scent is stronger. Give them nothing. It wasn't as if I didn't know exactly what he was doing, baiting me, just like he had baited that man at the feast. If I was the serpent, he was poking me with a stick to see when I'd snap it in two. Did he teach you how to fight like that? He must have, right? He nodded to my weapons, still braced in front of me. He gave you those, obviously. Nightborn craftsmanship. The good shit. Are you deaf or just stupid? You're unfriendly. What did he think he was accomplishing here? Did he think I was so easy to manipulate? Did he think I didn't know what this was? Why are you here? I snapped. By now, I struggled to hide the labor of my breathing and maintain the strength in my voice. For entertainment? I'm boring as shit, I promise you. I can see that. Stop playing with me. I don't have the patience. Again, the corner of his mouth lifted in a grim, satisfied smirk. Or, he said flatly, his eyes falling to my wounded thigh. My jaw snapped closed. His gaze flicked back to mine, and for a long moment we just stared at each other, locked in a wordless conversation. I knew it was the truth. He knew I knew it. I hated that he knew it. Then stop wasting it, I spat out, at last. What do you want? Who will you ally with for the half-moon trial? I blinked. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. More games, maybe? But it wasn't that. It was a good question, an important question. The choice of ally for the half-moon trial was a critical strategic decision. It needed to be someone strong enough to keep you in the top 50% of contestants during the half-moon, but not too strong, because then they become your greatest competition in the final two trials.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. While the exact nature of the trial changed in every Kejari, those three important elements remained constant. The fact that it required cooperation, that it resulted in the death of half the participants, and that many, many contestants would be killed in their sleep immediately after it, most often by former allies who decided they were more risk than reward. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't keep the wince from flitting across my nose. Raihn let out a low chuckle. I thought so. Then he said with no hesitation, "Ally with me." My eyebrows shot up. Vincent had often chided me for my poor control over my facial expressions, and at this one, Raihn laughed again. "Ally with you?" I said. "Me and Misha." Misha? Was that the name of the short-haired girl? The one with the fire? "We claimed a room near the top of the towers," he went on. "It's secure. Big a whole apartment. Safe. Or safer than this place, at least." This didn't feel right. Why? Because you impressed me. Bullshit. His brows twitched in the faintest hint of surprise, like he was genuinely not expecting this answer. "Excuse me?" "You haven't said a single true thing since you strode in here, so I'll be honest for both of us. I'm a human. We both know that makes me the weakest one here. You have your pick of 50 stronger vampires you could ally with. And you expect me to believe you?" He examined a cut on his ring finger. "Only 40 now, actually. Look, you beat warriors that outclassed you many times over tonight. You and I?" His gaze raised back to me. "We worked well together, didn't we? And I like an underdog." Bull shit. I jabbed one of my blades at him for emphasis with each word. Do other people fall for this? Give me one honest thing, or get out, like I've been telling you to since you showed up. I didn't trust anyone in this place, but I especially didn't trust someone who pursued me under such blatantly false pretenses. The very fact that he wanted to ally with me made him the least trustworthy one here, because no sane person would want to do such a thing. And I could handle selfish motivations. I expected them, but not when I didn't know what they were. He blinked twice, biting the inside of his cheek. I couldn't tell if he was insulted or if he was fighting back laughter. Finally, he said, "All the other decent fighters that are people I could actually tolerate are already allied." "And?"
And not enough. Keep going. You already have your friend. Why invite another? I'm curious about you. Can you blame me? Everyone is. Vincent's little human princess, kept in a glass palace where everyone could look but never touch. He glanced around, smiling wryly at the greenhouse's crystal walls. Are you missing your glass castle, princess? I wouldn't let him bait me, not even if I did find myself shifting in irritation at that characterization. But the mention of Vincent triggered a wave of understanding. This, at least, made sense. Maybe it was the first thing out of Raihn's mouth that I actually believed. Vincent can't help me in here. I doubt that very much. Ah, Vincent. It was about Vincent. The offer of alliance had nothing to do with me. Raihn thought that if he allied with the king's little human princess, it would earn him advantages afforded to no one else in here, and prevent other contestants from getting them first. I didn't like it, and it wasn't true, but at least it made sense. I scoffed, but didn't argue. Instead, I said, "And?" He looked confused. "And? Why else?" Another long stare. Another wordless conversation. I'd forgotten what it was like to talk to someone whose face communicated so much. There was one more thing, one more key reason why I was the ideal ally. We both knew it. He knew I knew it. He hated that I knew he knew it. But I'd asked for honesty, and I wanted him to say it. He was clearly weighing this, deciding which answer was the right one to pass the test. At last, he said, "And you'll be easy to kill when the half moon is over." It was legitimately satisfying to just hear someone say it out loud. But until then, he added quickly, no harm will come to you. I can promise you that. I heard Vincent's voice in a 16-year-old memory. I am the only person who will ever make that promise and keep it. What makes you think I need your protection? To his credit, he didn't laugh at me. You're a skilled fighter, better than I thought you'd be. He rose from the fountain and took a few slow steps closer, never breaking eye contact, his large, scar-nicked hand open on one side, the other clutched tight around the healing potion. With each step, I drew backwards. "But you are still human," he said quietly, "and that means that in here, you are prey. You'll always be prey, no matter how good you are with those fancy weapons." The truth, of course. But maybe he didn't realize that I knew how to be prey. I'd been doing it my entire life. He was right. I would need to ally with someone for the half moon, and then I would need to kill them afterwards. Maybe I could ally with him, allow him to protect me, and spend that time learning his fighting styles and weaknesses, preparing myself to kill him as soon as it was over. He could underestimate me, and I could use that against him. But allying now? This was early. The half-moon trial, the midpoint of the tournament, was 6 weeks away. That was a long time to stay in close proximity to not one, but 2 vampires, without getting killed. A long time to allow him to learn my strengths and weaknesses, too. "No," I said. Tempting offer, though. He took another step closer, and again I matched the distance back. "What was it that you asked of me? An honest thing? I was honest with you, so now you be honest with me. Do you really think you'll survive another night here? It's almost dawn now, but after that? Your scent is all over the Moon Palace right now. I could smell you even from the East Tower. And let me tell you, you smell fucking delicious. You need to stop that bleeding fast." My eyes fell to the potion tightly gripped in his hand. Hearing it all acknowledged out loud made me uneasy, but so did having him this close to me. I did not like that he was pushing me into this so forcefully. The reasons he had given me didn't warrant that, which made the ones he didn't far more concerning. "No," I said. "You'll bleed to death, or they'll kill you." He started to step closer, and I ignored the horrific rip of pain as I leapt away, blades raised anew. I will stab you again if you come even a single step closer to me, I snarled. Get out. He raised his hands. As you wish, princess. Suit yourself. He made sure I watched as he slipped the potion back into his pack, then gave me one last smile and turned to the door. Top of the Eastern Tower, if you change your mind. Chapter 12. I left an hour before dawn broke. It was a gamble to go at all. My wound was so bad that I struggled to move. If I passed out halfway between our meeting spot and the gates of the Moon Palace, I was fucked. But I gritted my teeth through it, replaced my dressings, and made the trek. It took me twice as long it had had the night before. I hid beneath the bridge and waited, and waited, and waited. Please, Vincent. Come on, please. At first, I was in denial. He was just a little late. Something had kept him. There was no way that he wouldn't be here, not when he had witnessed that battle and seen my injuries. He would appear any second now. But the minutes ticked by, and Vincent did not come. Fuck. I knew my father, and I knew that there was no explanation for this that could possibly be good, but I had no time to worry about that. When sunrise was far too close, I gave up and dragged myself back to the Moon Palace. By then, I was moving even slower, bleeding heavier. I had been betting on Vincent's help, and losing that gamble had cost me dearly. I barely made it back before dawn broke. As early morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I crept into the feast hall.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The table overflowed with fresh food that looked as if it had hardly been touched. But the carafes, the ones that had once held blood, those were ominously empty. I was in so much pain that the thought of eating made my stomach churn, but I stuffed some food into my mouth and into my pockets anyway. I had to keep my strength up somehow, and I had to move fast. Days prior, the Moon Palace had been near silent during daylight, but now I could hear activity echoing through the halls, muffled voices, dull thumps, and light footsteps. Raihn had been right. The greenhouse was safe in the day, but the rest of the palace wouldn't be. I moved as swiftly as my injuries would allow from the feast hall to the great room. My eyes locked on the smear of light at the end of the hallway, the greenhouse entrance. It was a bright, clear day, not a cloud in the sky. Sunlight flooded it. I was 2 steps away, so fucking close, when I heard the footsteps. I dropped my pack of food, grabbed the hilt of my weapons, turned just in time. One of my blades slid into the taut muscle of my attacker's side, and the other blocked his strike to my face. The sudden force of the movement left me breathless with pain as my wounds tore open anew, the fresh flow of blood driving my attacker into a frenzy. It happened so fast, I didn't even get a good look at my assailant, only glimpsed little details. The white of his wild stare, the gray of his hair, the overall wiry shape of his form, before we were tangled together. He was half feral, moving in jagged lurches, mouth twisted into a snarl, and claws digging deep into my shoulders as I fought him back. He wielded a rapier, which opened another wound in my side. I flung myself against him, and together we tumbled into the greenhouse. The vegetation was so thick that it did little more than make my attacker hiss in mild discomfort. But he was savage with bloodlust, sloppy, wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. When he lunged for me, I used the force of his own movement to slam him against the glass wall. The morning beat down over us both, the heat beating perspiration on my skin in seconds. His back pressed against the glass, taking the full intensity of the sun. The scent of sweat and burnt flesh filled my nostrils. It would be enough to jar him from bloodlust, surely. But no. He let out a grunt of pain and kept thrashing against me. I could block his teeth, or his sharpened nails, or his weapon, but not all three, at least not while keeping him pinned. The burning smell grew more pungent.
I stumbled. He lunged. I had one chance. I flung him back against the glass, seized the moment of his hesitation as the sun scalded one side of his face, and before he could recover, I plunged my dagger into his chest. Not hard enough. The blade didn't make it through. Fuck, I was so weak. I drew back again and nearly collapsed as the world went sideways. My blurring vision sharpened around the vampire's eyes, yellow, with threads of red. He turned to me, a slow smile spreading over his lips. "Oh, you're very welcome, Oraya." And the last thing I heard was Vincent's voice in my head, saying, "What the hell did you just do?" Interlude. Let me tell you about the first time the child wishes to be something she is not. 5 years is a blink to a vampire, a half a lifetime to a little human. The king keeps his new adopted daughter carefully sequestered from the rest of his bloody world. He gives her everything she could possibly wish for within the confines of 4 walls. The girl is 11 years old before her wishes venture beyond those walls. The king tried to be everything to her, but for all his affection and protection, he was still several hundred years older than her and an entirely different species aside. The girl remembered the life she had before she came here, even if those images were fleeting, eaten away by time. Years are long to a child so young, and memories so short. Still, she remembered that she had a life before this, a life with people who were like her. One night, when the king came to visit her, she asked him about her family. It was not the first time. She recognized the look on his face as he prepared to give her the same answer he always had, for the 1,000th time. "I know my parents are gone," she said quickly before he spoke. "But there must be others." "Others? Others like me. Humans." The girl nodded. The king was silent. The girl went to her bookcase and pulled out a tome that weighed almost as much as she did. She had to battle it to make it to the table. It hit the wood with a thud, and she flipped through the book of maps. "You found me in the western regions of the House of Night." The king blinked in surprise. He had never told her the details of where she had been found. The girl beamed a little, pleased to impress her father. "I figured it out," she said. "Raihn territory, right?" She could not read her father's face. He nodded. "Then where?" Her finger trailed over fading lines, cities and townships that only existed to her as ink on a map. "It doesn't matter." The girl paused. It did matter. It mattered very much. She had learned to choose her words carefully. "Maybe someone is still there, looking for me." "But you have a home here, little serpent." The king gave her a small, warm smile. "A home that suits you. Maybe your blood runs red, but you belong here." He didn't understand. She did have a home here, but the life within its walls was one of constant fear. "I don't," she said. "Everyone wants to kill me here." The king did not argue with her. He had told her this was true many times over. Finally, he sighed. "I found you in a place called Salinai, a far-away district on the other side of the House of Night's borders. But even if you had family still living there, Oraya, I couldn't find them for you." Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The girl didn't realize just how tightly she held on to this hope, this fragile, invented reality, until it shattered in her chest. "Why?" she choked out. "That is Raihn territory. As the Hayaj king and leader of the House of Night, I can't go there unprovoked." "Then I can." She did not hesitate. "I'll go." He laughed, but she snapped. "It isn't a joke." The king's smile faded. He looked at his daughter for a long moment. "You are a human," he said. "It's too dangerous for you to do this." "Then turn me," she shot back. "Make me like you. I read all about it." "I can't do that either, Oraya." Another hope fractured. Her eyes burned. Why not? Because you are far too precious. He stroked her hair. 2 in 3 turnings end in death. That's more than half. I will not take that risk with your life. Her throat was thick. Her eyes stung. She had to hold back her tears with all her strength. She was on the cusp of the age when children begin to understand the future. And in this moment, the little girl understood that this truth, that the prison of her own human flesh, damned her to a life within these 4 walls. She whirled to her father, her little hands balled into fists. There has to be something, she said. There has to be some way. There has to. The king chuckled, though his eyes were distant and sad. Such teeth. He was silent for a long moment, his smile fading to serious thought. He was quiet for such a long time that it seemed like his mind had traversed to a whole other world. The little girl knew better than to interrupt, so she watched him and waited. She had already learned how to read his expressions, but this one was foreign. More than a decade later, she would think back to this conversation and know that what she had been seeing in him then was conflict, an expression so rare that she had not known how to identify it. She would think countless times about this night and about what her father would say to her next. The unanswered question of what he had been considering in that silence would haunt her. But the little girl knew none of this now. She simply waited. At last, the king leaned forward in his chair, arms braced on his knees. There is one way. You could, one day, become just as powerful as me. Hope flooded her. How? She breathed. The king's mouth twisted into a rueful smile. With a gift from a goddess. Chapter 13. The laugh was low and deep, rough and smooth at the same time, quiet, and yet it commanded the room. It was the first thing to seep through my addled mind, the first thing to cut through my hazy consciousness. I rolled over. My body protested with a symphony of aches, but that was nothing compared to before. The absence of pain was jarring. As I blinked away sleep, the first thing I saw was wings, deep black, the gloss of the feathers reflecting warm strokes of lantern light. I hadn't had the time in the ring to properly admire Raihn's wings, but they were, as much as I hated to admit it, quite beautiful. I saw Raihn wings much less often than I saw Hayaj ones, and never any as uniquely colored as these. Deep black, with that oil-slick sheen of reds and purples and blues. Raihn crouched before Misha, who sat atop a coffee table. He held her foot, which he leaned over with what seemed like intense concentration, a roll of bandages in his other hand. I told you to stop moving, Misha, he muttered. It's taking too long. You can stay still for 2 fucking minutes. His words were rough. And yet, the tone of them was so much softer, tender even. Misha heaved a long, suffering sigh and squirmed like an impatient child. I blinked again, and the rest of the room came into focus. We were in what looked to be the common space of an apartment, a very, very nice one, albeit a couple of centuries out of date. Lanterns lined the walls, lit with a mix of fire and blue-white light that flickered over brocade wallpaper in a strange contrast of warmth and coolness. A wall of thick velvet curtains covered the eastern half of the room, all windows if I had to guess. Grand furniture was arranged artfully throughout, crafted of deep mahogany wood or generously marbled black stone, and upholstered with silky brocade. All of it appeared to be a relic from another age in style, but looked as pristine as if it had been made yesterday. I told you, it's fine. It won't slow me down. Oh! Misha leapt to her feet with such excited verve that she came delightfully close to kicking Raihn in the face. What did we just talk about? He muttered as he dodged, and Misha paid him no mind as she darted across the room to me. My head was still spinning, but I lurched away from her nonetheless. She froze, raising her hands. "Oh, I'm sorry. I know," he told me. "Slow." She shrugged, letting out an awkward laugh. "He told me." I bristled at that. What might that have looked like? She's a weak little human, terrified of everything, so treat her like a wounded animal. Raihn looked away, muttering a curse. "How are you feeling?" Misha asked. She settled down on the floor, folding her legs beneath her and resting her palms on her knees, like she needed to physically restrain herself from running over to me. Her eyes were too large for her face, almost comically out of proportion with her small nose and forever upturned mouth. Yet, somehow, she was still strikingly beautiful. Then again, vampires always were. "Better," I answered, after a long moment. Misha grinned. "Oh, good! I'm Misha, so excited to finally meet you. We have met. At the feast. Well, I mean, really meet. Raihn told me all about the trial, and how it was your idea to find the pack leader. That saved my ass, so thank you." She laughed and shook her head, as if the recent near-death experience was a fond, distant memory. I'd never met another vampire who behaved anything like this. Even at their most outgoing, they were reserved. And yet, I couldn't shake the sense that she did remind me of someone. Not a vampire, I realized after a moment, but a human. She reminded me of Ilana. Sure, Misha had none of Ilana's biting edge, but she had that same loud, unapologetic flair. She was unabashedly colorful. What was the relationship, I wondered, between her and Raihn? They were both odd by vampire standards, but in ways that could not possibly be more different from one another. She rose and spread her arms, gesturing to the room. "Welcome to our home. Isn't it stunning? Well, maybe you don't think so. I'm sure it's nothing compared to the Nightborne castle, but we've never been anywhere like this before. Orwell, I suppose, Raihn has. But give her a sun-damned minute before you talk her to death, Misha." Raihn slid his hands into the pockets of his jacket, long, black, simple, and slightly too small at the shoulders, and approached me, a smug smile that made me bristle spreading over his lips. "You changed your mind quickly, didn't you?" "So we saw." "And thank the gods you did come here," Misha breathed. "You would have died." Her face hardened. "Those blood-born shits. He tried to rip you to pieces, didn't he?" "Thank the gods," she had said. "Not the goddess. Interesting." "I have a gift for you," Raihn said, very casually, "to welcome you to our little family." Misha grinned. It was jarring to see such a sunny and cheerful expression punctuated by those sharp canines. "Oh, yes." She reached into one of the chests pushed against the far wall, and when she turned back around, I had to stop myself from recoiling. It was a head. A man's head. The skin pale and wan, the hair mostly gray and streaked with some ash brown. His ears were pointed, as were his teeth, visible through the perpetual snarl that graced his lips even in death. I'd hardly gotten a good look at the vampire that attacked me, but I had to assume this was him. My stomach lurched with sudden nausea. The memory came, as it always did, in brief, all-consuming flashes. "I have a gift for you." I blinked hard, shaking away the past, then carefully ironed my expression back into one of cold disinterest.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. And what the hell am I supposed to do with that? Raihn shrugged. "I don't know. Gloat?" "How satisfying," I said dryly. "He certainly looks like he can now appreciate my superiority." Misha's grin faded. Raihn's lips thinned in wry disapproval. "I've saved your life twice now, and presented you with the head of your enemy, and this isn't enough? You're a demanding little thing, aren't you? All of those gifts have been self-serving. I helped you survive in that ring, too. And I'm sure you loved killing this one." An odd expression twitched over his face, quickly discarded in favor of an easy smile. "That's why we're allies.
because our interests are mutually beneficial. I tried not to show that the word allies chilled me down to my bones. Only now did the full consequences of my actions hit me. I had been forced to make a decision out of base desperation, and now I was trapped here with these two. Misha still held the head, though she now looked down at it with a slight pout. He really was an ass, she sighed. Even before, he would have died eventually anyway. You practically gutted him. Must have been quite a fight, Raihn added, judging by the state of both of you. I chanced a couple of steps closer to Misha, examining the head. Even for vampires, the pale gray tinge to his skin was unusual, as was the vibrant red that rimmed his sightless eyes. A spiderweb of black crimson veins crawled up his throat. They were visible on his neck, his jaw, at the corners of his mouth and eyes, and even in death they seemed to pulse. "What?" Raihn said. "You've never seen a blood-borne curse up close before?" I disliked that he found it so easy to read my face. "It was bloodlust," I said. "It was a hell of a lot more than that." He sounded strangely serious, perhaps even grim. When I tore my eyes away from the head to look at him, the smirk had faded from his lips. Then he noticed my stare, and just like that, it returned. His days were numbered either way. A mercy. This was the least painful way he could have gone. Anyway, the smirk became a crooked grin. "I'm glad you came to your senses. Misha, you want to get rid of that thing now?" Misha nodded and tucked the head under her arm as she headed for one of the doors in the back of the room. "I'll be right back. Then I'll give you a tour, Oraya." Raihn and Misha really did manage to find a prime location. The apartment was huge, featuring a study, a kitchen, an office, 4 bedrooms, each with their own adjoining washrooms, and, of course, that grand sitting room, all of which were luxuriously ornate, even compared to the Nightborne castle. All citizens of the inner city were accustomed to seeing the Moon Palace stand watch over Sivranaj in blessed monument to Nioxia, but it was only now that I actually stopped to think about how it had gotten there, or why. Had people lived here once? If so, why was it abandoned in favor of the Nightborne castle? This place was almost as big and every bit as grand. Misha showed me to my room. "We gave you the one with the most windows," she announced, for, obvious reasons, and left me to my own devices to clean up and get some rest. My bedchamber, like all the rooms in this place, was beautifully ornate in an ancient, outdated sort of way, even if, strangely, there wasn't a speck of dust anywhere. The curtains were a heavy, deep blue velvet with silver-braided pulls. I hauled them open with considerable effort. The window revealed a near-perfect mirror of the view from my room in the Nightborne castle. In the distance, its silhouette was reduced to a series of vicious peaks and moon-silver domes. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen it from so far away. Buildings that were small in the distance from my bedroom window were now so close I could see every imperfection, of which there were many. Yes, the architecture was grand, but gold paint flaked and carvings crumbled. Stress fractures crawled like ivy over stone walls, and cracks severed stained glass windows. All marks of decay that were invisible from my room in Vincent's castle. I had always assumed that the ugliness of Sivranaj was confined to the human districts. It had never occurred to me that perhaps the inner city was rotting in its own way, too. My eyes settled on a little flash of blocky darkness against the horizon. From my room at Vincent's palace, I saw the dunes in the distance, graceful and silent. But from this one, that far-off view was instead of the human slums, partially hidden beyond the silhouetted grandiosity of the Nightborne castle. I didn't know why the sight of those two things, so stark in contrast, made me so uncomfortable. I pulled the curtains closed again. "You got this from the feast hall?" "Uh-huh." Misha threw a cherry in her mouth and chewed. clearly savoring it, before swallowing, pit and all. She and Raihn picked at food, but mostly drank 2 large goblets of blood. The plate of food Misha presented me was far more than I could ever eat, artfully arranged by color, berries and meats and cheeses, piled high. I eyed them both as they sipped their blood. Misha had clearly wanted me to sit across the table from her, but I moved to the end of the table instead. It just felt more comfortable to put some distance between us. Give myself time to react if either of them made a move. I lifted my chin to their glasses. What kind is that? Raihn took a sip and smacked his lips. Deer, I think. I couldn't tell if I was relieved or not that it wasn't human. I didn't like to think about where it might be coming from, but at least if the others were getting it from the decanters, they wouldn't be quite as tempted to get it from me. There was, after all, nothing quite like human blood for them. It wasn't the only kind that sufficed. Deer, horse, cow, or pig's blood was the most common. Chicken or crow blood was the cheapest, though it was nutritionally poor and apparently tasted horrible. In Vincent's court, horse blood was often cured and flavored into delicacies. But even the finest of substitutions didn't compare to human blood. The upper class had it often, harvested or consumed straight from blood vendors like Ilana had been. There wasn't any, I said, when I went down there earlier. We know, Raihn replied. We were silent for a long, awkward moment, all very aware of what that could mean. At least for now, contestants could leave the Moon Palace in search of more. But I had a feeling that the leash would tighten sooner or later. We have plenty for us, though, Misha said brightly, breaking the tension and holding up a very full decanter, sloshing the red, thick liquid within. Took as much of it as we could carry before the others got to it. And food, too, Raihn added. I could be grateful for that, at least, on both counts, though their kindness made me uncomfortable. One of the candles in the candelabra at the center of the table remained unlit. Misha frowned at it, then snapped her fingers. A little fragment of flame sparked at her fingertip, which she used to light the candle with a satisfied smile. I watched in fascination. It was just as surprising here, up close, as it had been to see in the ring. My curiosity won out. That isn't Nyaxius magic. Nope, Atraxis. Just like I'd thought. And yet the confirmation didn't make it any less unbelievable. While each of the 13 gods could be called on for various forms of magic, none of the 12 deities of the White Pantheon allowed their powers to be drawn upon by vampires. Vampires, after all, were Nyaxius children, and the White Pantheon despised Nyaxia. Misha read my face. It is perfectly possible for a vampire to wield magic from beyond Nyaxia's domain, she said, in a tone that implied she'd given this explanation many times before. It just takes the right talents, that's all. She seemed proud of herself, but I didn't miss the disapproval on Raihn's face as he sipped his blood at this exact moment, as if to stop himself from saying something he'd regret. "What about you?" she asked.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Do you wield magic? I hesitated before answering. Maybe. I didn't want them to know that I did, even if my magic was basically worthless anyway. An advantage was an advantage. But I was silent for a moment too long. Mish grinned and leaned closer. You do. I can feel it. It's shy, though, huh? Shy. That was rich. I considered calling it that next time Vincent made a disparaging comment about the weakness of my magic. Don't judge it. It's just shy. He'd love that. Only a little, I said. Useless things. It's never done anything for me. My gaze slid to Raihn. And what about you? Oh, same, he said, taking another sip of blood. Useless things. As if we hadn't all seen him use it to kill a man mere days ago. Mish giggled, clearly finding Raihn more amusing than I did. My eyes narrowed. Useless things like Asteris? The corner of his mouth quirked. Exactly like that. Bang! Bang! I jumped. My gaze snapped to the front door, which shook with the force of each knock. Bang, 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 bang! Raihn barely glanced at it. Now that sounds like something we shouldn't answer. Raihn Ashraj, open this fucking door! The deep female voice boomed from beyond the door, so loud it might as well have been coming from inside the apartment. If the banging kept up, surely it would be in a matter of minutes. Mish glanced to Raihn. He narrowed his eyes at her. They had an unspoken conversation. He groaned. Why is it always me? Why is it never your name they're screaming through the sun-cursed door? She smiled sweetly. Because I'm nice and pretty. I'm nice and pretty, he grumbled. He rose, grabbed his sword from where it lay haphazardly on the coffee table, and unsheathed it in one smooth movement. Then he stalked to the door and threw it open, giving whoever was on the other side no time to react before the sword was in their face. "Hello, Angelica." And immediately that sword was met with the cold metal edge of an axe. Bearing it was the woman who led the House of Blood contestants, and she was furious. Up close, she might have been the most muscular woman I'd ever seen, nearly as tall as Raihn and broad enough to fill the doorway. The defined cut of her arms, exposed in her sleeveless armor, flexed as she deflected the full force of Raihn's blow, and if the strain of his was any indication, he wasn't holding back either. "Where is he?" Angelica snarled. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not like that Raihn piece of shit you killed during the feast. I'm not falling for your games. Where is he?" I hovered near the door, my own weapons out, but I wasn't about to jump into that unless I had to. Mish seemed shockingly blasé, watching with obvious interest but little concern. Apparently, Angelica didn't especially want or need an answer from Raihn, because instead of waiting for one, she struck. And Raihn was ready for it. He deflected her blow and used the force of it to push both of them out into the hallway, away from the entrance to the apartment. When they fought, it was like watching two forces of nature collide. Angelica was vicious, every movement woven with sheer power. The light of the hall illuminated the scars up and down her arms. She was a blood magic wielder. If she used such magic against Raihn, though, it didn't seem to affect him, save, perhaps, for a minuscule lurch when her weapon met his. He was a breathtakingly skilled warrior, damn near an artist. In the trial, I'd been too distracted to notice just how good he was. He moved with incredible grace for such a large person. Each strike or dodge or step blended into each other like steps to a dance. The puffs of darkness around his sword intensified with every swing, leaving streaks of night behind every blow, and wrapping the two of them in ribbons of shadow. Yet Angelica was just as good, just as strong, just as fast. They were evenly matched, both trembling under the force of each other's power. By the nature of my position in life, I'd gotten very good at sizing up predators, at recognizing killers. And right now, I was watching two ruthlessly efficient ones toy with each other. With one forceful thrust against her axe, Raihn pushed her away. "It's his own damned fault, and you know it too." "It was the human," she shot back. "I know it was. He was out of his mind, went after her in the greenhouse of all places." Angelica had been ready to strike again, but at this she paused, lowered her axe just a fraction of an inch. Raihn did not lower his, but he didn't strike either. "In daylight, Angelica." "The greenhouse," she repeated. "He was long gone," Raihn said. "He got himself killed. Hell, you should be thanking us. We saved you from a very unpleasant task." "Watch yourself," she hissed. "What? Would you rather he lived long enough to get used by this place? Like those poor bastards we fought in the ring." Angelica flinched. Her fingers lifted, paused, briefly, at her throat.
She didn't speak for a long moment, and I tensed, waiting to see if she would move again. "I'd rather kill her in the trials than kill her here," she said, at last, voice low and thick with promise. And at this, her eyes fell to me, hard with hatred. Her nostrils flared. I became very conscious of the rapid pace of my heartbeat. "And as for you," that glare settled on Raihn. "You're lucky it's not your time yet. Remember right now exactly how lucky you are." Then she simply lowered her axe and stalked away. We waited until she was long gone before any of us moved. Raihn was the first to speak. "I probably should have killed her." "You say that like you would have won," I said. He let out a low chuckle. "Oh, I would have won." His rose-colored gaze slid to me, and I became aware all at once of how close he was standing, close enough that I could smell him, a scent that reminded me of saffron and heat beating down over the desert, and something else, something I couldn't quite place. Goosebumps rose at my skin, instincts rebelling against allowing someone this close. I took several casual steps back, and Raihn's stare drifted back to where Angelica had disappeared down the stairs. Still, her? She's a problem. She's the one to watch. "I feel sorry for her," Mish said softly, and offered nothing more. Chapter 14. That was a foolish decision. I taught you better than to serve yourself to your enemies that way. I hadn't seen Vincent this appalled by my actions in nearly a decade. I had no choice, I wanted to say, but I swallowed those words before they made it to my lips. I knew better. Vincent believed that you always had a choice, and if you found yourself in a position where you didn't, you'd made a very poor one earlier that put you there. Either way, you had no one to blame but yourself. "I need an ally for the half moon, and he's a good one," I said. "He is a Raihn. So are a third of the contestants in there. Think about why a Raihn would want to get close to you, Oraya. You." He paced. Vincent only paced when he was nervous, but even that was a smooth, deliberate movement. 3 long steps and a sharp turn, exactly the same length, exactly the same rhythm. He was tense. I was tense. It was a bad combination, and I knew it from the moment I saw him. He had worked hard over the years to grind my emotional impulsivity out of me. But the stress of the competition, my injury, and the choice I'd been forced to make brought my nerves to the surface. Beneath all of it lay my grief over Ilana's death, never acknowledged but still raw and bleeding, amplifying every negative emotion. All of that meant I had to watch my voice and my words very carefully. "I have," I said. "He thinks that allying with me will mean advantages from you. As far as selfish motivations go, I can accept that one. Better that than him keeping me around for a quick meal if food gets scarce." Step, 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 turn, as Vincent pivoted sharply to me. And it will. I almost shivered at that thought. At least when that happens, I have protection. Protection. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. His lips curled into a sneer. He threw the word at me as if I'd just said something revolting. My teeth clenched, biting down on my response. Did he think I wasn't well aware of all the caveats and weaknesses of that word in this place? There was no such thing as protection, not in the Kejari, not in the House of Night, and not in all of Obiatra's. There was no such thing as safety, and there was certainly no such thing as trust, not for anyone other than the person who stood before me. But my irritation faded under a rising tide of concern as I watched my father pace, watched his hand run through his hair in his only forever clear tell. "What happened?" I asked, quietly. "Rebel activity from the Raihn? That might explain why Vincent was so sensitive to the thought of me allying with a Raihn, no matter who it was. Or maybe more threats from the House of Blood. That would be even more disturbing." I didn't know why I even bothered to ask.
Predictably, Vincent looked away and said nothing. A single muscle twitched in his cheek, signaling his annoyance. Concern knotted in my stomach as I thought of Angelica's sneer and the way she had looked at me, and as I thought of Raihn, a Rishon vampire. In theory, the Kejari was an isolated tournament in which each contestant stood on equal footing. But in practice, it was just an extension of the tensions and conflicts of the outside world. If things are happening out here that could affect what's happening in there, I need to know about it, I said. You need to focus on staying alive. Nothing else. I am focusing on staying alive. By throwing yourself into the grip of a Rishon, I taught you better. Before I could stop myself, I spat. Would you rather I have let myself bleed to death? I needed to act, and I tried to come to you for help, and you weren't there. The words shot from my lips too quickly to stop, sharp as the blades he had given me the last time we met. His eyes snapped to me, revealing a momentary glimmer of hurt that quickly hardened to ice. I regretted my words right away. I pushed too hard. The change in him was stark and immediate, as if the same features were now a mask worn by an entirely different person. Vincent, my father, loved me above all. But Vincent, the Nightborn King, was too ruthless to allow the slightest challenge, love or no. You think I haven't been doing everything I can to help you? He said coldly. I do, I said. Of course I do. I gave you those blades to help you become someone who deserves to wield them. If you don't want that, I do. The last time he sounded this way, he left my room and did not speak to me again for a week. I was a little ashamed of the sudden, desperate panic that seized me at the idea of him withdrawing like that now. That foreign hardness in his expression did not soften. He turned away, silhouetted against Sivranaj's skyline. I apologize, I said, past a lump in my throat. I know you're doing everything that you can. I shouldn't have implied otherwise. And I meant it. I had overreacted to his overprotective grumbling. I owed everything that I was to Vincent, and I never forgot that. Several long, tense seconds passed. I let out an involuntary exhale when he turned back to me, and his expression was no longer that of a disrespected king, but of my concerned, tired father. I would have been there, he said, if I could. It was the closest I'd ever get to an apology. I had never seen Vincent apologize to anyone for anything, ever. But one had to learn how to hear what lingered in between the words. Just like he never told me he loved me, but I heard it in every stern instruction. And now, even though he did not say he was sorry, I heard it in the slightly lower cadence of his voice in that single sentence. You had to bend with people like Vincent, reach for what they wouldn't give you themselves. I know, I murmured. He gave me a long, searching look. You need to win this. He said it not with tenderness, but straightforward firmness, a directive. I know. He reached out and touched my cheek. I flinched, just because it was so unexpected. I could barely remember the last time that Vincent touched me other than to strike me in the sparring ring. And yet, a part of me wanted to lean into that small caress. When I was very young, he used to hug me, sometimes. One of my earliest memories was laying my head against Vincent's shoulder and experiencing the sudden jolt of realization that I felt safe. Even so young, I knew how rare it was. I felt it then like a sigh of relief, as if I'd been unknowingly holding my breath since the day my house had collapsed around me. It had been a long, long time since I'd felt that way. One day love became not an offering of safety, but a reminder of everything cruel and dangerous in the world. He pulled his hand away and stepped back. Keep your ally, he said, but keep those teeth ready, little serpent. Watch his back, but don't let him see yours.
because the minute you turn it, he will kill you. Use him, but never allow him to use you. All things I was acutely aware of. I nodded. He reached into his pocket, then handed me another little vial of healing potion. Guard it, he said. I don't know when I'll be able to get more. I slipped the potion into my pack and slipped off into the night. It was much more useful than a hug, anyway. I encountered no one else on my way back to the Moon Palace. The hours this close to dawn were often quiet. Most vampires had retreated to their homes by now, preparing for sleep, and the route I took was secluded. Still, just as I was preparing to scale the walls of the palace grounds, I paused. I peered over my shoulder to see nothing but silent cobblestone paths and the murky, untamed outline of overgrown rose vines. Not a hint of movement, not a single sound. Yet the hairs rose on the back of my neck, as if coaxed to attention by the touch of watchful eyes. I shuddered, turned back to the wall, and hoisted myself over it. By the time I made it up all the stairs, dawn peeked over the horizon. When I opened the apartment door, I was surprised to see that the curtains had been parted, and Rain's considerable form filled the space between them. He leaned against the window. "Where were you?" he asked, without turning. "That's not your concern." I closed the door and crossed the sitting room. "It's a little my concern, isn't it? Allies and all?" Mother, I hated that word and all he seemed to imply. I said pointedly, nothing, as I went to the hall. His face tilted just enough to watch me. The silver of the moonlight had started to flush with the pink promise of the sun, outlining the strong angle of his cheekbone to his jaw, bleeding down to the muscle of his throat. Those muscles tightened slightly as he gave me a rueful, almost smile. "You don't give an inch, do you?" My eyes flicked coldly up his body. "Do you? Or is an inch all you have to offer?" Petty, stupid. I didn't even know why I said it, except that when he let out a low laugh, I found it oddly satisfying. "Sleep well," he said. "I hope the knife under your pillow doesn't give you a crick in your neck." "I'm used to it." "Good. We'll start training tomorrow. Need to prepare for the next trial." Fuck. The next trial. I had barely recovered from the last one, and I'd lost precious days to my recovery. We had only 2 weeks to prepare. And the thought of training with Raihn and somehow managing to do that without inadvertently showing him too much made me a little ill. "I'm thrilled," I said flatly, and began to return to my room. But at the last moment, I looked back over my shoulder. It was right on the cusp of daybreak. The cast on Rain's face was now golden, the definitive light of the sun. And still, he didn't move, face to the horizon. I couldn't stop myself from asking, "Doesn't that hurt?" He didn't so much as look at me. Not too bad yet. Bizarre. It was all I could do to bother myself with this vampire's stupid self-destructive habits. I went back to my room. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I threw open the curtains to let the light flood in, then dragged the desk chair to the door and wedged it firmly beneath the handle. Sleep took me fast. I dreamed of goddesses and trials and sharpened teeth, and exactly how night-born steel might feel sliding deep into my back. Chapter 15. We began training right away. The next trial, Waning Moon, likely wouldn't require allies, as the half-moon was the only one that typically demanded teamwork. Still, Raihn and Misha seemed certain that we had an opportunity to help each other, and that 5 weeks of training was better than 3 to see if we could work well together. I really did consider refusing, but I understood, too, that I was in no position to turn down help, even help riddled with dangerous caveats, nor the opportunity to study my enemy, even if I didn't love that it meant they got to study me, too. So we trained together. It went differently than I expected. What in the 7 fucking hells is wrong with you? Worse, so much worse. Raihn threw his sword to the ground in an utterly childish fit of frustration. The metal hit the carpet with a forceful, deafening thud, even against the soft surface. Me? What the hell was wrong with me? I wasn't the one throwing my weapons around. I drew back to the edge of the living room, glowering at him. Misha pulled her legs up onto the armchair, cringing as her eyes darted between us. Raihn jabbed his finger at me. "We can't cooperate if you won't let me get close to you. What do you want me to do, crawl into your lap?" "I won't even dignify that with a response," he spat. "How many times are we going to do this? We have less than a day until the trial. A day, and you're wasting our fucking time." Misha heaved a sigh and rubbed her temples. 13 nights of this. Night after night after night. I was beginning to think that our cooperation in the first trial had been some sort of twisted stroke of luck. Vincent was a ruthless teacher, and I'd still take his harshest instructions that sometimes pushed me to the point of losing consciousness over this. I'd take it 10 times over, 20 times. At least Vincent's training was straightforward. I knew what he wanted from me. This was an exercise in choosing between two losing scenarios. We needed to learn how to cooperate, at least if this alliance thing was going to work. But I also needed to protect myself. I needed to watch Raihn as he worked and learn his strategies. In only a handful of weeks, I would need to exploit them. And at the same time, I needed to shield myself from his prying eyes. "You'll be easy to kill later," he had told me. Like hell I would. But as the nights passed, I learned that these two objectives, being a strong ally and protecting myself, were in direct conflict. Each goal compromised the other, and I couldn't afford that. So we trained and we bickered, and we ended each session more frustrated than the one before. But I knew the minute we began that tonight would be the night it finally exploded. Raihn woke up itching for a fight, barely grunting a greeting before grabbing his sword and launching into an especially brutal drill. No hesitation, no pleasantries, no smiles at Misha's cheerful quips, not even any biting jokes at my expense. He came after me hard during sparring, like a man with a grudge. And later, when we switched tasks and practiced our cooperative fighting against Misha's opposition, his annoyance at last erupted in an outburst of rage. "Do you think I don't know what you're doing?" he snapped. "You're working against me, not with me. This was a mistake, all of it. I should have just bled out in the greenhouse. I'd prefer to do that than wait for Raihn to rip my throat out, which seemed increasingly inevitable. Working with you? What does working with you look like by your standards? Following you?" At his hesitation, I scoffed bitterly. "You don't even know." This was someone who was used to working alone, and when he wasn't, he was the leader. Misha was talented, especially with magic, but she was content to support. The two of them were clearly close, though I still wasn't sure in what capacity, though by now I gathered it wasn't romantic. Regardless, they knew how to complement each other, Misha falling to the back while Raihn took up the forefront. Me? That wasn't my style. 2 decades of training from Vincent had taught me how to do that well. Survive, alone. "What do you not understand about this, Oraya? We are going to be thrown back into that ring in 1 day. 1 day." His lips twisted into a cruel, humorless smile. "We've trained together for more than a week, and I'm still not totally convinced you're not going to stab me again the minute we're in there." I wasn't either. Maybe I will. Maybe it'll be more satisfying this time. I cocked my head, frowned. "Do women say that to you often?" He barked a laugh. "I'm sure you're proud of yourself for that one." I was, actually. "Oraya, look." He took 2 steps forward, and just as quickly, I matched the distance away. He paused, eyes narrowing. "What?" he said. "You're afraid of me?" The cocky smile had left my face. I said nothing. What? No smart-ass retort for that? He took another step forward, and again I took one back. Get away from me, I hissed. And he said quietly, no. Another step. I hit the wall. Raihn, Misha whispered, maybe don't. My palms began to sweat. Raihn was now 2 strides away from me. My back pressed against the wood paneling, wedged to the corner. Even during training, I never let him get this close. He was only 3 strides away, 2 of his. That was how much larger than me he was. He wore a linen shirt that clung to his body, sweaty with the exertion of the last 6 hours of exercise, highlighting each swell and dip of his muscular form. His hair was bound, but over the hours, strands of it had escaped and now plastered themselves to his face and neck. I couldn't decide if he looked more or less intimidating this way. More because he looked a bit unhinged, and less because I appreciated all of these unpolished things more than I appreciated any other aspect of him. His eyes now seemed especially red, and he didn't break them from mine for even a moment as he took another step. We're allies, he said firmly. You need to let me get close to you. My heart beat faster, faster, faster. My throat was thick, my skin slick. No, I said, as calmly as I could manage, I don't. The realization shifted in his face. You are afraid of me. No, I wasn't, I told myself. Fear did not exist. Fear is just a collection of physical responses. But I wasn't fooling anyone. Of course he could feel my heartbeat. Of course he could smell the rush of my blood. Raihn, Misha said, from the other side of the room. Back up, I commanded. I am not going to hurt you. How close do I have to get without splitting you open to make you believe that? Don't trust anyone, Vincent whispered in my ear. Raihn took another step. This close? I didn't blink. Couldn't take my gaze off a predator this near to me. Less than 1 stride. So close I could count the beads of sweat on his collarbone. So close I could see the flutter of his pulse beneath the angle of his jaw. Stop. This close? Back. Up. Raihn. He looked me dead in the eye. No, he said, and took one more step. Back the fucking up! I slammed my palm against the hard muscle of his chest. The burst of magic blinded me, deafened me. White-blue consumed my vision. My back smashed against the wall. Raihn went flying across the room, and the flare of light faded just in time for me to see the window shatter as he went careening through the glass. Chapter 16. Shit! Misha gasped. How did you do that? I barely heard her over the rushing blood in my ears, and even if I had, it might as well have been my own voice in my head, because all I could think as I dove across the room was, Ix's tits, how did I do that? We were at the top of one of the Moon Palace's tallest spires, hundreds of feet above the ground. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Fuck, did I just kill him? I didn't mean to. At least, not yet. My heart in my throat, I ran to the window, thrust my head through the open frame, and nearly toppled backwards as a streak of tan and black soared up from below with enough force to send my hair whipping around my face. Raihn's wings were spread, looking as if they were made of the night itself, a million variations of purple and red and black and rust. Almost pretty enough to distract from the sheer fury on his face. You, he breathed, are being a shit about trusting me, and yet you've been hiding that? The words sat on the tip of my tongue. I didn't know. I don't know how the hell I just did that, but I swallowed them down. I didn't need them to know that I wasn't even aware of my own abilities. Give them yet another weakness to take advantage of. Let them be a little afraid of me for once. So I tucked my trembling hands into my pockets and simply shrugged. I'm sure you're hiding all sorts of things from me. I don't know how I ever thought this was going to work. He landed back in the apartment. The movement was effortlessly smooth, the boundary between the sky and the ground nothing but a single graceful step. You don't know how to give a fuck about a single person other than yourself, just like all the rest of them. The night-born princess, living up in Vincent's castle, probably taught that the whole fucking world belonged to her. Is that what he promised you? Become just like him. Learn how to double-cross all the right people, and this whole shitty dead world will be yours. Is that what you think you have waiting for you? Don't talk about my family that way, I snarled. He scoffed, a sound of pure hatred. Family. What a sad life you must have. My fists trembled, white-knuckled at my sides. What the hell have you done to earn my trust? Am I supposed to be so honored that you chose me, that I fall into a little pile of gelatin at your feet? Typical Raihn trash. Look at where that kind of entitlement got your people before you speak that way about my father. The room brightened, the orange of the flames turning white in fits and bursts. A well-timed gust of wind whipped my hair in rains about our faces. His entire body was rigid, his wings still out, his eyes spearing me while mine skewered him to the wall. Mishay darted between us. All right, everyone is angry. That's enough. I wasn't going to be the first one to break the stare. That's enough, she repeated, voice high and nervous. At last, Raihn turned away. Fine, I said, doing the same. I'm done. Me too. He simply stepped from the open window and into the night sky. I threw open the door, setting off down the hallway. Both of us left Mishay standing there among the broken glass, looking hopeless. I needed Vincent to be at our meeting spot, and yet I wasn't all that surprised when he wasn't. I went every night. He met me less than half of those times, and when he did, he was distracted. Something big was happening, even though he refused to tell me what it was. And similarly, maybe he sensed my mounting annoyance with my situation with Raihn, even though I never uttered a word about it. I knew well by now which things were better kept from Vincent. But tonight I was so angry, so confused, that I would have told him everything if he had been there. He, at least, would have answers about what my magic had just done, and I needed those desperately. The force I had used to throw Raihn across the room was so wildly disproportionate to anything I'd ever managed before, and I didn't even know how I had done it. Now, as I walked alone through the darkened streets, I tried to summon that power and was greeted with only a few familiar weak sparks at my fingertips. Still, maybe a small part of me was grateful for my father's absence. As much as I wanted answers, I hated to reveal emotions that I couldn't control, and I'd already done that more than enough today. Lost control of my magic, of my temper. I had been too raw, and I had been petulant. I knew it. I had allowed Raihn to goad me and bowed to my own worst impulses. He was wrong about a lot of things, but maybe he was right that I needed to either choose to be an ally or properly become an enemy. When it became clear Vincent wasn't coming, I wandered through the deserted grounds of the Moon Palace. I longed to go to the human districts and bury this sense of helplessness with a blade in some vampire piece of shit's chest. It had been years since I'd gone so long without it. I hadn't even realized how reliant I was upon that release. The first time I killed there, it had been an accident, and now I could barely function without it. It was only a few days after. My own grief and loneliness had been eating me alive. It had been years since I had been so obsessed with my own flesh, but those awful days I had gone back to old bad habits, opening little paths of blood over my skin, and watching how easily it tore, how slow it healed. I hated that my body was so weak, that it attracted in all the ways I didn't want it to, that it bore the marks from every bad memory, like the ones that now marked my throat, then 2 barely scabbed wounds. I wasn't sure what I had been looking for that night when I went to the human districts, but I hadn't been looking to kill. I had never felt like less of a vampire than I did in those awful days. Maybe I had been searching for whatever connection I couldn't get in the Nightborn castle. Maybe I had hoped I would find some missing piece of myself when I had never felt more painfully incomplete. Instead, I had found a district full of humans who seemed like foreign creatures, and a vampire who intended to prey on them. When I saw the vampire stalking a young woman washing laundry behind her crumbling little house, I didn't think, I just acted. It was easier than I thought it would be. I was well trained. The vampire was not prepared for a fight. After, I'd panicked and run back to the Nightborn castle. I spent the day in my washroom vomiting. I couldn't wash the blood from my hands, couldn't scrub the sight of my victim's face from the insides of my eyelids. I'd been certain that the minute Vincent showed up at my door, I would confess everything to him. He would lock me up for the next decade, and in that moment, I would have been grateful for it. But the hours had passed. I lay on my bed and watched the sunlight filter through the curtains as guilt settled in my stomach like a disagreeable meal. I realized that killing that vampire, saving those humans, had made me feel powerful. And the guilt was fading, but the strength was not. Was my guilt worth more than the life of the human woman I'd saved? Were Vincent's arbitrary rules worth more than the countless other humans that monster would have killed if he hadn't been stopped? No, I hadn't felt guilty about killing that man. I felt guilty about lying to my father. But Vincent had made me this way, and a lie was a petty sin. I realized that day, as I stared at the sunlight-speckled ceiling, that I'd gone a full 24 hours without thinking about the face that haunted me. I wish I could say it was my noble intentions that brought me back to the slums the next night, but it wasn't. It was my own selfishness. I'd rather dream of these dying faces than the other one. At least this made me stronger instead of weaker. Now I felt nothing when I killed, but the satisfaction of a job well done, a mark etched upon the world. That was worth something, to a mortal living amongst immortal beings. A way for me to tell this place, you think my life is worth nothing, but I can still leave a stain on you that can't be washed out. My hands itched now to leave that mark, like an opium addict twitching for their next fix. But dawn was too close, and the human districts were far from the Moon Palace on foot. I couldn't risk that journey. Instead, I walked back the slow way, winding through deserted back paths.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I remained close to the Lituro River, one of 2 tributaries that broke up the city and converged to form the inner city of Sivranaj, right where the Nightborn castle sat. I often looked out over this view from my room. From up there, the streams were serene and peaceful, like elegant winding streaks of paint through the city. Up close, it smelled like piss. I paused at the riverbed and watched the water trickle by. A breeze trembled my hair, and with it came a warm, familiar scent. Tobacco. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. I wasn't alone. I glanced to my left to see another figure standing near the water, a cigarillo to his lips. He lifted his chin and let out a long exhale, the smoke silver as it caught the moonlight. The smell hit me again, stronger, and with it came a wave of familiarity that made that seeping wound in my chest ache. I half expected to hear Ilana's cough, to see her face when I turned around. And Mother, I needed that. I craved it, even more than I craved power. Hey, my hand on my blade, I approached the figure. Can I have one of those? I'll buy it off you. What is wrong with you? I heard Vincent's voice hiss in my ear. Approaching a stranger? For what? The figure turned, cold light falling across only the lower part of his face, highlighting moon-pale skin, a narrow, angular jaw,
and lips that curled slightly. "Of course. Help yourself." His hand, clad in leather gloves, reached from beneath his long coat, holding a little wooden box. I reached to take it from him, but his grip didn't let up. He cocked his head, the movement allowing moonlight to creep further across his face. He was handsome, his features elegant and too sharp, like honed steel. Beneath a swoop of hair that was either silver or very fair blonde, it was impossible to tell in the darkness. A set of yellow-amber eyes narrowed at me, then brightened in recognition. "I know you," he smiled. It was the sort of smile that no doubt loosened undergarments and opened throats all over Obitray's. "Oh?" I said. He released the box, and I put distance between us as I slid it open and withdrew a cigarillo. Mother, I wanted to shove my face into this box, just inhale that familiar scent and pretend it was my friend. "I saw you in the full moon trial. Had a lot of bets hinged on you." He chuckled softly and shook his head, the light catching a single ruby dangling from one ear. "The odds against you were staggering. Lot of people lost a lot of money." He struck a match and offered me the flame. I leaned just close enough to light my cigarillo, mumbled a thank you, and drew away. "Sorry about your coin purse." A different, slower smile rolled across his lips. "Sorry? Oh no, Dove. I don't make bets I lose." I offered him the box, and he shook his head. "Keep it. You paid for it." He turned away, offering one more inscrutable glance as he walked down the path. "Looking forward to tomorrow. Good luck out there." Chapter 17. I considered not returning to the apartment, but I didn't have anywhere else to go. I was half surprised that nobody held the door shut as I turned my key and entered. Raihn hadn't returned, and Missy swept glass from the floor. The shattered window was still wide open, a strong breeze making her short curly hair flutter about her face like butterfly wings. She gave me a big grin when I walked in, like she was genuinely thrilled to see me. "You're here." She seemed a little surprised. I was too, frankly. "Want me to patch that up?" I gestured to the window. "Oh no, I'll do something with it once Raihn comes home." "Home?" she said, so casually. Like this place was a home. I nodded and wandered closer. She had already cleaned up most of the broken glass, now just sweeping the smallest pieces into a little tray to throw in the garbage. I felt embarrassed, like a small child after throwing a temper tantrum. "Do you need help?" "No," she said, cheerfully, "but thank you." She waved to the table. "Sit, there's food." I wasn't hungry, but I joined her anyway. She took a seat and sipped a goblet of blood, and though she had gestured to the chair across from hers, I still picked the one on the opposite end of the table. Instead of reaching for the food, I pulled out the cigarillo box. "Do you mind?" She gave me a knowing smile. Life is too short not to indulge. What an odd thing for a vampire to say. Vampire lives were not short by any measure. But then again, didn't everyone have a short life in here? And besides, Missy was the most unusual vampire I'd ever met. I watched her sip her blood, looking content as she gazed out the window. Like the fight earlier hadn't even fazed her. "Can I ask you a question, Missy?" "Mm-hmm." "Why are you with Raihn?" Her face snapped to me, aghast. "With Raihn? I'm not with Raihn." "No, I know you're not with him like that." I'd wondered about it at first, especially since vampires fucked like rabbits, but it became quickly obvious that Missy and Raihn had a platonic relationship. They slept in separate bedrooms and treated each other far more like siblings. Still, that only made it harder to understand. They were just so different. I couldn't imagine dragging someone like Mishay into a tournament like this. At least if they were fucking, I could understand it, even if I didn't agree with it. People did all kinds of nonsensical things when blinded by good sex, and Raihn looked like he was probably very good at sex. That thought shocked me the minute it crossed my mind, and I slammed my mental doors against it as hard as I could. "He's my best friend," Missy said simply, as if that explained everything. "But why?" She threw her head back and let out a high, full laugh. "I'm going to tell him that sometime," she said when she collected herself. "Your face." "But why?" Her imitation of my voice was comically low and flat, her face twisting into an expression of exaggerated disgust. Look, it was a fair question. Lots of reasons. Her insulting impression of me faded into a soft smile. He was there for me when no one else was. He's the most loyal person I've ever met. The most trustworthy. I made a non-committal noise, probably looking as unconvinced as I felt. Other than Vincent, I'd never truly met a trustworthy vampire. Not really. All of them would skin their own children if they thought their power was under attack. It's just... Her eyes drifted to the sky, far away in thought. I spent a lot of time alone before. I didn't realize how important it was to really have someone. To have someone who would kill for you, you know? Killing didn't especially seem to be a great favor or sacrifice for Raihn. Yet I couldn't bring myself to challenge her point, because I knew exactly what she meant. For me, Vincent was that person. Even when I had no one else, I had him, and I knew beyond any doubt in this world or the next that he would do literally anything for me. A lot of people don't know how to love. Raihn has a lot of flaws, but he knows how to love. Or, at least he... A little wrinkle deepened between her brows, and her voice trailed off before she jerked herself out of her thought, looked back to me, and grinned. "That," he said, "a very good cook." A very good cook. I wondered if my disbelief showed on my face. I couldn't imagine any of those things. The loyalty, the love, definitely not the cooking. Her voice went a shade more serious. That wasn't him today. "Oh," I said. "Then who was it?" "The past." She gave me a sad smile. "Maybe our skin doesn't scar the same as yours, but our hearts do. Sometimes they never heal." My scoff was not as convincingly dismissive as I wished it was. She asked, "So, was that you?" "What do you mean?" "Today. The window. The magic. Were you hiding it this whole time?" I didn't know why I found it hard to lie to Missy. She was just so uncomfortably genuine. I exhaled a puff of smoke instead of answering, because a lie was difficult and the truth was embarrassing. "Ah," she nodded. "I see. It's unpredictable." I sounded more defensive than I meant to. "We can work on it together." Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Mother! That was a statement that should have been terrifying to me, and yet it was strangely comforting. "He deserved to go out the window," I said. "He did," she agreed. Then, more seriously, she asked, "Are you going to leave?" I took a deep drag of my cigarillo and relished the way the smoke burned my nose as I exhaled. "No, that would be a stupid thing to do the day before a trial." "It would." "What do you think it's going to be? The trial?" I'd spent plenty of time wondering about it, but there was nothing we could do but speculate. The waning moon trial was one of the biggest wild cards in the Kejari. Year after year, it was drastically different. The first trial traditionally detailed Nyaxia's escape from the land of the White Pantheon. But the second could land at so many different places in her story. Perhaps when she found the underworld, her love story with Alaris, the god of death, or any one of the many legendary adventures that they had together. "I don't know," I said. "Are you nervous?" I said nothing. I couldn't deny it, but I wouldn't admit it aloud either. She did not wait for an answer. "I am," she sighed, taking another drink of blood. It might be about her journey, I theorized. Her journey down to the land of the dead. Even that gave us little to go on. A journey could take so many forms, could be interpreted in limitless ways. "Do you think she was scared back then?" Misha mused. "Nyaxia? Uh-huh. She was a goddess. Barely, in the beginning, a nobody, and so young." I paused. Nyaxia, at this point in her story, was only one of countless powerless offspring produced by the White Pantheon. Not only a lesser goddess herself, but the child of one. No one would even know if she had died alone in the wilderness, let alone mourn her. Most legends put her at only 20, practically an infant by the standards of the deities. People like her were born to be used and thrown away by the other gods, fucked, feasted upon, and discarded. Misha was probably right. She'd had probably been terrified. But that was 2,000 years ago, and now Nyaxia was staggeringly powerful. Powerful enough to defy the White Pantheon on her own. Powerful enough to give an entire continent her gift of vampirism and create a civilization of her followers. And powerful enough that all of Obitras now lived and died and loved and sacrificed at her feet, forever. Well, I said, that changed. But think of all she had to give up for it. Her husband, murdered by the White Pantheon as punishment for marrying Nyaxia. I considered this. Yes, maybe the Pantheon took her lover, but Nyaxia also took back her own power. I could imagine far too clearly how good that must feel after a lifetime of weakness. I was a bit ashamed to admit the things I would be willing to sacrifice for it myself. At least she isn't afraid anymore, I said. No, Misha replied thoughtfully. Think sot. But she's probably awfully unhappy, don't you think? I returned to my room not long after that, but I was too nervous to sleep. Instead, I watched the color of the sky turn to ash red. I could hear Misha shuffling around down the hall, but not Raihn's return. I was beginning to drift off when a crash made my eyes snap open. I went to the door, listening carefully. A series of dull thumps and the sound of rustling fabric echoed from the living room. "You cut it so close," Misha was trying to whisper and failing. "I know. Gods, look at you." "I know. Raihn." "I know, Misha." My curiosity got the better of me. Very, very slowly, very, very silently, I removed the chair, cracked my door, and slipped into the hallway. I peered around the corner to see Misha yanking the curtains closed as Raihn sat heavily on one of the couches. Or maybe collapsed was a better word, like all his limbs just decided to give up at the same time. Gods, was he drunk? I thought you said after last year you weren't going to do this again. Misha was awful at speaking quietly. No one could even blame me for eavesdropping. Fuck it. What's immortality if we don't use it to do the same things over and over again forever, until the end of time? Oh, he was definitely drunk. She sighed and turned to him. He now lay against the couch, his chin tipped back. He really was a mess. Clothes stained with I didn't even know what, hair tangled over his shoulders. "So," she said. She turned, and I stepped back quickly to remain out of sight, so I could no longer see them, only hear them. He let out a low groan. "What about it?" A silence, which was presumably filled with Misha's pointed look. The groan became a sigh. Too much? Definitely too much. She should be able to take it. That was her taking it. Well, not like that, not taking it by throwing me out a fucking window. And was that you taking it, idiot? Silence. I could imagine the look on his face. Her voice grew softer. Think about what it must have been like for her, growing up like that. My nose wrinkled. Growing up like what? I was almost insulted that this point earned a thoughtful silence from Raihn. Then, well, woe is her. So, we all have our shit. Yours isn't her fault. A long pause. I chanced a step closer so I could peer around the corner. Raihn's head was tilted back, his eyes looking straight up to the ceiling. Misha now stood behind him, leaning over the back of the chair to rest her arms around his neck, her chin on the top of his head in casual affection. "You know that wasn't her fault," she said again. "That was your fault." My eyebrows rose slightly. Raihn did not seem like the kind of person to suffer that kind of insult. Few vampires were. I tensed, as if cringing on Misha's behalf for a sharp rebuff, verbal or physical. But instead, to my surprise, Raihn just let out a long sigh. "I know," he said. "I know." He patted her arm, and she pressed a chaste kiss to the top of his head. "At least the day is over. Small victories. Drink some water. Now you're going to have to survive a trial hungover, you fool." Their whispers faded away as I backed down the hall. Chapter 18. We didn't speak to each other much when nightfall came, and I was grateful for that. I was on edge, and I didn't trust myself not to snap at Raihn and start a whole other fight before the trial even began. After muttered good evenings, we followed our now familiar little trail of shadow until we met with the rest of the contestants in the great room. It was the first time I'd seen the others since the last trial. The energy had palpably changed. Gone was the excited anticipation from our first gathering, replaced with a more desperate, frenetic anxiety. Several sets of eyes jumped to me the moment I walked into the room, noses twitching, the whites of their eyes bright. I knew that look. Raihn and Misha had stolen enough blood to sustain them these last weeks, but clearly not everyone was so lucky. Raihn seemed to notice this too, and was surprisingly disconcerted by it, stepping a bit closer to me as he drew his sword. And equally surprisingly, I let him, my own weapons gripped tight in my hands. No one spoke. We knew what to expect this time. Just when the silence began to feel awkwardly long, the world fell away. Even prepared, the war of the crowd momentarily stunned me, violent in contrast to the Moon Palace's silence. I took stock of my surroundings fast. Raihn and Risha were gone. No one stood beside me. The sand beneath my feet quivered with distant impact. I blinked into white mist, which undulated in lazy furls, illuminated by the blue light of night fire torches. Black stone walls surrounded me on 3 sides, cradling a glass ceiling, presumably to stop the winged contestants from flying above them. The ceiling wasn't smooth, but crafted into dips and valleys like an inverted topography of the earth. I squinted into the mist. Between the smoke and the darkness, I had only a few feet of visibility in front of me. I could see no movement, nor hear anyone else nearby. I pressed my palm to the wall and felt only rock. It was rough and unfinished. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The hall before me wound into the darkness. I inhaled the harsh scent of smoke and something else, something light and ominously pleasant that I couldn't place. I took a few cautious steps. Echoes of clashes rang out in the distance, as if some of my fellow contestants had met their opponents, whoever or whatever they were. The hallways bent to a single sharp turn to the left. Weapons ready, I followed it. I found myself face to face with Ibrahim, who had just emerged from around another corner straight ahead. We both stopped, glancing at each other, then the corridor before us. Halfway between us, another hallway veered to the right. Our path had split 3-way, the route I had come from, the one Ibrahim had, and the path forward. A maze. This was a maze. I touched the uncut stone and looked up at the strange ceiling with new insight. It was the underside of the earth, because this was intended to mimic the journey to the underworld. Nyaxia had wandered for weeks after escaping the realm of the gods before at last finding her way to Alaris territory. She had been lost, so we would be too. Ibrahim and I both stilled, the realization hitting him as it had me. I could barely see his face through the layers of unearthly mist, but I knew he watched me just as closely, and I knew better than to underestimate him. Slowly, I edged down the hall, craning my neck to peer around the corner. A massive silver door stood there, light playing off an embossed tableau of a man's stern, eyeless face, Alaris. It was firmly closed, no handle. Ibrahim had come closer too, and I kept one eye on him as I approached the door. Something shifted beneath my feet. I looked down. I'd stepped on a block of stone, which now sank slightly into the sand. A dull, grinding sound shook the air. The door before us opened, leading to another hallway. In the foggy distance beyond, I could make out another turn, the sounds of distant violence closer. Ibrahim and I peered at each other warily. He made no move for me, so I didn't move either. Instead, I stepped closer to the door, and it immediately slammed down with enough force to shake the ground. I lurched backwards, nearly tripping over the slab. When I stepped back onto it, the door began to rise again. Oh. I stepped off. The door slammed back down. Shit. I looked at Ibrahim. Understanding settled over us at the same time. The door would not remain open without weight on the stone. But it needed to be dead weight, because whoever was left here wouldn't be able to make it to the other side alone. He gave me a weak, lopsided smile, revealing scarred gums. "I wouldn't be here if I wasn't here to win," he said, somewhat apologetically, before he hurled a fucking star at me. This was what Ibrahim's parents, after all, had been so worried about. He had been a quiet child, but he was also an innately talented warrior. So they did everything they could to make him a less efficient killer. They ruined his legs, they tore his wings, they took his teeth. But they couldn't take away his use of magic, which, unfortunately, was also very, very good. I dropped to the ground just in time to keep my face from becoming a scalded mass of flesh. His magic, which drew upon the power of stars, wasn't as strong as Asteris, but it was still plenty deadly. He flung those streaks of light like they were nothing. I dove around the corner, heading back to my dead end. I pressed to the wall, listening, waiting. My arm ached, the burn blistering where he had grazed my shoulder. 2 minutes into this thing, and I was already injured. Fabulous start. He couldn't shoot me here without coming after me. And he would need to, because he needed my body weight to get that door open. Long seconds passed. Ibrahim wasn't stupid. He knew what I was doing, knew he was putting himself at a disadvantage, and that he had to do it anyway. I strained over the sounds of the crowd and the distant fighting in a futile attempt to hear his footsteps. Fuck, what I wouldn't give now for that vampire hearing. The moment he approached, I leapt on him. I had one shot. I needed to hit skin before he had time to react. He hadn't been expecting the poison, reeling away with a gasp of pain as it ate through the first wound, a slash across his forearm. Our fight devolved into wild chaos immediately, him forcing himself not to pull away as the poison scorched his skin, me suffering through the burns of his starlight on my hands as I tried to pin his down. Normally, I would be trying to bury my blade as deep into his chest as possible. Impossible now. I didn't have the time, distance, or leverage for a shot powerful enough to get to the heart. But I could still devour him with 100 little bites. Let that poison do its work, slowly. Injured or no, he was bigger than me. I got him to the ground, crawled over his body, opening mark after mark after mark in his armor. But that lasted only for a couple of minutes before he flung me away. I let out an oof as my back smacked the sand, knocking the breath out of me. No time to catch it as he crawled over me. I barely managed to move my left hand down so it was trapped between our bodies as his weight pinned me. Suffocating. I couldn't move. He grabbed my right hand and wrenched it above my head with a violent crack. "I always liked you," he panted. "Me too," I said, and twisted my left arm just enough to bury the blade in his gut. His eyes widened. He opened his lips. Maybe he intended to speak, but the only thing that came out was a wet, wordless grunt of pain. The poison worked fast, sizzling as it dissolved his skin. It ate at my hand, too, where his blood dripped down. I pushed him off me. He was alive, but barely conscious, clawing at his abdomen. It had become a disgusting mess of tattered leather, pus, and blood. I grabbed his arms and pulled. Fuck, he was heavy. I dragged him over to the slab and dropped him onto the stone. The door opened behind me, but I stared down at Ibrahim as his head lolled, eyes slitted to meet mine. He'd live. Miserably and even more maimed than he was before, but he'd live. I had to put an end to that. It shouldn't have been hard. I had killed countless times. I didn't know why I found myself hesitating as Ibrahim looked up at me. Maybe because we had always seen something familiar in each other, even if we never acknowledged it. I'm sorry. The words slipped from my lips without my permission as I prepared to slide my blade through his chest. But before I could bring it down, the ground shook. A deafening groan filled my ears. My head snapped up, just in time to see the walls crumbling. Chapter 19. I narrowly dodged a falling boulder as I dove through the door. The walls undulated, not just collapsing, I realized, moving. I almost laughed. Of course. In legend, Alaris's realm was ever-evolving. The path to morality was forever changing, and thus the path to the afterlife was too. If this trial was meant to represent the underworld, the changing maze was just one more thing to conquer. I ran. With the stone crumbling and floor shifting, I didn't know how long I had before my path through would be cut off completely. The mist was thicker in here. That strange smell was stronger now, too, that sweet scent. I made decisions based on nothing but gut instinct. Left, right, right, left, right. I skidded to a stop as I rounded a corner to see another door. This one bearing an engraving with Alaris's eyes wide open and a fistful of flowers in his hand. Beautiful, though I had no time to appreciate it, because standing before it was Kiretta, the Shadowborn. Neither of us hesitated. We hit each other at the same time, my body slamming against hers as her magic encircled us. I hadn't gotten the full force of it during the last trial. Green-tinted smoke enveloped me. Pain burst through the back of my head, her magic cracking open my mind. I pushed her to the ground as she clawed at me, squeezed my eyes shut. Don't look at her. Don't listen to her.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Open your eyes, a sing-song voice whispered within my thoughts. Look at me, pretty girl. Look at me. No. If Kiretta was as good of a caster as Vincent warned, she would be able to charm me this close. The Shadowborn's gift for mind magic was just as dangerous as any weapon. It took all my focus to hold her down while resisting her call. Shadowborn magic was an open passage. They controlled the door, but the hallway went both ways. I pushed through her distractions, turned my mental gaze to the other end of the corridor that connected us. Pain, hunger. She was injured, weak, reckless, and I saw exactly how sloppy that desperation made her. She was a stronger magic user, but right now I was the better fighter, and I could see all too clearly how she had underestimated me. I let her think that she won. Slackened my mental walls, let my head roll back, let my eyes open. Her stare, hypnotic and mesmerizing, was so close that even that split second was almost too much. A satisfied smile began to spread over her lips, and then I drove my dagger into her throat. Instantly the poison did its work. A fleeting stab of her agony rushed through my mind before I pulled away from her, severing our mental connection. She clutched her throat on the ground, which heaved and billowed with the shifting halls. She was still fighting for breath, fighting for her feet, when I dragged her onto the stone slab. I didn't give her the opportunity to pull herself up before I dove through the door. The scent hit me in a wall, intoxicatingly sweet.
I was now in a field of poppies. Dense white fog hung in a gentle curtain over the flowers, an expanse of bleeding red. The thunderous grind of stone echoed behind me, but here it was eerily still. Light rippled in delicate dapples over the flower fields. Poppies were the flowers of the dead. If the hallways behind me had been the path down, then this was the threshold of the underworld. 4 arched silver doors stood before me, each revealing paths that soon faded into silver fog. The clash of steel against steel rang out ahead, as did grating rumbles that told me I wasn't done dodging falling stone. I had to be near the back of the group, which meant, as much as it pained me, running towards the sounds of fighting was probably my best choice. I pushed through the middle hallway. Halfway through, I passed a bloody body, which made me hesitate in confusion. At a glance, I assumed it was a contestant, but the blood was very, very red, and the corpse wore not battle leathers, but plain, once white robes, now in tatters. The red smear on the wall implied that he had been flung against it and left to slowly die on the ground. Human. That was a human body. I didn't understand. Why were there humans here? A strange sound echoed in from down the hall, a sound like a cry. At first, I thought I must have imagined it because it didn't make any sense. Maybe it was a warped noise from the crowd or another contestant, or... Another quake of the ground jerked me from my trance, a reminder that I didn't have time to waste. I sprinted down the rest of the hallway until I reached another arch leading to another field of poppies, fuller now, a sea of red. The cry echoed once more, not imagined, very real. A door stood open on the other side of the field. I stepped closer. Another lifeless, distinctly human body lay on a stone slab, and beside her, clad in the same white robes, was a child. My mind stopped working, froze, stuck on that little girl who kneeled beside the mutilated body. This was why my blood didn't seem to be a draw for the other contestants, even those that were hungry, because there were many humans here. The white robes, the white cast on their faces. The humans were not accidents. They weren't even prey. They were decorations, playing the part of the souls that occupied the underworld. A gift, a distraction, or simply a dramatic flair. The little girl wept, tears streaking chalky white over her cheeks. She looked up at me, and her eyes went wider, watery blue, peering between oily tendrils of black hair. Where did these come from? There were no human children in the inner city of Sivranaj. Did she come from the human districts? Why was a child here? Behind me, the sound of grinding stone drew closer. I needed to go. I needed to go right now. I took several steps towards the door. "Leave her," Vincent's voice commanded. And with that came the echo of Raihn's from the first night of the Kejari. "They're dead, little human, and if you go after them, so are you." True, and true. And yet I found myself turning back, crouching before the child. She scrambled away from me, terrified. "Come with me," I said. "I won't hurt you." She didn't move, save for terrified shaking. She was stuck, I realized. She had been pressed to the wall when the stone shifted last, leaving her ankle wedged between 2 slabs of black marble. How did one interact with a child this young? What was she, 4, 8? I'd never even seen a human child up close like this. "We need to go now," I pressed. "No time." The floor began to quiver. I grabbed the girl's tiny body as tightly as I could and pulled. She let out a cry of pain. Resistance, then release, as I wrenched her leg free. I tucked her against me with a silent apology, and then I wondered exactly how insane I was as I ran. A mistake, A mistake on so many levels, Oraya. You can't fight like this, can't evade like this. You're slower. You smell twice as human. You lose a sword arm. Leave her. She's dead anyway. I bolted through 3 more doors, already open. Corpses of humans or contestants mangled over their slabs. I passed several more humans cowering against the walls, donned in white. I couldn't bring myself to look at them. The poppies grew denser, each step sluggish through the foliage. The scent was overwhelming. Carvings plastered the walls now, huge eyes that spanned from floor to ceiling, suns and stars spiraling in their depth, the symbol of Alarus, because death always watched. Another door stood ahead, this one closed. The light had grown bright and feverish, dancing over us at the same pace as my quickening heartbeat. The girl grabbed fistfuls of my hair as she clung to me, trembling. She leaned forward, her head blocking one critical sliver of my peripheral vision. The bloodborne man lunged for me before I had the chance to move. I dropped the child, cringing as I tried to push her out of the way in time for me to whirl to meet the attack. He knocked me to the ground, teeth bared. He got the first shot in, a bone-steel rapier right to my already injured thigh, which left me jerking in pain. I leapt back to my feet with everything I had, throwing myself against him to regain control. But I only made it a few inches into my attempted blow before he grabbed my wrist and sank his teeth into it. I ripped it away, my own blood spattering over my face. Too slow. The hesitation cost me. My back cracked against stone as my opponent caught me and pushed me to the wall. He was small for a vampire, only a few inches taller than me, and I looked right into his stare as he encroached. Red-rimmed pupils dilated, glistening with hunger and glee. Time stopped. I tried to grip my blade with my injured hand. Couldn't move fast enough. The bloodborne lurched backwards. I sucked in a sudden gulp of air. Raihn yanked my attacker off me, nearly splitting him in two with a devastating follow-up strike from his nightsteel sword. In return, the bloodborne leapt on Raihn like a dying animal in their final throes. Wounds along his arms shivered, the red mist of blood magic surrounding them. Raihn was hurt. The bloodborne would be able to manipulate his blood, too. Raihn got in 2 more hits, but the bloodborne retaliated with enough force to send him careening against the stone. Still, Raihn gripped his opponent's arms tight, not letting him pull away, and leaving his back wide open, exposed to me.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I thrust my blade hard into the bloodborne's back, sinking to the hilt. Even from behind, I knew how to pierce a heart. The man slumped. Raihn let the body fall as I struggled to free my weapon. He looked me up and down. "So you do know how to be helpful," he said, already turning to the door. "Let's go." I saw flames up ahead. Probably Mish. "I think we're close. To where the hell are you going?" I wasn't listening. The child had made halfway across the poppy field. Her leg was clearly broken, more obvious than ever now as she struggled to run away from me. I grabbed her, muttering a hurried apology, and ran back to Raihn, who stared at me. "And what is that?" He said it like I'd just presented him with a fluffy pink dog. The ground rumbled. We didn't have time for this. "Go!" I didn't stop moving long enough to answer. Raihn dropped the bloodborne's corpse on the slab, and we flew through the corridors. Raihn had to be right that we were near the end of the maze. The next 2 doors were open, held there by the corpses of a human and Raihn respectively. Telltale bloodstains adorned the walls, delicate sprays of red, too fine to be from wounds, evidence of blood magic. We encountered only 2 other contestants, and between the child and my injuries, I needed to rely on Raihn's defense far more than I liked. At least he cut them down easily. Just 2 more corpses left in the halls as we progressed. "Raihn,
I hissed as we rounded another corner, pointing to the left with my bloody blade, to a gate marked with lit night fire torches. This one was bigger than the others, double doors of ornate metal, one of Alaris' eyes peering from each. The end? It could be. It had to be. A single slab sat before us. Raihn and I looked at each other, then looked at the child, who wept softly, barely conscious. He'd move for me, I knew it. Me or the child. The minute he did, my arm swung. My blade hit the solid leather-clad muscle of his shoulder. His jaw snapped shut, trembling. He glared at me. "What?" he hissed, between clenched teeth. "The fuck was that for?" I was going for that. He pointed his sword to a lifeless body at the far end of the hall, then muttered a string of curses and yanked my blade from his armor. Oh, I adjusted my hold around the child and mumbled something that somewhat resembled an apology, and Raihn told me to go fuck myself. I considered telling him how lucky he was that that blade had no poison left, and decided he probably wouldn't appreciate it. He hoisted the corpse over his shoulder and was on his way back when the wave of pain hit me, acidic, all-consuming, like I was being boiled from the inside out. I had only a moment to recognize what was happening before Angelica hit me. I barely managed to stave her off, my single free arm trembling with the strength it took to block her. Red suffused my vision. Each breath burned. The cuts over Angelica's arms quivered as the mist thickened. She smiled. "I told you I'd kill you in the ring." The child's body went rigid with pain as she cringed against me. Could a human child survive this? I heard Rain's approaching footsteps running for us. He had gone all the way down the hall. Seconds and he would be here. The smart thing would be to wait for him. I could withstand it, but the girl probably couldn't. So I left myself unguarded for one critical moment as I evaded. The strike to my side was crippling. I fell. I barely had enough awareness to push the child away from my falling weight before I hit the ground. Angelica's clawed hand was at my throat immediately, squeezed. I found the gates, tall and glimmering with the promise of safety, as everything else blurred. I reached for my magic, and it sputtered uselessly out of reach. Always gone when I needed it most. I groped at my side. One touch to the dagger she had embedded there made me seize with agony. But it's amazing what a body could endure to survive. I yanked the blade out of my flesh and thrust it into Angelica's. She cursed and slammed my head against the floor. Everything went white, then black. I was only partially conscious when Raihn pulled Angelica away. I could not move my gaze from the ceiling. How much time passed? Seconds? Minutes? The roar of the crowd swelled to a sudden crescendo. Everything spun. Raihn leaned over me. "It's almost over, Oraya." He looked like he was shouting, but sounded so far away. "Get up! Come on! Quick! We don't have time." I managed to turn my head. Angelica barely moved in a heap on the ground. My eyes fell to the little girl, unconscious. Her leg twisted, dark hair falling over her face. So incredibly familiar, like looking in a mirror. I dragged myself to my hands and knees, pushing away Rain's hand. "Let me go," I slurred. "For fuck's sake, Princess, I'm not going to—" "Let me go!" I crawled to the girl, gathered her in my arms, forced myself to my feet. My gaze settled on the gate ahead, though it tilted and smeared. What was that? 10 steps? I could make it. 10 steps. Raihn held my arm, perhaps in frustration, perhaps to steady me. "What are you doing?" he hissed. I couldn't answer that, even if I wanted to. It took all my energy to make it those final steps. Still, I would not let him help me. Still, I would not let go of that child. I crossed the threshold and fell to my knees. The Colosseum spread out before me, gold-gilded and magnificent. Thousands of spectators packed the stands, screaming for blood. And yet, even in that crowd, I found Vincent right away, right there in the front, watching me with abject horror, as if his own heart had been carved out and thrust into my hands. It struck me, all at once, exactly how much Vincent loved me. Was that how I had looked, I wondered, when I looked at this little girl? Just like that. At the thought of her, sudden fear overwhelmed me. These were predators, all of them, and she was prey. Her blood and mine ran together as I turned to Raihn. "Don't let them take her," I choked out. The world faded. I didn't remember falling, but suddenly I was looking at the sky, my fingernails digging into Raihn's arm, the other hand desperately clutching the limp child to my chest. Night-born soldiers encroached upon us. "Don't let them take her," I begged again. The edges of my vision grew dark, and Raihn leaned very close to me, closer than I ever allowed anyone, as he murmured, solemn as a vow, "I won't." Chapter 20. My arms were empty when I awoke. I stared at the ceiling for several long seconds. My stomach churned. The mural on the ceiling, a night sky, streaked as the world spun. I lifted my hand to my chest and felt only the slow rise and fall of my own breath. No child. The trial came to me in bits and pieces, assembled in a fractured mosaic. The end of it was just a blurry, poorly rendered suggestion. The girl. I remembered how limp she had been, how hard we'd hit the ground together. Remembered the guards closing in on me, on her. She was just a small, helpless human. My hand slid down my body. Yes, I had some nicks and cuts, but the worst of my injuries had been healed. I had survived the second trial. And I felt nothing. Raihn was nowhere to be found when I awoke, but Mish was excited to see me conscious. A little too excited, actually, her grin tinged with a manic hint of concern. I had been in rough shape and unconscious for days. "It was mostly the blood magic that got you," she told me. "As a human, I was especially susceptible to it. My blood was weak, easy to manipulate, easy to turn against my mortal flesh. If a body withstood it, recovery could be quick, but the line between survival and death, especially for a human, was very thin. I thought of that child, how tiny she was, nestled against my chest. Surely too tiny to survive what I barely had. I listened, numb, as Mish told me of the end of the trial, that 11 contestants had died, leaving 29 of us. Even Ibrahim, miraculously, had managed to drag himself through at the last possible moment. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I sipped the water Misha gave me, but my mouth was still too dry to bring myself to ask the only question I cared about. I let her talk for a full half-hour before I scraped up the courage to choke out, "The girl?" She looked confused. "The what?" "There was a little girl." She gave me a weak smile and a pitying shake of her head. "I don't know." I wanted to press, wanted to demand that we find out, but the words were thick in my throat. Why did I care so much? I shouldn't care so much. And yet I couldn't ignore it, couldn't escape it. I swallowed down what I could of the food Misha gave me, but the minutes ticked by and I grew antsy, as if everything I was trying to suppress just roiled and thrashed beneath my skin. Eventually, I rose. Every muscle ached, but at least I could move. I grabbed my jacket from the coat hook. "Where are you going?" Misha asked, alarmed, as I threw it over my shoulders. "Just need some air." "But you should." I threw open the door. "Rest," she finished, as I slammed it behind me. It had been a while since I'd done 3 in a single night. My body railed against me for it, and I deserved that, I suppose. But even tired, the fuckers weren't difficult to kill. They were lazy, and there were too many of them. It had been weeks since I'd walked these streets. Enough time, apparently, to lull these fools into a false sense of security.
I wasn't surprised. They were entitled, selfish, gluttonous, entitled pieces of shit who saw the people who lived here as nothing more than livestock. I hated them so much that watching them die, watching them watch me, a human, kill them, did nothing to ease my rage. It just made it feel like more of an injustice. Over the years, I had learned to stitch up that wound, tuck it carefully away with all my other human weaknesses. Now, the bandage I so carefully maintained had been torn off, grasped in the little fingers of an innocent dead child. I didn't know how to make it stop. I had been taught young that bleeding was dangerous, and though my wounds had closed, the one deep in my chest bled more than ever. It made me just as vulnerable. When I left the Moon Palace, I thought I was going to meet Vincent. I was sure that he would be waiting for me. I'd seen the way he looked at me in there. I needed to talk to him, to ask him about my magic, ask him about the humans. Where had they come from? How did they get humans that should have been protected? Why children? He'd have answers. And yet, maybe that was exactly why I found myself walking in the opposite direction, to the human districts. Words were complicated, questions were difficult, and that wound inside of me was bleeding so much that I knew Vincent would smell it. The blood would seep out between my fingers if he ripped it open with an answer I didn't like. This was easier, more satisfying. At least it was fucking doing something. My third victim looked at me like I was Nioxia herself as the light left his eyes. I pinned him against the wall, here in the shit-stinking, piss-coated alleyway where he had been stalking young women in the pub across the street. I wasn't the young woman he wanted, but I was certainly the one he deserved. He opened his mouth, a waft of his rotting breath floating over my face as he slackened. I yanked my blade free and let him slump to the ground. Animal. Fucking rot there with the shit and the piss and the trash, just like all the other rat carcasses. He had opened a cut on my wrist with his fingernails. I stopped and watched the blood bubble to the surface, and with it came another unbearable wave of rage. My skin, human skin, was so delicate and easily torn. In this moment, I hated it just as much as I hated the vampire I'd just killed. More, even. Maybe that fragility was responsible for just as much death. And here I was thinking that you were visiting with our great and powerful Nightborn King when you ran away in the early hours. I spun around, blade out, to see a familiar winged form standing on the rooftop. At the sight, my heart clenched. I didn't like when they flew above me. I may be the serpent, but even snakes run for cover when hawks soared overhead. Raihn, I'm sure, would not take kindly to me killing vampires. No vampire would. They would kill each other any day, but none of them liked it when a human did it. Not that I was in the mood to give a damn now. Go away. That's an uncharacteristically boring retort. It was. Almost embarrassing. I ignored him and wiped the blood from my blade. Raihn's smirk faltered slightly. I saw you kill 2 more in the last hour, he said, his voice a touch softer than I would have expected. You're doing this when you were just on the edge of death? Not a wise use of your time, some might say. That wound in my heart bled and bled. His words salted it, and I lashed out at him like an animal. Not a good use of my time, I snarled, jabbing my weapon at him. 4 humans would be dead if I didn't do this today. But of course you don't think their lives are worth an hour and a half of my time? His smirk disappeared. That wasn't what I meant. Fuck you. I hoped he couldn't see my face. It probably revealed too much. Be careful with those colorful expressions of yours, little serpent, Vincent whispered. Fuck you, too, I thought. Then, moments later, uttered a silent apology in my head. Behind me, I heard Raihn land on the ground, surprisingly lightly for someone of his size. Get out. I didn't turn. These pricks don't need you defending their honor. He scoffed in disgust. I'm doing no such thing. As far as I'm concerned, you're doing an important public service.
My hand stopped mid-motion. I didn't turn, didn't reveal my face, but he chuckled. What? What did he mean, what? Like he didn't know what? Like he wasn't perfectly fucking aware exactly how any vampire, even ones who looked down upon these wraths, even ones who disagreed with their actions, would take a human taking it upon herself to kill them. An insult on principle alone. I didn't bother saying this to him. We both knew. Instead, a question swelled in my throat. It was exactly the kind of question I'd come here to avoid, the kind with an ugly answer I didn't want to hear. I resumed cleaning my blade. The girl? I choked out. My voice came out higher and weaker than I'd intended. A long, long silence passed. With each second, my chest tightened. I heard footsteps approach, but I didn't move, until his hand touched my shoulder. I twitched away, ready to snap at him, but something about the look on his face, oddly gentle, made me pause. "Come with me," he said. Chapter 21. Raihn brought me across the city. It took us nearly a half an hour to travel there on foot. He offered to fly us, but I refused so vehemently that he put his hands up in an apparent plea of mercy, and we walked in silence. I still needed to keep my teeth gritted against everything that might escape if I opened my mouth. This end of the district was more spread out, patches of dirt and even a few gardens spacing out the clay buildings. There was no part of the human district that didn't reek of poverty. But this area, at least, felt a bit more like people were trying to build lives here. Poor, yes, run down, of course, but full of warmth, in some strange way. Bittersweet grief twinged in my chest. I'd never noticed before that maybe something existed here that did not exist in the inner city. Things that lived and moved and reminded me so much of Ilana. It was night, which meant it was quiet here, residents remaining dutifully indoors. Still, Raihn and I were careful to cling to the shadows, traveling in alleyways rather than the main streets. He peered around the corner between two buildings, then spread his wings and leapt up to the flat roof. He offered me his hand, but I ignored it and climbed up on my own, earning a light scoff and a shake of the head. He led me to the edge of the roof, then sat, swinging his legs over and spiriting his wings away. Look, I didn't know what he was trying to show me.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Before us were buildings that looked like all the other buildings we'd passed, and deserted streets that looked just like all the other streets we'd walked. What? Sit. Get lower. I crouched down. Even with my legs under me, I was still shorter than Raihn was seated. He pointed, and I craned my head to follow his gesture. Through that window, over there. The next building over had large glass windows split into many reinforced panes. Lanterns had been lit within, drenching the interior in soft, warm light. Moving bodies cast shadows across the interior. There were many people in that room, at least 6 that I could see through the window, most of them children. Right in the middle, Raihn said softly, a little girl with dark hair. She sat on the floor, alone, ignoring the other children. Her head was bowed, and even if it wasn't, she was too far away for me to see her face anyway. But it was her. It was her. A shaky breath escaped me without my permission. The wave of sheer relief left me dizzy. I pressed my hands to the clay roof just so I wouldn't topple over the edge. "How?" I choked out. "I have my ways." I could hear the smirk in Raihn's voice. "Very dangerous, very clever, very impressive ways." I wasn't about to validate his preening, but it was impressive. I couldn't even fathom how he had managed to pull it off. Just getting the child out of the Colosseum alive was practically a miracle. What are these people? Where is this? A home for children who don't have anyone else. Took me a while to find the right place. I couldn't locate her family. I thought maybe they could. I swallowed thickly. They would not find this girl's family. She didn't have a family anymore. "That's a fairy tale," I said.
He let out a sour, humorless chuckle. You really just don't ever let up, do you? You never accept a win? Did he think I didn't want it to be a win? Did he think I didn't want to believe that it could happen? But before I could speak, he added gently, Maybe you're right, but she's alive. That's something. And I was grateful for that. I truly was. If I tried to tell him so, I would reveal too much. Yet, I wanted it to feel more like a victory. I wanted her life to be worth more than it was. Instead, she would grow up here, in a place where she would be constantly hunted, alone. I wished saving her was as simple as keeping her heart beating. Mother, I wanted that. But would she remember that someone tried? That someone thought her life should be worth something more? Without thinking, I rubbed the ring on my little finger. She should never have been there, I muttered. No, Raihn agreed. The sheer hatred in his voice caught me off guard, unexpected enough to jerk me from my thoughts. My gaze snapped to him. Why were you following me? He raised his hands. Easy, Viper. That isn't an answer. You were coming into the districts as I was leaving. I was curious, maybe even a bit concerned, if you won't take too much offense to my saying that. His voice turned more serious. But I'm glad I did. I'm pleasantly surprised by this turn of events, actually. He shook his head. I didn't think you had it in you. Why? Because I'm Vincent's princess? He winced, but didn't disagree. I stared at him for a long moment, eyes narrowed. I don't understand. What? Pleasantly surprised? You said you were pleasantly surprised. And I meant it. It doesn't make sense? Why? Because I'm Rishon trash? If he expected me to wince like he had, I didn't. I just stared, unblinking, unapologetic. He sighed. The ones you're killing? They deserve it. They'll never stop otherwise. But they're vampires. Yes. And these are humans. I can see that. A pause as I tried and failed to articulate my disbelief. He sighed again, as if this discussion was exhausting him. Is that so incomprehensible? Yes. Incomprehensible. It just defied a certain world order in the House of Night. Hell, in all of Obitras. Of course it is, I said. It's that unbelievable that I have respect for human life? He snapped. I used to fucking be one of them. My mouth had been half open with some snippy retort that I immediately forgot. I closed it, stunned into silence. Raihn's rust-red eyes crinkled with amusement. It's satisfying to shock you, princess. You're turned. I am. Turned vampires were very rare, especially in Sivernage. The few that managed to survive the process usually didn't adjust well to their new existence. And the vampires of the House of Night, notoriously territorial, were never all that inclined to turn their food into their peers to begin with. It had never even occurred to me that Raihn could be turned. And yet, so much now made sense. The unusual ragged edge to his appearance, his decidedly unvampiric sense of humor, and the performances, the constant performances, like he had something to prove, like he'd had to learn how to wear different faces. That little amused smile faded, leaving behind something rawer and more rueful. Centuries, and it never gets any less repulsive. Never fucking fades. I wanted to say, good. I hoped I still found it repulsive when I became like them, that I never abandoned that piece of myself. And yet, so many times I'd thought it seemed like a small price to pay, to shed my humanity like the discarded skin of a snake. Even if here and now the idea sickened me. I was quiet. I would never give voice to any of those thoughts. How long have you been doing this? Raihn asked at last. I don't know, I lied. A few years. 6 years, 2 months, and 14 days. And I have to assume our great Nightborn savior doesn't know. I shot him a warning glance. He laughed just enough to reveal a glimpse of pointed teeth. You know, part of the reason why I wanted to ally with you was because of that look. That fucking face. It's just so. He clamped his lips shut, and his features twitched as if he was getting ready to mimic me, and then wisely thought better of it. Forget it. I could have let it lie there. Yet, I found myself replying curtly, no. Vincent doesn't know. Why did I say that? Did I want to prove something to him? Prove that I was more than Vincent's obedient pet? It would cause political problems, I went on. It's better for everyone this way. Absolutely true. Vincent couldn't condone, even tacitly, my activities here. Just like he couldn't condone any official action in Rishon territory on my behalf. I would be free to act on my own when I was strong enough to do so without being killed. I refrained from adding that Vincent would also probably lock me up in my room indefinitely if he had known about my little hobbies. Right. Raihn sounded unconvinced. The breeze captured loose strands of both of our hair, mine raven black, his dark red. It was welcome in this heat. I lifted my chin to it, relishing the cooling sweat on my cheeks as I gazed out to the horizon, the crumbling bland blocks of the human district, static and angular, in contrast to the rolling dunes. The Nightborn castle dwarfed all of it. From this spot, 3 different worlds collided: prey, predator, and the gods. "It is admirable, Oraya," Raihn said after a long silence. "What you did in the ring, what you do here." I blinked in surprise. I didn't look at him, didn't respond. Waited for him to add a correction or a diminishment. But he didn't. He just made the straightforward compliment and let it stand. It felt strange. "And I'm sorry for my behavior before the trial," he went on. I was thinking of things that had nothing to do with you. I was having a bad day." This stunned me even more than the compliment, even if I could practically hear Misha feeding him the words. Again, I waited for a but, a diminishment, but it did not come. I allowed myself to look at him, and silence stretched out between us. Finally, I said, "Do you want me to say I'm sorry now?" He laughed, not a chuckle or a scoff, a laugh, full and deep and shockingly loud. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd heard someone like that, myself included. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Not since, Ilana, that fucking face," he said, shaking his head. "No, I was not waiting for you to apologize. I'd be disappointed if you did. I have no regrets. I'd throw you out that window again." "Oh, I know, Princess, I know." He pushed the wayward strands of his hair away from his face, the smile still clinging to his lips and moonlight outlining the angles of his profile. The sudden, overwhelming realization hit me that he was actually very handsome. I was always surrounded by beautiful people and learned long ago the hard way how important it was to numb myself to that. But in this moment, just for a split second, Raihn's beauty struck me like a blow. So unexpected and staggering, my breath caught in my throat. His wasn't the refined elegance of vampires, perfect cheekbones and perfect lips and perfect glittering eyes. No, it was rougher, more lived in, more alive. Suddenly all those features that had seemed like so much, that carried the marks of a life, unlike vampire perfection that sanded them away, were magnificently captivating. I looked away fast, shoving this observation away. "I have an idea," he said. "Fuck training in that apartment. Let's train here." My brow furrowed. "Here?" "Here. Doing this. I already learned more about your style in the last 2 hours than I have in the last 10 days, just by watching you work tonight." I bristled at that, every instinct rebelling against being observed. But I begrudgingly had to admit he was right. If we were going to work together, we needed to understand each other. "Think about it," he said. We can learn how to fight together and actually do something fucking useful." And the corner of his mouth curled. "It'll be more fun, don't you think?" Every part of me wanted to say no, like a child desperate to protect your secret hideaway. But I had only barely survived 2 trials, and my ability to make it through the third hinged on working with Raihn. And my ability to kill him afterwards hinged on my understanding of him, too. My gaze drifted back to that window. The lights had mostly gone out, save for a single lantern that now dimly outlined the little girl's sleeping form, now tucked into bed, barely visible. This district had been crawling with vampires tonight. 1 month away from my project, and so much effort undone. How many humans had died in the last month because I wasn't here? How many more could live if I had help? "All right," I said. "Fine, we'll do it." I almost took it back just because Raihn looked so smugly pleased with himself. He leaned closer, a curious look glinting in his eye. "Do you remember when you asked me for one honest thing?" I nodded. "One honest thing, Oraya. We have 3 weeks until the half-moon trial. Are we really going to work together?" I understood what he was really asking me. Whether I would cooperate with him. Whether I would allow us to work together. "What have you done to earn my trust?" I had spat at him. Trust was still a precious and dangerous thing. Whatever I was giving him now wasn't quite that. But I looked down to that sleeping girl. Then to Raihn. I noticed for the first time that we were sitting quite close to each other, less than an arm's length apart. I noticed this, and I did not move. "Yes," I said, "I think so." Chapter 22. Oraya. Vincent said my name in a single exhale of relief, not so much a greeting as much as a desperate thank you to the mother that I was here. I wasn't expecting that. 3 syllables, and so much of my anger melted away, leaving a vulnerable affection that ached beneath a stab of guilt. I had made him wait 1 more day. I couldn't bring myself to see him after witnessing what happened to that little girl. And still, as I crested the hill today, I questioned whether it was a good idea. I thought I was ready. Working in the human districts had stilled something within me. It didn't make the image of that little girl's crying face go away, but it did make her pain feel like it was worth something. And yet, with every step I took towards Vincent's meeting place, I felt smaller and smaller. All the parts of myself that I'd been so careful to hide from him were too close to the surface. So I was relieved when he looked at me that way, and when it made all my anger deflate. He had been worried about me, and he loved me. That was all that mattered. "Are you hurt?" Vincent circled me, looking me up and down even though I wore leathers that covered my entire body, the scars of my injuries sealed away beneath armor. "I'm fine." "You didn't look fine." His back straightened, paternal worry replaced with the rage of the king of the Nightborn. "What?" he hissed. "Were you thinking? You nearly threw that match away. You nearly forfeited your life. For what?" That stare was cold enough to freeze my heart again. For what? With those words, I was in the maze again, looking at that child, the horrifying realization falling over me. I had learned over the years to carefully regulate my emotions. Anger is a series of physical responses. But this time it hit me hard and fast. "Why were there humans in that trial?" I asked. I spoke calmly, but Vincent had taught me how to line words with steel. He recognized that now, blinking in surprise. "The trials are not under my jurisdiction." "That isn't true." Surprise turned to indignation. "Excuse me?" "You do not execute them, but they are under your jurisdiction. And the humans are citizens of the House of Night. There are protections. There should have been protections." I was eternally conscious of how I stumbled over my words. In my head, they sounded strong and convicted. Aloud, they sounded weak and childish. His stare grew colder. Protections? Their lives belong to Nyaxia, just as mine does, just as yours does. And if this is what she wants them for, children? She wants children for her entertainment? I cut myself off and turned so my face was shrouded in the shadows. Useless. It would hide nothing from a vampire. Something in him softened. I could hear the change in his voice. He had morphed from father to king, and now he was my father again. "Let me into that mind of yours, little serpent," he murmured. He didn't know what he was asking for. He wouldn't like what he saw there, if I did. The words that weighed heavy on my tongue tasted like treason, like they might betray me to him as someone who was too dissimilar to him, not vampiric enough. "A human life should not be worth so little," I said. "There's a reason why humans are protected within their districts. All of our lives are cheap, Oraya. Human, vampire, even those of the gods." He said this somewhat pityingly, as if he was surprised to have to explain something so obvious. It was true. Death was everywhere in the House of Night. Parents killed their children, children killed their parents. Lovers took each other's lives in the night, gone too far in the throes of passion. Even the stories of our gods were vicious. Lesser deities frequently murdered for little more than sport. The Nightborn forged their people and their blades from steel, hard and cold and unforgiving. This was life. Maybe it was a sign that something was wrong with me, that I struggled to accept it, struggled to hammer myself into that blade. Perhaps it was because I was neither human nor vampire, and because standing on that boundary made it so clear how steep the differences were. "At least the vampires died for something," I said. "We all die for something, vampire and human." I didn't accept that answer. I didn't accept it at all. If I died in the Kejari, at least I'd be doing so of my own volition. But those humans, what did they die for? Nothing. Entertainment for our bloodthirsty goddess and bloodthirsty populace. I chose this life, but that child didn't. Vincent was right that the House of Night didn't respect any life, but it certainly still valued some more than others. I tried so hard to stop there, but I couldn't. The words came before I could stop myself. That could have been me, that girl.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Raihn's wall of a body managed to get in my way whenever I needed to move fast. His strikes always took our target out of my line of attack at just the wrong moment. In one memorably painful instance, his wing hit me so hard that it flung me into a wall like a swatted fly. But there was no shortage of targets. The vampires of the inner city had happily turned the district into their hunting ground in my absence. So we continued, breaking down the barrier between us bit by bit. 5 nights in, and I realized we'd gone an entire trip without either of us accidentally or intentionally hitting the other. 6 nights, and I realized we hadn't even stepped on each other's feet all day. 7 nights, and we actually managed to complement each other, dismantling one of our targets with seamless efficiency. We'd stopped and stared at each other afterwards, wide-eyed, like we had both witnessed a miracle and didn't quite want to jeopardize it by acknowledging it aloud. Of course, after that, we'd gotten in each other's way for the rest of the night, but I'd take what I could get. On the 8th night, I fell back and simply watched him work. By then, I'd started to gain an innate understanding of how he moved, and observing him with that in mind crystallized all of my observations into conclusions. When I first met Raihn, I'd thought that he relied on his size and strength. I had been very, very wrong. All of that was a distraction. He used magic constantly, hidden in each movement and blow, obscured by showy savagery. If someone wasn't watching closely, they would think he just went at his opponent with a giant nightsteel sword and won by sheer brute force alone, and they would be underestimating him. It was much more than that. Those strikes were devastating because he was using his size, his speed, and his magic with each one. There was nothing crude about it. It was strategic.
He knew when to hit, where, and how hard. Calculated. This dawned on me as I watched him yank his sword from the chest of a limp vampire corpse. He glanced over his shoulder at me, brow quirked. What? Like what you see? Do you do that on purpose? This? He gestured to the body, straightened, and wiped his blade. The glowing shadows along its length shuddered as the cloth ran over it. Yes, I'd say so. The performance. Your fighting style is a performance. You're making it look simpler than it is. He paused for a moment, maybe in surprise, before turning around. You have been watching closely. I'm flattered. Why do you hide your use of magic? He sheathed his sword and declined to answer. What's next? The southern end? Do you want people to think you're a brute? He stopped mid-step, eyebrow twitching in an expression that I now had come to know meant Oraya said something amusing, probably unintentionally. A brute? I didn't know what was funny about my word choice. Yes. Even when you used it in the feast hall that time, it was all power, no finesse. You think I have finesse? That's flattering. So, southern end? I think you deliberately try to seem like you don't. Southern end it is. He started walking. Perhaps I hide my magic for the same reason you hide yours. I had to take 3 steps to keep up with 2 of his. You weren't entitled to know about my magic, and you aren't entitled to know why I hid it. Oh, I know why you hid it. I had to fight to keep the surprise from my face. A slow smile spread over his lips. You hid it because you didn't know you could do it. You threw me out of a window completely by accident. This time, mother damn my face. The blink of shock happened before I could stop it. That's not. Look, you are many things, princess, but a good actress is not one of them. Now let's go. We're losing moonlight. Goddess fucking damn him. There were so many things I wanted to say, chief of which, you fucking knew and you still gave me that much shit? But I shut my mouth, drew my blades, and went after him. I didn't know how I felt about that. The fact that he had been observing me just as closely as I observed him. I didn't like being observed, and even less liked being understood. But even I had to admit that it had undeniable benefits. Soon, Raihn and I worked together as if we had known each other for years. We had learned each other's fighting styles and learned where to leave openings to accommodate each other. It took non-stop work, from the moment the sun set to the moment the horizon bled pink with impending sunrise. It took many bruises, snapped insults, and aching muscles. And we still had a long, long way to go. But Raihn, I begrudgingly had to admit, had been right the night he had first approached me to a lie. We made a good team. After we returned from the districts, I would spend time with Mishe each day too, practicing magic use. That went less well. At least Raihn and I made measurable progress every day, even on our worst outings. My magic, though, was a volatile, unpredictable beast. Sometimes, with Misha's tutelage, I managed to coax little wisps of shadow or night fire to my fingertips. Other nights, even asking for sparks was too much. And not once did I come even close to summoning the kind of power I'd used to throw Raihn out the window. I was grateful that we did this work in my bedchamber, where Raihn never would have gotten over the humiliation. You're already defeated before you even start, Mishe said, after one long night in which I failed to summon my magic at all. Even weakly. It knows when you have a bad attitude. I don't have a bad attitude, I grumbled. You're scared of it, and it's scared of you, she chirped. You just have to, seize it. Let your heart open. She flung out her arms wide, beaming, as if this was a triumphant and completely reasonable instruction. I gave her a deadpan stare, sighed, and then proceeded to fail 15 more times until I gave up in exhausted rage. The truth was, despite my grumbling, I admired Mishe. It wasn't her fault that my magic was too temperamental to be useful. She was a patient and dedicated teacher, and her grasp of magic was incredible. She manipulated flame and light as if they were an extension of her body, with carefree effortlessness. It was mind-boggling. I'd thought I might be able to learn from Miche because she, too, drew from magic that traditionally fell beyond her domain. But all I learned was that she was apparently some kind of anomaly of nature, because she didn't seem to have to try at all. One time, when my curiosity got the better of me, I asked her, "How did you even start doing this?" "The fire? It's just in me." "Right. But how? How did you know that? How did you find it?" She looked blankly at me, brow furrowed, as if I'd just asked her to describe how she began breathing. "It's just there. And yours is too." "I don't think so." "Oh, it is," she insisted. It was not. Vincent wasn't much help either. His advice was the opposite of Miche's, doled out in scant instruction about muscle control and form and, above all, focus, focus, focus. I saw him only a handful of times over those weeks, and less as time went on. Sometimes I was too busy to go to our meeting spot. Other times I would wait for him for an hour, and he would never appear. With each visit, he was more distracted and distant, and the knot in my stomach grew tighter. I wasn't stupid. I knew something was happening, something bad, that he didn't want to reveal to me. Whenever I gently inquired, he told me I needed to focus on the Kejari, in a tone that left no room for negotiation, and that I knew better than to challenge. So I did as he said. I focused, and I trained. In the second week of preparation, Raihn and I forewent our nightly trip to the districts to train with Miche in the apartment instead. Developing a rhythm with Raihn had been the hard part, but once we forged the foundation of our partnership, it was easy to fit Miche in. She was fast and flexible, responding intuitively to wordless cues. After only a handful of clumsy starts, the three of us fell into a balanced team. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. That night, halfway through the session, Misha stopped short. She backed against the wall and crouched down with her hands pressed together, eyes round. I faltered mid-movement. "What's wrong?" I asked, alarmed. "Did I hurt you?" "No, no." She shook her head, a grin spreading across her mouth. "It's just gods, look at you two. It's amazing." "There's no bonding like bonding over murder," Raihn said dryly. "I'm just so proud," she sighed, and I was still trying to figure out whether she was joking or not as he rolled his eyes and beckoned to her. "You're just trying to get an extra break. Let's go, Misha." Together, we refined the teamwork we had discovered, night after night after night. Every morning, I collapsed into bed exhausted. Every night, I woke up sore and ready to do it all over again. On the 16th night, in the brief seconds before sleep took me, I thought, this might actually work. It might actually work. And maybe I even liked it. Chapter 24. It had been several days since Raihn and I had gone to the human districts, so when Misha holed herself up in her room working on some new spell, we took the opportunity to return. I expected that the districts would be full of vampires, treating it as a hunting ground given our absence. But instead, Raihn and I disposed of only 2 very drunk vampires attempting to pick off a couple of children, and then found ourselves roaming aimlessly around the empty streets. Raihn said, after an hour of fruitless wandering. "Maybe we've built more of a reputation for ourselves than we expected. Even more terrifying than we thought," I said. "We're doing our jobs too well." My cheeks tightened. I was so satisfied that it took me an embarrassingly long time to notice Raihn staring at me. My smile disappeared, and he laughed. "There she is." "What?" I snapped. "You just looked so pleased with yourself." I shrugged. "Fine, I was pleased with myself." "We could go to the western quarter," I suggested. He slid his hands into his coat pockets and looked around as if with sudden realization of where we were. "Is that agreement?" "I have a better idea." He set off down a side street, leaving me in the middle of the road. "Where are you going?" I called after him. He glanced over his shoulder, eyes crinkled. "I'm getting a drink. You coming?" "You mean to tell me that you, a human, come to this district almost every night, stab whatever poor vampire bastards you come across, become mysterious savior to the innocent human civilians, and yet, despite spending almost half your fucking life here, you've never interacted with these people? Never gone to a pub? Never said a quick hello to one of your rescuees? Nothing?" He said it like it was ridiculous, and that offended me. I wasn't here for that. I glowered at him. The effect of the glare was somewhat diminished by the fact that he was so much taller than me and walking so fast that I had to awkwardly half-run to keep up with him. "We're not here for that." "Oh, hush, Princess. We've been working so hard there's no one left to kill." "Then we should go back to the Moon Palace." "I don't want to go back to the Moon Palace. I want the most absolutely fucking disgusting beer in town. I want foamy, sour piss beer. And the place to get it is less than a block away." "Aha!" His face lit up, and he jabbed his finger across the street as we rounded a corner, pointing to a rickety, half-rotted wooden sign that seemed to have once read Sandra's, but now looked more like Suders. "This place," he said, striding towards it, "has been here for almost a century. And, wait." I grabbed his arm just as he was about to open the door. The movement was much rougher than I'd intended. A weak puff of shadow unfurling from my fingertips, my nails digging into the leather of his coat. He stopped, brow furrowed, and looked down at my white-knuckled hand. Then at my face. His expression changed, softened. "What's wrong, Oraya?" I didn't even know how to answer that question. I let go of him, clamping my hands together in front of me so he wouldn't see that they trembled. I leveled my voice. "This is a building full of humans." "Yes? And you are made to kill them. And if you lose control, I don't know if I could stop you alone. I'm not putting them at risk so you can drink some garbage beer," I said coldly. He let out a short laugh. "I want beer, not blood. Besides, why would I go on a hunting rampage after spending the last week and a half with you killing everyone who did just that? So fucking dismissive. It isn't that simple." "Why the hell not?" "Because if we put someone like you in a packed room of humans, it might not be a matter of you deciding anything," I spat. "I know what bloodlust looks like, Raihn." A momentary wave of something I couldn't decipher, something that almost resembled compassion, flitted across his face, quickly replaced once again with amusement. "You're worried about my self-control? How sweet." He leaned close enough that I felt his words skitter over my cheek. I didn't know why I didn't move. "I have plenty of self-control, Oraya," he murmured. "Don't you worry about me." Goosebumps rose on the back of my neck. Yet the shiver that rolled over my flesh wasn't the familiar shiver of fear. That, at least, was a physical response I knew how to regulate. This startled me. My instinctual desire wasn't to back away, but to pull closer. I froze. My body didn't know how to react to this, reaching for fear and finding something else, something much more dangerous. A long moment passed, or maybe it had just been a second or two, and I stepped away, shooting him a glare. That doesn't matter. Besides, what if they recognize what you are? I won't be flashing any dazzling grins, and they'll be none the wiser. "No," I hissed. "It's a stupid idea." The wrinkle between his brows deepened, then disappeared as he gave me a sly smirk. "Oh, I see." I blinked at him, already offended by whatever he was about to say next. The smirk broadened to a grin. "You're scared? You're scared of a bunch of humans." "No, I'm not," I said, just too loud and too quickly, enough to confirm his suspicions. I wasn't scared. Scared wasn't the right word. It was just wrong. I belonged out here, hidden, not in there with them. Maybe my blood was human, but I'd abandoned that part of myself a long time ago. Raihn seemed confident that he could pass as one of them, but hell, I didn't know if I could. "What are you so nervous about?" he said. "You're human, too, for fuck's sake." I scowled. "Not really." He made a face. "Ix tits, I wish you could have seen your expression just then. I'm glad you're so proud of your heritage." Before I could stop him, he threw open the pub door and dragged me inside. The pub was in the basement, and wobbly stairs directly within the door led us down into the dim throng. Humans gathered at mismatched wooden tables on mismatched wooden stools, leaning close and chatting boldly over games of cards or mugs of mead. The walls were made of stone and clay, tiny windows at the top revealing peaks of the streets. Lanterns along the walls drenched the whole room in warm orange light. At the pub's center was a square counter where a barkeep poured drinks and slid food to waiting patrons. The air was thick with a unique scent that blended beer, sweat, and bread. It was dark and crowded inside. I wondered whether business had picked up considerably since Raihn and I started patrolling the streets again, because it seemed unthinkable to me that this many people had felt comfortable being out at night when such dangers loomed within those shadows. Or maybe they just no longer cared. These people didn't even seem afraid. It was so wildly different than anywhere I'd ever been before. I had spent a little time in vampire pubs in the inner city, briefly and out of nothing more than stupid teenage curiosity. They were plenty grimy and depraved, but everyone was so much more restrained, even in the throes of debauchery.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Vampires behaved as if every emotion, every impulse took a bit longer to reach the surface of their skin. But humans laid it bare. They were loud and expressive and unapologetic. This struck me, strange and confusing. My humanness had been the reason why I'd spent a lifetime dimming myself. For these people, it was the reason they burned brighter. It was so utterly foreign that I was certain that everyone would stop to stare at us the minute we crossed the threshold. It didn't happen. I glanced at Raihn, hand moving to the hilt of my blade, watching for signs of bloodlust. With so many sweaty humans packed into this small a space, the scent of blood must be overwhelming. But his nose didn't so much as twitch. I'd been skeptical when he said he could pass as human. Much more separated vampires and humans than the teeth and the wings. Their entire demeanors were different. Vampires simply moved like predators, all silent grace and calculated finesse. And Raihn, though he was an unusual vampire, still had that in spades. Until he just didn't. The moment we walked into the pub, Raihn changed. The way he stood changed, growing a little more relaxed and lopsided. The way he walked changed, his steps a little more meandering. The way he held his face changed, predatory stillness replaced with laid-back ease. Everything about the way he held himself grew a little rougher, a little less polished. And just like that, Raihn was human. A very tall human, yes, a human that no one would want to fuck with, but human. He jerked his chin towards the back of the room, took hold of my arm, and led me to an unoccupied little booth in the corner. Then he announced that he was going to get us the shittiest beer the place had, and was gone before I could say anything else. I watched him in awe as he cut through the crowd. Everything, from how he gently touched people's shoulders to move them out of the way, to the half nod of greeting he gave the keeper, to the lumbering swagger of his walk back to the table, beer in hand, was immaculate. He placed a large, chipped glass mug full of foamy mud-brown liquid in front of me, then took his own and slid into the seat beside me. The booth was a small half circle with a wobbly table at its center. He took up roughly 3/4 of the seating space. He leaned against the wall, limbs sprawled, threw his head back, and took several long gulps of his drink. "Fucking horrific," he said affectionately, as he slammed the mug down on the table. "It's perfect." "Impressive," I said. "Thank you. I've had plenty of practice drinking terrible alcohol." "Not that." I gestured broadly to him, up and down. "That." His eyebrow twitched. "I've had a lot of practice on my physique, too." I scoffed, then leaned closer. "You are a very good actor, is what I mean. You look very human." "Yes." He shrugged and took another drink. "Makes sense." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Maybe I was right to distrust you in the beginning. You have so many different versions of yourself." "Oh, they're all me." Now it was his turn to give me that look, the kind that picked me apart. "Meanwhile, you look like someone has shoved you in a pen with a bunch of lions. Do you actually have your hand on your blade right now?" I yanked my fingers away from the hilt at my hip and placed my hands on the table. "No, you're safe, Oraya. Relax." It could have sounded dismissive, but his voice was unexpectedly tender. "You are safe." I could not remember the last time those words were uttered to me. It was never true, after all. And strangely enough, even though these people were so much less dangerous than the predators that surrounded me every day, I felt more exposed here than ever. I looked out across the room. "Did you used to come to places like this? When you were human?" "Yes, often." His gaze slipped out over the room. "They looked quite a bit different back then, though. A lot of time has passed." "How much time?" A pause. "A couple of 100 years." He said it very casually, but I knew that pause. It was the same kind of pause I made when he asked me how long I had been coming to the human districts. He knew exactly how long it had been. Years, days, minutes. But I still come to places like this regularly. I get a bit exhausted by vampires sometimes. "Do you miss it? Humanity?" It was only after the question left my lips that I realized how oddly intimate it was. I thought he wouldn't answer. He was silent, watching the patrons laugh and drink. "I miss the sun," he said at last. And for a moment he wore the same expression that he did when I would come back to the apartment at dawn to find him looking out the window, long after the light would have been eating at his skin. I didn't know why I felt the urge to pull away from that uncomfortable question, as if I'd prodded a wound. I took a sip of my beer. Thick bitterness flooded my mouth. I made a face, and Raihn laughed. "Ugh, that's disgusting." "Disgusting and amazing. Just disgusting. You have no taste, princess." Despite myself, I chuckled. Maybe he had a point, because I took another sip. "Mish probably also used to be human," I remarked. A warm smile curled the corner of his mouth. "She makes it obvious, doesn't she? I haven't met another vampire like her. Nor have I. Were you the one who—" The warmth disappeared from Raihn's face. "No," he said, sharply enough to cut off the rest of the question and any further follow-up on that topic, then took a long drink. I watched him closer than I allowed myself to let on. Raihn had told me that he wanted to ally with me because he was curious about me. And I hated to admit this, even to myself. But I was curious about him, too. It had been a long time since I found myself wanting to know more about someone, even if it was only because they were so confusing. He set down his drink, already mostly empty, and we sat in silence. Eventually, I asked, "Why did you enter the Kejari?" Such an obvious question, and yet none of us had ever asked it of each other. It was like once we entered the Moon Palace, the outside world and the circumstances that had brought us there ceased to exist. "I have a lot of people depending on me, and turned Raihn from the slums don't get many options." He shook his head. "Never make deathbed promises, Oraya. Always bites you in the ass." Turned Raihn from the slums. I was often so focused on the suffering of the humans within the House of Night that it was easy to forget that vampires suffered here too. I'd thought that most would enter the Kejari for the glory of it, but maybe it was really desperation fueling all of us. "Family?" I asked. "In a sense. And I exhausted all other avenues. Joining this fucking barbaric spectacle was not high up on my list of things I wanted to do with my pathetic, never-ending life." His mouth twisted into a wry smile. "I wouldn't even be here if Mish didn't force me into it." My eyebrows leapt. He chuckled and took another drink. "Look at that face.
You thought I was what was your word? Brute who turned Mish, carted her around a Beatrice for a few hundred years, then dragged that poor, innocent little sunshine sprite halfway across the world to the bloodthirsty Kejari tournament? Is that it? Yes, I said without hesitation. Absolutely. That fucking girl. He shook his head. No, this was all her idea. And she knew I'd never let her do it alone. I struggled to reconcile this information with the version of Mish that I knew. Tried to imagine the girl who put flowers all over the apartment and giggled uproariously when anyone made a sound that vaguely resembled flatulence, dragging Raihn to the Kejari. I had wondered many times over these last weeks why both of them were here. They clearly loved each other. Neither, I was certain, would be willing to hurt the other. But then again, it wasn't unheard of for close friends to enter together, if their interests aligned. 2 chances at victory were better than 1. Then why is she here? I asked.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Because she's a manipulative little thing, he grumbled, as if to himself. Manipulative? Right, like someone else I know. Trying to get me drunk so you can ask all kinds of invasive questions. He took a drink and shot me a wary glare. He set down his mug, and with every second of silence, I grew more surprised. And now, he said, you're waiting for me to ask you why you're doing this. A bit, I admitted. A human in the Kejari, anyone would be curious. Well, I won't. I know already. My brows rose. Oh, you do? I'll admit that before I was wondering. I was thinking, why would this human put herself in a situation where she was surrounded by predators, near certain death? He smirked. Or, more accurately, why would Vincent put her in this situation? Easy, Viper. He raised his hands at the glare I shot him. I know, but I was curious about a lot. Like, why were you here at all? You're an adult. Vincent clearly doesn't keep you literally locked up. Why did you remain in the House of Night instead of crossing the bone seas to the human nations, where you could live a real life? A real life, he said, as if my life wasn't real. The truth was, it had barely even occurred to me that it was an option to leave the House of Night, leave Vincent. Only once, when I was 17 years old, did I consider it. Ilana had raised the idea. It was shortly after. Those days were a blur of grief and pain. But I could still remember exactly how she had looked that day. So uncharacteristically serious, so worried. She had taken my face in her rough hands, pulled me so close I could smell the cigar smoke on her breath, and looked directly into my eyes. You don't have to live this way, my love, she had said. I made this choice, but you didn't. You can choose another life in another world where you'd be just a person. I had only stared at her blankly before turning away. The thought was incomprehensible. Where else could I possibly exist but the House of Night? I don't want to leave, I said. I see that now, after watching you here. You don't see yourself as human at all, do you? So why would you leave to go live with them? I didn't like that tone at all. There are problems that need to be solved here. I'm not running away from that. This is my home. Maybe it's a home that hates me, but it's my home. This kingdom was a part of me, and I, whether it wanted me or not, was a part of it. I was the daughter of its king, blood or no. The bones of my parents were buried in this country. No matter how many times the House of Night bruised my skin or my heart, I would stay. Just as all the humans who lived here, who did not have a choice but to live here, would stay. This was where I belonged, here, not some foreign human land half a world away. Raihn examined me, a thoughtful expression on his face. It wasn't the first time I'd seen that look, and every time it made me uncomfortable.
like he was letting a facade drop for just these few rare, quiet moments and revealing just how much he analyzed the world around him, typically hidden beneath violence and swagger. I didn't especially like being the subject of that analysis. "You have balls, princess," he said. "I will give you that." Then he leaned across the table, so small compared to his frame that even that slight movement put him right in front of me. "Here's the other thing I have never understood about you. Vincent." I drew back, already defensive, every muscle tensed at the mere mention of his name. "You're just some human girl," Raihn went on, "and the king of the Nightborn, well known to be a cold, ruthless bastard, just has a moment of compassion and decides to take you in? Why?" His brow furrowed, and his eyes searched my face like he was really looking for an answer to this question, and like he was already concerned on my behalf. I glimpsed something in that expression, the faintest edge of something strangely familiar, gone in seconds. "Of course," he continued, "I know some vampires have a taste for human sex, but Vincent is my father," I cut in, disgusted. "Right. At least if he was fucking you, I could make sense of it. But by all accounts, including yours, he's not. So, if I wasn't so offended, I would find it a bit funny that Raihn had the exact same thought about me and Misha. Misha is your family, even if she isn't your blood. It shouldn't be so hard for you to understand that. I understand it. I just didn't think our oh-so-great and powerful divine king did." I scoffed. "Of course you think poorly of him. You're Raihn. He unseated your people from the throne. I'm sure the 24 extended family members of his that he executed to take that throne feel somewhat strongly about his commitment to familial bonds, too. Oh, please, as if every vampire king didn't have to kill to get that power. It wasn't pleasant, but it was reality. And how many people are you about to kill to fulfill those responsibilities you talked about?" I smirked at him, gesturing to myself. "And you still took in a human stray, didn't you?" He finished the last of his beer. "Oraya, there is nothing stray about you. I think you know precisely where you're going, even when you don't know you do." And I was about to ask him what exactly that was supposed to mean, but then the floor shook in an abrupt lurch, and the crowd drew in a sudden gasp as the explosion rang out loud enough to make the world tremble. Chapter 25. A shiver tore through my entire body. The sound was distant, and yet it silenced the room immediately. The ground shook once, violently, over so fast that if plates and glasses hadn't all toppled to the ground in that moment, I might have questioned if I'd imagined it. Maybe I had been wrong about these humans being carefree, because they all sobered right away, their hushed fear rising to the surface like it had never really left. Raihn and I were already on our feet, running outside. When we stumbled onto the street, I stopped short. "Fuck," I breathed. A plume of shimmery silver smoke rose from the distant moon palace, floating up through the night sky and blotting out the moon. The puffs of white nearly consumed the palace's silhouette, but when a gust of wind thinned the fog, it revealed that one of the towers was simply missing, just gone. Lightning-bright cracks radiated up through the base of the building, visible even from across the city. Bursts of light clustered around the castle's foundation. My stomach dropped. Misha. Misha was in the moon palace. I whirled to Raihn, who had gone pale. All his masks and performances had been abandoned, leaving only bare, gut-wrenching terror. "We'll get her," I said. "She's going to be all right. We'll get her." I touched him without thinking, my fingers digging into the muscle of his forearm. He had to visibly fight that fear from the surface. Still, his voice shook a little as he said, "I'm flying. I'm coming with you. You'll be a liability. You know damned fucking well that isn't true, and you don't know what you're about to find, Raihn." He winced, because he knew I was right. Fine, then you're flying with me. It didn't sink in what exactly that meant. Not until Raihn stepped closer, drew me into his arms, and scooped me up like I was nothing before I had time to react. "Hold on," he said, voice low and so close to my ear that my skin shivered. "I'm not coming back for you if you fall." My body seized, frozen by the sheer overwhelming proximity of him. His form enveloped mine, his arms gripping me tight to his chest, encircling me with a firm hold. I was close enough to feel his heartbeats, slower than a human's. Close enough that the heat of him surrounded me at all angles. My pulse went rapid, every instinct screaming. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Raihn glance at me. Did he sense the increase in my heart rate? His expression softened. "You're safe, Oraya," he murmured in my ear. "Just hold on." "You're safe," I told myself. We didn't have time for this.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Miche didn't have time for this, so I tightened my arms around his neck, fighting more than a decade of training in order to put myself completely at his mercy. And as if he knew, as if he sensed my fear, Raihn's thumb traced a circle over my back in one gentle, wordless reassurance. It startled me, that touch. It startled me because it comforted me. I didn't think it was possible to find a touch comforting ever again. "Ready?" he said. I nodded against his shoulder and braced myself. A great whoosh surrounded us. I peered over Raihn's shoulder just in time to see a wall of black open around us. Sinky, glossy feathers, even more magnificent so close, with as many variations of purple and blue and red as the night sky itself. Then my stomach dropped and the ground fell out beneath us. My hair flew back. Warm wind stung my cheeks, whipping with such ferocity that I had to bury my face against his shoulder again as we ascended. We soared towards the burning palace. He flew fast. Once we leveled out, I chanced twisting my head around. Looking down was a mistake. The sight of the buildings of Sevrinaj, no bigger than wooden toy blocks, made me nauseous. But up, mother, the night sky was incredible, freeing. In any other circumstance, I would have wanted to live up here forever. Vincent rarely flew, which now seemed unthinkable. Why would anyone choose not to do this? Why would anything else when they could be here? Then I turned ahead, and when I saw the Moon Palace, that amazement withered to horror. An entire spire had fallen, its stone remnants now a jagged mountain of rock that partially pierced the central domed roof. Blue-white light burned in the wound and glowed from within the shattered glass windows. From this height, people were nothing but little dots in the distance, but I could see them swarming in activity near the entrances. The cold flames spread, consuming nearly half of its base, obliterating the surrounding gardens. The quarter of the city nearest to the Moon Palace had been crushed, entire buildings seemingly reduced to rubble. This was an attack, a calculated attack, and it was an attack conducted with night-born magic. That blue-white was unmistakable. Nightfire was a gift of the House of Night alone, never used by the Bloodborn or Shadowborn. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. The Raihn. It had to be. Vincent had been so preoccupied lately, so obviously concerned with issues he wouldn't share with me. I knew tensions between the two Nightborn clans had been on the verge of exploding. Vincent had held on to power for 200 years. That was a long time for one bloodline to manage to keep it. And it wouldn't be the first time the Raihn had made a violent attempt at rebellion. I was so tight against Raihn's chest that even with the air rushing around me, I felt him shudder. "Our tower is standing." I had to get very close to his ear because the wind was so loud, my lips brushing the crest of it.
I was so shaken by what I had seen that I almost didn't notice. He didn't seem comforted, and the truth was, neither was I. Yes, our tower was standing, but Nightfire consumed everything. It wouldn't remain that way for long. He glided through the still broken window of our apartment, tearing past the cloth that Mishe had put up to cover the missing pane. Immediately, our hands went up to shield our faces. Raihn set me down, and I struggled to get my feet under me. My eyes slitted against the blinding white. Nightfire. Everywhere. Nightfire didn't produce heat exactly, so much as it withered flesh from the inside out. It wasn't hot like flames, but it wasn't cold either. It simply devoured more quickly and more unforgivingly than fire ever did. People caught in Nightfire were often found in piles of pristine bone. One of Vincent's highest-ranking generals had lost his hand to it, and now the bone jutted out from black-scarred flesh, polished and gleaming. It had overtaken the apartment. White flames leached the color from the floors, the walls, the curtains. The fumes made my lungs sting, as if each layer of tissue was shrieking a dying wail. The smoke was too thick and the light too bright. It took too long for my eyes to adjust to see the movement within the licks of death. Night-dark bodies writhed through the blaze. They were small and twisted, perched on 4 spindly legs, bent in all the wrong directions, all of which looked as if they had been pried from a separate corpse and stitched together into something moderately resembling a single beast. Demons. Even through the fire, I recognized them immediately as the product of night-born magic. Very different than the blood-born beasts we saw in the first trial. 3 of them surrounded Mish's limp body. In the fire, everything was black or white, save for the violent splatter of black-red, like a bucket of spilled paint, right at the center of the room. My mind emptied, save for the horrible certainty that Mishe was dead. The demons' faces snapped to us, their eyes round, gleaming pits. I was moving before I had time to question whether it was a good idea. I wasn't being strategic, wasn't being smart. By the 3rd step, I thought the demons would be upon me, but they weren't. They remained completely still, staring at us. Looking at me, or looking at Raihn? I see you, I see you, I see you. The words came in a sense different than sound, the rhythm of them burrowing in my veins. A strong hand grabbed my wrist and yanked me away. "Get back," Raihn commanded in a low growl. He kept walking past me in quick, purposeful steps, gaze fixed upon those demons. In turn, the demons stared back at him, unblinking, unmoving. "Get the fuck away from her," he hissed, and lifted his hands. I was several strides behind him, but even so, the force of his asterisk nearly toppled me over. My arms flew up to shield my face. If the night fire was intense, the flare of his magic was unfathomable. It lasted only a split second. The demons' deaths were punctuated by a high, chilling wail that fell into weeping whimpers. When the light faded, Raihn was at Mish's side, and 2 of the demons were simply gone. The 3rd, a mess of black liquid and twitching limbs on the opposite side of the room. I ran to them and fell to my knees next to Raihn. The mask of deathly rage on his face had disappeared, revealing now such raw dismay. Either it was a trick of the light, or he was on the verge of tears. "Mishe," he said. "Mishe, look at me." I leaned over her, blinking away the night fire smoke. Her blood soaked through the knees of my pants, even through the leather. Her eyes were half open, but unmoving. One hand was outstretched beside her, holding a long, golden object. A candlestick? My foot hit something hard, and I glanced down to see that candles surrounded her, unlit, blocks of wax rolling across the marble floor. And her abdomen. Mother, she was torn open, gutted. Vampires could survive so much, but this, how could any being survive this? A sickening crack rang out. The floor quivered, groaned. For a terrifying moment, I was certain we were about to fall to our deaths. In the distance, the screams grew louder. I couldn't tell any more where they were coming from, in here or out there, or both. Raihn and I both braced over Mish's body, exchanged an alarmed glance. No time. How long did we have before this tower collapsed? "Come on, Mishe," he murmured. "We have to go." He gathered her in his arms. She let out a tiny whimper that made my heart leap. If she was in pain, she was alive. A burst of light flared behind us as the night fire swelled. It was everywhere. Raihn abandoned his gentleness for urgency as we lurched back towards the window and away from the flames. He turned to me. "I can take you both." No, he couldn't. He could barely extend his hand to me with Mishe in his arms. I said, "Bring her down and come back for me." He grimaced. "Oraya, it's no use to anyone if we all fall. Go, fast, because I don't feel like dying tonight."
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. He hesitated, then said, "Fine, I'll be back. Don't burn to death," and was gone through the window. It was only once I was alone that I realized what a supremely stupid idea this was. The floor moaned and quaked precariously. I struggled to see anything. Surges of white and blue ballooned, walls falling to the flames. 30 seconds and the night fire would overtake this entire apartment. That, or the tower would collapse. Raihn would never get back fast enough. That is, if he even came back at all. He could just leave me here. Bang! It was so loud it transcended sound and became force. I whirled around just in time to see the door burst from its hinges, the light consuming me. I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. I was suspended in nothing but pain. I rolled over, pushed myself to my hands and knees, or at least I thought I did. I could be upside down. I could be falling. I wouldn't even know. My eyes were wide open, groping desperately for something, anything other than blinding white, and failing. My hand slid across the floor, searching for my blades. Feeling blood-slicked tile, crumbled stone, broken glass, the ice-cold ash of night-fire debris. I would die here. I was blind and defenseless. Injured, my body didn't move the way I expected it to. But the pain from the night fire was so universal, hitting every nerve at once, that I couldn't even tell what was broken. Every sound was distant and muffled, as if I was underwater. "Take stock of your senses, Oraya," Vincent commanded in my head, the only clear thing in a blurry world. I drew in a deep breath, let it out. I couldn't see, couldn't hear, but I could feel. I pressed my palms to the ground, let the vibrations from it run through me. And there I found something strange. A hot-cold sensation bubbling up inside of me, reaching out. All at once I became aware not only of the floor beneath my palms, but the walls, the imprint of the window frames. I could feel myself here, in the center of this room. Feel the placement of my blades, one several feet to my right, the other lingering just beyond the reach of my left hand. And I could feel strength, delirious strength. It surrounded me, ready to be drawn upon. The night fire. It was energy. It was power. Mish's words, which not long ago had seemed totally illogical, it's just, suddenly made sense. I reached for that power, the way I reached for my senses, like it was already a part of me. My eyes still saw nothing but white, and yet I knew the exact moment that the demons came bursting through the door. 3 of them. No, 4. The last one lingering somewhat behind, its back leg injured. I didn't think.
I rose, opened my hands, and let out a wordless roar. Heat and cold flashed over my skin. A shriek pierced the numb silence of my ears. A wave of euphoria shivered over my flesh. For 2 seconds, I was the most powerful being in the world. I was fucking untouchable. And then I was in agony. My knees hit the ground hard. I doubled over, covering my face. Oraya! I didn't hear Raihn until he was right next to me, grabbing me and pulling me upright. I blinked at him, his face a blurry imprint in a world of oppressive white. He was looking past me, to the apartment, lips parted and brow furrowed. Then he pulled me into his arms and hurled us out the window. We fell for a gut-clenching moment before his wings splayed out, turning our free fall into a graceful arc. The darkness of the night was a relief to my eyes, though I blinked hard, over and over again, trying to clear my vision, now all acid spots of white against sky. "You're all right?" Raihn said into my ear. I choked out, "You missed your chance to get rid of me." I didn't think he was even capable of joking right now, with Misha in the state she was. So it seemed like some grim victory when, where my cheek pressed against his neck, I felt his throat vibrate with a raspy, humorless laugh. Shame? I considered it. I laughed too, in a strange, broken sound that was too high and too loud. I thought I was going to be too late. He leaned close to me, his voice low and drawn. "What did you just do in there?" "What?" I wanted to say, but the words stuck in my throat. "The night fire." As if he heard it anyway. "You killed 4 demons." The wave of nausea had nothing to do with motion sickness. I didn't know how to answer him, so I didn't. Instead, I looked down. The white spots still speckled my vision. I realized, after a moment, that they didn't fade, because some of those spots were actually night fire, spreading through the streets. Before us was the Nightborn Castle, foreboding red against the night sky. The guard had been deployed. Vincent's army was a wave of blue and purple falling across the city, the mass of them a singular smear of death to my broken eyes. Still, I found Vincent immediately, right there at the front, his wings spread, the black glow of asterisks surrounding him. The red outline of his wings was visible even from the sky, as was the crimson shade of his sword, the taker of hearts. Even from this distance, he emanated death. I had witnessed Vincent's power many times before, but I had never seen him like this. A horrible feeling coiled in my stomach. "Your father has his war," Raihn remarked. "He's been waiting for this for a long, long time. He was made for this." I wanted to argue, but all I could think as we soared over the wreckage was that something had changed tonight. Something would never be the same again. I couldn't describe it, couldn't make sense of it, but I felt it in the air. This was not just an attack, not just a culmination of tension, not a final death spasm. No, this was the beginning of something horrible, a bloody birth of a bloodier monster. Chapter 26. It was nearly a full day before the night fire was extinguished and the demons disposed of. Whoever had launched the attack had been very strategic about their entry points. They came through the southern entrance of the Moon Palace, which was the quietest and least protected. The greenhouse had been easy to breach, and the plants provided fantastic kindling for the night fire. Now nothing remained of it but shattered glass, all buried beneath the remnants of the tower that had collapsed above. 4 contestants had been killed in the attack, 2 within the lost tower when it fell, 1 ripped apart by a demon, 1 consumed by night fire. If I'd stayed in the greenhouse instead of going with Raihn and Misha, I would have been among them. Misha survived, barely, though she still teetered on the edge of death. And she wasn't alone. Several others had been burned, one of them so badly that he just lay in a state of semi-consciousness and moaned in pain. He no longer had a face. I hoped, for his sake, that he either died or recovered enough to do the deed himself. Those with injuries so bad they couldn't fight put in requests for withdrawal to Nyaxia. In the hushed silence of dawn, we gathered in the great room. The only sounds were the whispered prayers of the injured as they slit their hands and dripped their blood to their parchment pleas, asking the goddess for permission to withdraw their candidacy. Raihn and I did this for Misha, too. She couldn't get the words out herself. Later, the minister and his acolytes moved solemnly through the room, collecting those blood-stained pieces of parchment. They instructed us to remain in the Moon Palace, reminded us that the Kejari would go on as planned, and told us to await further instruction. That was it. So, we all settled back into what was left of the Moon Palace, and we waited. At sundown the next night, Vincent addressed the House of Night. He did it from the castle balcony, overlooking the inner city. Magic painted his visage to the sky in ethereal strokes of light. The first 2 buttons of his jacket were undone, revealing his air mark. His wings were spread.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. His crown peeked through tendrils of blonde hair like the platinum spires of a star. The message was clear. Vincent was the night-born king, and anyone who challenged him would pay dearly for it. He didn't speak to his people, but to his enemies. I have only one thing to say. The Nightborn are not cowards. We do not take kindly to acts of war. And make no mistake, this attack is an act of war. His voice rang through the sky, everywhere at once, inescapable. Do you wish to unseat me? Try. You are not the only one who knows how to kill. You have opened a door you cannot close again, and you are not prepared for the horrors that I will pour through it. Horrors that will spare nothing, as you have spared nothing. Horrors that will not spare your wives or children. Horrors that will not spare your food or your homes. And horrors that will not spare you. A sneer curled the corner of his lip, revealing the lethal point of his teeth. Not even when you beg for death. He lifted his chin. Even rendered in ghostly silver, the mark on his throat seemed to burn, as if he and it alike had been seared into the night itself. I hope it was worth it, Raihn rebels. Jessamine came to the Moon Palace later that night. She brought with her a slew of night-born warriors who shadowed her like deadly ghosts. We had found another room by then, a much smaller chamber on the first floor, at the center of the Moon Palace, which was both easier for Misha to access and more central in case other parts of the structure collapsed. It wasn't merely as grand as our previous hideaway, but it was safe and secure. Raihn had even managed to recover some of our possessions from what remained of the eastern tower. His first priority had been Misha's bag of medical supplies. When he dropped the remnants of my pack before me, too, I'd been casually grateful. But later, when I was alone, I had nearly wept when I tore it open to find Ilana's scarf still intact, albeit a bit singed. When she arrived, Jessamine pounded on the door with 2 booming knocks, not a request, but a demand. Raihn answered it, and she gave him a cold, critical look that started at his feet and slowly moved up his body. "Yes?" Raihn said coldly. "Come," she said. "The Nightborn King has summoned you." Dread simmered in my chest as I joined them at the door. He was made for this, Raihn's voice echoed. I hadn't witnessed Vincent in wartime, but I'd certainly witnessed what he was like when he was protecting what was his. Raihn didn't move. "Why?" "Your king commands it." "He's not my king." I tensed. Raihn didn't blink. Jessamine was still and silent,
a predator preparing for a strike. I knew Raihn was worried and angry, but he was also being a fucking idiot. I wanted to rip him away from her and tell him so. His life belongs to Nyaxia as long as he remains in the Kejari, I said. Jesmyn seemed to realize I was there for the first time, her cat-like violet eyes drinking me in with a glint of piqued curiosity, like I'd just said something very interesting. "The king is well aware," she said breezily. "Contestants will be returned to the Moon Palace with their lives." Contestants? I peered over her shoulder to see that warriors moved about the great room. Some headed down hallways to other apartments, others returning to the entrance with prisoners in tow. Angelica was among them, her arms gripped behind her by two Nightborn guards, strong features stone-set in fury. They were taking the Raihn and Bloodborne contestants. And yet Jesmyn, my father's highest-ranking general, came here personally. All these pieces snapped together in my mind to form a gruesome picture. I looked at Raihn just as his gaze darted to me, heavy with the same realization. "The Raihn didn't do this?" Raihn said to Jesmyn. She smiled. It was downright hypnotic. Surely that smile had brought men and women, mortals and immortals alike, to their knees. "Oh, no one is accusing you of such acts. But this is wartime, understand? And the Raihn have a history of such atrocities. The Nightborn cannot take risks." "No," I said before I could stop myself. "He's my ally. The half-moon trial is 2 days away. Tell Vincent that." "Vincent is well aware." Jesmyn again smiled sweetly. "He will be back in plenty of time for the half-moon. Don't worry. Now come." She beckoned to Raihn as if he was a dog. "You must understand the urgency." His knuckles whitened where his hand gripped the doorframe. "I'm not leaving my friend," he said. "If the king wants to drag me out, he can come do that himself." "We can drag you out, if that's how you would prefer to go." It was no bluff. If he didn't back down, I was about to see him beaten and removed from the palace unconscious. He was good, but he wasn't good enough to take down an entire Nightborn army by himself. My heart had quickened. Surely both of them could sense it. I pushed closer, standing beside Raihn in the doorframe. "No one here appreciates the fucking threats," I snapped, then turned to him and lowered my voice. "I'll get you out, and I'll take care of Misha." He searched my face, unconvinced. I could feel Jesmyn's stare, too. I realized that she was looking at my hand, which rested on Rain's forearm. I didn't even remember putting it there. I pulled away. Raihn said through his teeth, reluctantly, "Fine." Jesmyn smirked in satisfaction as he stepped past her into the hall. "Oh, I almost forgot." She reached into her pocket and produced 2 folded pieces of parchment. She handed one to him. "The minister wanted this delivered to your friend." Skeptical, Raihn took the letter and unfolded it. His face went white. "What is this?" he choked out. "Is this a fucking joke?" Jesmyn's mouth twisted ruefully. "From experience, I know the minister does not make fucking jokes." The parchment crinkled, quivering with his rage. "Look at her." He thrust his free hand towards Misha, listless in the bed within. "She can't fucking compete." And the minister rejected her withdrawal? My stomach dropped. That was a death sentence. We couldn't even move Misha up the stairs, let alone drag her into the ring. And right before the half-moon trial, when half the contestants would be killed, she wouldn't survive. Nyaxia rejected her withdrawal. Fuck Nyaxia. Several of the guards drew in disapproving gasps at this statement. But this had nothing to do with Nyaxia, and we all knew it. Misha's withdrawal had been rejected because of her friendship with Raihn. With no clear house association of her own, she might as well be Raihn. Jesmond's patience was wearing thin. If you have concerns, you can bring them up with the minister. Now, let's go. Two of the guards took Raihn's arms, and it looked like he was considering fighting before he finally conceded. I watched him go, mouth dry. Jesmond offered me the other parchment. This one is for you. From Vincent. I took it. It held only 3 words, written in perfect script. Tonight, before dawn. I glanced up at Raihn. He looked back over his shoulder only once, and the sheer hopelessness on his face shocked me. For Misha. That was for Misha. He's handsome. Jesmond's eyes followed mine. You could do worse. Better if they aren't a rebel, though. Just causes all sorts of trouble. That's not what he is, I wanted to snap. Instead, I asked, You've confirmed the Raihn were responsible? Yes. I waited for more, and she gave a low laugh. How much detail do you really want, Oraya? Aren't you more familiar than most what they're capable of? I know you must not remember much of what it was like in their territory, but you want to go there once the trials are over, don't you? Well, here is your chance. Easier than ever for you to slaughter the bastards without Nyaxia looking at you sideways for it. My jaw tightened. Why did it bother me that she knew those things? About my past, my goals for the future? Why did it bother me that Vincent had told her all of that? I'm serious, Oraya, her voice lowered. Be careful with him. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. He's pretty, but he's still a Raihn. I wanted to laugh in her face. As if I didn't know better than anyone exactly how wary I had to be around pretty vampire men. No, I didn't trust Raihn. I didn't even know if I especially liked him. Really? A voice whispered in the back of my head at this thought. But I knew he didn't do this. I knew it with unshakable certainty for one reason and one reason alone. Misha. I saw the devastation on his face when we found her. That was love. No one could fake that. I bit my tongue as Jesmond sauntered off and slipped Vincent's parchment into my pocket. I remained at Misha's bedside until it was time to meet with Vincent. She hadn't spoken since we dragged her out of the apartment, though her lashes shuddered as if with constant dreams. Her skin was burning hot, especially bad news for vampires, who were usually resistant to infection. I stood over her and dabbed at her with a cold washcloth, washing seeping pus from her wounds. I pulled up her sleeves and frowned at what I saw beneath them. The fresh night fire burns clustered around her wrists and hands, which had been exposed that night. But the smooth, brown skin of her arms was dotted, too, with old burn scars, countless, all layered over each other. Some were clearly very old, and others much fresher, though not from the attack. How could she have gotten these? A mumbled whimper interrupted the thought. Misha stirred, her fingers shaking. I lowered her arm and leaned closer to her. She couldn't even move her head, and her eyes twitched, like she was trying to open them and failing. It affected me more than I would have expected it to, seeing her this way. Before, Misha had flitted about like a butterfly, and now someone had ripped her wings off and left her here to wither. You've known her for a month and a half, Vincent's voice reminded me. And she would have killed you in that ring the moment the half-moon was over. True and true. Still, what is it? I asked softly. What? With great effort, she rolled her head over, revealing her face. Bruises darkened the hollows of her eyes and the corners of her lips with mottled black. He didn't come, she moaned. He didn't answer me. Raihn. A strange, unexpected pain twinged in my heart. If he knew that she had awoken and he wasn't there? Raihn is coming back. Soon, I hoped. Her eyelids fluttered, the cracked corner of her mouth tightening in an almost smile. Raihn? I know. Raihn always comes back. The smile collapsed. A tear streaked her cheek. I called and called, she whimpered. I called and called, but he wouldn't answer. He's left me. He's coming back, I said again, but she just kept weeping, faster and harder, until she couldn't speak, until she couldn't even breathe. I hurried to our packs, stacked in the corner of the room, and rummaged through them. The medical bag was well stocked, but not with anything strong enough to help her. Then my gaze fell to my pack. I dropped Misha's bag, went to mine, and withdrew the last potion I had left. It was mostly empty. Not much remained. It wouldn't be enough to heal Misha, not even close, but it would keep her alive through the night, and it would sedate her. Still, I hesitated. This medicine was one of the few that could help me as a human. I hadn't healed my own burns yet, and the half-moon trial was right around the corner. Misha let out another agonized sob. The sound cut through me, slicing the last of my restraint. I couldn't listen to her like that. I couldn't. I returned to her, tilted her head back, and poured in the final drops of the medicine. And I didn't leave her side as her tear-streaked face smoothed and she fell into sleep, heavy and dreamless as a child's. Chapter 27. I had never seen Vincent like this. He was waiting for me when I arrived. Even in the shadows, the red on his wings painted his silhouette in crimson. The top 3 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing his air mark. The wisps of smoke that unfurled from delicate red ink lines pulsed with his heartbeat. It was unusual for Vincent to leave his wings and his mark visible. But those things, intimidating as they were not what made my stomach clench when I saw him. Vincent was always calm, cruel when he needed to be, yes, but always elegantly restrained. Now, one look at his face, and I saw a foreign version of him, one that let rage simmer right at the surface of his skin. Normally, his temper was a smooth black sea, a tranquil surface hiding the horrors that lurked far beneath. Now, it shivered with building waves and circling fins. I had never seen anything but safety when I looked at Vincent, but tonight, something in me recoiled at the sight of him, as if the 8-year-old version of myself insisted, "It looks just like your father, but it isn't him." Then he turned to me, and his eyes softened, and when his shoulders relaxed with a long breath of relief, mine too. No one who looked at me like that could be anything less than my father. And Goddess, I was relieved to see him. He looked me up and down. "You're unhurt?" I nodded. "You avoided the worst of the attack?" I caught the truth in my teeth. "Sure did, because I was off killing vampires in the human districts with my Raihn partner. That would go over well." I said, "Yes, I got lucky. I never wanted you to see times like these. I knew they would come, but I never wanted you to see them." "It's the Raihn?" I asked quietly. "You're sure?" For some reason, I heard Raihn's voice from earlier today, speaking with such certainty. The Raihn didn't do this. "Yes." "Have they attacked elsewhere?" His throat bobbed. "Yes. But in some ways, it is a blessing. It has been too long since I've had an opening to wipe them out once and for all. This time, I will not waste it." He turned fully to me, the light falling over his face. It illuminated a constellation of red-black spatters over his shirt and throat, vampire blood. Darkness smeared his wrists, too, just at the boundary of his sleeve cuffs, and lingered under his fingernails. He'd probably hastily wiped his hands and face before coming here, but if he was trying to hide from me what he'd been doing these last 2 days, he failed miserably. Fear, sudden and powerful, clenched in my chest. I had lost Ilana. I didn't know if I could survive losing Vincent, too. If the Raihn were indeed advancing, he would be their primary target. Every Raihn rebel in the House of Night understood that. Winning their war meant killing either 1,000,000 Hiage vampires or only one, Vincent. He had no children. He knew intimately just how dangerous powerful offspring were. This meant the Hiage clan had no heir without him. No one to inherit the Hiage Nightborn clan's power. No one to wield it. When war broke out between the clans, killing the heir and every person who could possibly inherit their power became the ultimate goal. This, after all, was exactly what Vincent had done 200 years ago. He had used his gift from Nioxia, his prize for winning the Kejari, to enhance his own power and strip the Raihn heir line of theirs. And then Vincent had used that immense strength to kill every Raihn that had any connection to their line, and kill every Hiage that came before him in his own. Every Nightborn king, after all, was crowned on a throne of corpses. I watched Vincent's gaze go distant, as if he too was thinking about that day, and an awful thought twisted in my stomach. The Raihn had rebelled before, but never like this. This was fighting to win. "Do you think they have an heir again?" I asked. Vincent had killed the entire airline 2 centuries ago. But Nioxia, cold-hearted bitch that she was, refused to let either clan die out. She liked her children squabbling. She would gift an heir mark to another Raihn one day. The last time that happened, it had taken more than 300 years. Still, 200 didn't seem impossible. If the Raihn had an airline again, they were much more dangerous than if they didn't.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. They'd been known to have small rebellions in the past, like the one that brought me to Vincent, but those were headless skirmishes, driven by nothing but anger and revenge. They couldn't have ruled even if they had one. But if there was a Raihn heir again, everything changed. A muscle feathered in Vincent's jaw in a way that told me he had been thinking a lot about that very question. It is possible. If there is one, we will find out. Fuck. If it is the case, he went on, I'll need you once we are bonded. We will have the freedom and the power to invade their territories. Liberate them. He gave me a sad smile. I know how long you've wanted that. My only regret is that it has to be under such circumstances. The thought dizzied me. A lifetime of fear and caution, and finally, the opportunity to leave my mark on the world, not with broken fingernails, but with teeth that could bite just as deep as theirs. My parents were dead. Whatever other family I may have probably was too. I knew that. And maybe a part of me hoped they were, because by the time I made it to them, I would be less like them than ever. But at least by then, I would be able to do more than pick off individual vampires in the night. I could be something, do something. I swallowed the unexpected wave of emotion and gave Vincent a weak smirk. If I win, he didn't return the smile. You will, Oraya. Sometimes I didn't know what I had done to earn that kind of faith. I wished I was as certain as he was. The half-moon trial was days away. The grim reminder of the present crashed down over my dreams of the future. As if Vincent realized this too, he reached into his pocket, withdrawing a small vial of silver liquid. More poison for your blades. I haven't been able to get more medicine for you. Next time. I winced and tried not to show it. Giving the last of my medicine to Mish might have been a mistake. I'd have to fight with the burn. Then again, I'd fought with worse. I watched Vincent as he looked to the sky, deep in thought. He seemed to have softened a bit since our visit began, but I was still wary of bringing up my next request. I knew how cold Vincent's wall of ice could be if he felt challenged. It always thawed for me, eventually, but I did not want to go into the half-moon trial on bad terms with him. Still, I had to try. There's one other thing, I said carefully.
There's a girl, one of my allies for the Half Moon. She was injured very badly in the attack, but the Minister rejected her withdrawal from the Kejari. She won't survive the trial." His lips thinned. "Unfortunate. Just more blood that the Raihn will have on their hands. Is there something you could do to help her withdraw?" His eyes flicked to me, his stare suddenly sharp. "Why?" "She's my ally, and she's too weak to fight." "Then let her die in the ring. Abandon her when the trial begins." I fished through my memory of hundreds of hours spent studying the Kejari. We don't know what the trial is. It could be something that links our fates. If she dies, I die. That has happened before. The 6th Kejari, the 14th. 2. 2 out of 20. Still, he hesitated at this. I knew that even those odds were far too great for him. After a moment of thought, he said, "Kill her tonight. Then she's no longer your problem." I tried so hard to keep my expression neutral. Still, the shock struck me hard. Why? Not long ago, there would have been nothing shocking about that proposition. Actually, even more shocking now was that it hadn't even crossed my mind to kill Mish. And most shocking of all was that the very thought filled me with revulsion. Vincent narrowed his eyes just enough to show that he had noticed my change in behavior. "What's the objection? The Kejari allows killing between the contestants this year. If she's that injured, she is useless to you as an ally in the trial itself, and only a danger afterwards if she somehow managed to survive. It's the clean, simple solution." I tried desperately to come up with an argument against this, and failed. And now, Vincent was watching me closely. I couldn't push back more. It would make him question so much about me. Even now, the fact that I was having this struggle made me question so much about myself. "No objection," I said. "You're right. But I still have one other problem. I was pushing hard. But I let the words come anyway. That leaves me with only one other ally. And you have him?" "I do?" Vincent looked back to the sky, as if his mind was already beginning to drift. "Questioning is Jesmond's task." I blinked, taken aback despite myself. Vincent had always been my only pillar of certainty, the only thing in my life that earned absolute trust. And yet his ignorance felt disingenuous. "He was taken with the others today," I said. "We need to find who did this, Oraya. And our enemies among the Kejari contestants are obvious suspects. I'm sure he will be returned in one piece before the trial, just like all the others, once Jesmond is confident of his innocence." Our enemies among the Kejari contestants. I knew what Vincent did to his enemies. Of course. I need him. The Half Moon is the deadliest of the trials, and my survival depends on him. Vincent's gaze leapt to me. "I know full well how dangerous the Half Moon is," he snapped. "Do you think I'm not aware? Do you think I don't think about you and that trial and how deadly it is constantly?" His mouth curled into a sneer that eerily echoed the one he had worn during his death-drenched speech. "Do you know what would make it more dangerous, little serpent? If you were paired with an ally who was merely waiting for the right time to stab you in the back. He needs me to survive that trial, too. And after? And after, I'm ready to kill him when I need to." I spoke with definitive force, but the statement settled strangely on my tongue. But right now, I need him. The man who stared back at me was the king, not the father. His face was cold and hard. I took another step. "He didn't do this, Vincent." "How can you know that?" "Because Mish." I didn't know how to explain that to him. "Trust me. He didn't." Trust. A scoff. Do you understand how dangerous that word is? It was insulting that he even asked me such a thing. I had so many reasons to distrust Raihn. And maybe I had allowed myself to forget that more frequently than I should have. But that look on his face when he saw the palace burning, I might not trust Raihn, but I trusted that. Don't break him, I said. Question him? Fine, but don't break him. Please. Vincent stared stonily at me. For one terrifying moment, I wondered if maybe I had done the exact opposite of what I should have. If perhaps my plea made him more suspicious than even Raihn's Raihn blood ever could. He lowered his head and sighed. Fine. When he turned back to me and his face fell into the light, he suddenly looked exhausted. His worry etched deep into every pinched line of his expression. But this is wartime. We are surrounded by those who would like to see us dead. Don't forget those teeth of yours, little serpent. You will need them. Nyaxia's temple had to be the grandest building in Sivranaj, a city of grand buildings, save only for the Nightborn Castle and the Moon Palace. Nyaxia, of course, had many temples throughout the three houses. Every major city and even minor townships throughout the House of Night had one. But each house, in their capital, had one great tribute to their creator and Dark Mother. I'd heard that the House of Shadows was a single black steel spire reaching up to the night sky, twice the height of even their grandest castles. I rarely, never, went to the Nightborn Temple, located in the perfect geographic center of Sivranaj. It was the first building to be constructed here. When Sivranaj had been built, the Nightborn, young vampires, created by Nyaxia less than a year before, had been rebuilding their kingdom after it had been obliterated by the human nations to the east. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. They had nothing but the bones of a dead society, fresh immortality, and infant magic that they didn't understand. And yet, the first thing they did was build a fucking church. Not shelter, not hospitals, a church. What a priority. I hated it here. Everything seemed to echo and hush at once. Far above me, silver metalwork and enchanted stained glass painted a night sky, the platinum stars slowly drifting across it. The light in here was cool and dim, all of it night flame, safely contained in hundreds upon hundreds of little crystal dome lanterns, which cast lazy mandalas across the ground. It was silent. Speaking was forbidden on the main floors of the church. Nyaxia's acolytes gathered around the curved walls, faces inches from the fresco-painted plaster, as still and soundless as statues, meditating, apparently, on their utmost adoration of their goddess. Sometimes I thought Nyaxia must have a hell of a sense of humor. Did she word it that way, I wondered? Go build a temple to show me how much you love me. Make it nauseatingly beautiful, and then go inside of it and stare at the wall for 15 hours at a time. Of course, Nyaxia had many other fanatical devotees, and many of them were much more interesting and dangerous than the Dark Acolytes. I hoped I went my entire life without encountering the worst of them. Boring as they might be, at least the poor bastards had excellent discipline. They didn't even turn their heads as I walked by, even though I was bleeding and, however I might want to deny it, nervous, which meant I probably smelled mouth-watering to them. I traveled up staircase after staircase, winding my way up the floors of the church until I reached the top. The set of double doors, crafted from ancient carved wood, loomed over me. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling. Fuck that. No. If I was going in there, I wouldn't let it show for a moment, not for a single damned second, that I was frightened. Fear is a series of physical responses. I shook away the shiver on my skin and slowed my breathing to force my heart to do the same. I touched the hilts of my blades, both freshly filled with Vincent's poison, just to remind myself how easy it was to reach them. I knocked on the door and opened it when I was called within. It had been nearly a year, The last equinox festival since I had seen the minister this close. It shocked me all over again. When I was younger and I first heard the minister speak, I questioned whether it was possible he was really 2,000 years old. One look at him up close put those doubts to rest. No, there were no wrinkles on his face save for a couple of harsh lines at the corners of his eyes. But all of him just looked worn, everything too sharp and smooth at once. His skin was papery thin, veins visible where it stretched tight over his jutting cheekbones, his tight lips, the lids of his dead white eyes. They say that vampires' blood gets darker as they age. The minister's must have been pure black. He rose as I entered. Oraya, daughter of the Nightborn, welcome. The muscles drew taut around his mouth, but it was a twitchy, uneven movement, fitting for someone who hadn't known humanity in 2 millennia. Yet he recalled my name immediately. I shuddered. "What do you have to offer Nyaxia this eve?" he asked. I kept my face carefully neutral. I had to correct myself. Nyaxia rejected a request for withdrawal from the Kejari, one of my allies. The minister's expression did not change. Nyaxia has her reasons. I come to you, minister, to see if there is anything one could do to change her mind on this matter. The minister stared at me. His eyes, solid, milky white, didn't allow me to track their movement, but I knew he was looking me up and down. God's fucking damned him! I hated this man. Everything about him repulsed me. "Is there anything," I said, drawing out the word, "anything at all that I can offer Nyaxia that would ease the loss of this contestant?" The minister was silent for a long moment, and I thought that maybe I'd misjudged him. Then I stepped closer, and his nostrils twitched. There it was, hunger. "Perhaps an offering of blood would suffice," he said, "to compensate for the lost blood offering of the contestant." Every part of me recoiled at the way he looked at me. Despite myself, my heartbeat quickened. He must have felt it, because I glimpsed his dry, fleshy tongue dart out to slide along his lower lip. A small blood offering, then. I could barely choke out the words. Human blood? Human? The minister made a strange sound that sounded like a laugh from someone who had never heard one before. But that grotesque smile disappeared as I extended my wrist, veins up, over his desk. His eyelids fluttered. Lust. Pure lust. He cradled my hand, placing his palm beneath mine. His skin was too smooth, too cold, exactly the same temperature as the rest of the air. "Ah, this is far better," he purred. I could not fucking believe I was doing this. My other hand crept to my weapon, rested there. "Just in case," I said. "Drink." The moment I closed the door of our chambers, I collapsed onto an armchair. My wrists stung, the pain burning up my arm. I'd offered the right arm, my non-dominant hand, but it was the same hand that my nightfire wound was on, making that entire arm now a mangled mess of pain. My head was fuzzy, senses venom-smeared. Raihn had still not returned, which I did not like. I slumped further into the armchair and looked across the room. Michelle slept, but even unconscious, little twitches of pain spasmed across her face. I made a pragmatic decision. If Michelle died, Raihn would never be able to compete. And I couldn't tell Vincent that I wouldn't kill her without earning, perhaps rightfully, his doubt. I did the only thing I could do. I told myself this as my vision faded around Michelle's sleeping form. Told myself it even though I knew, somewhere deep inside, that I wouldn't have been able to thrust that knife into her chest. Chapter 28. Called, and he didn't come. I blinked away the remnants of my dream. My neck hurt fiercely, wedged at an awkward angle against the arm of the chair. Across the room, a broad silhouette sat before Michelle's bed, backlit by the lanterns. Why didn't he come? She whimpered over and over. I can't, Raihn murmured. Don't worry about that right now. How can I worry about anything else? How can I worry about getting better? Just rest. Can you do that? But the silhouette shifted, his hand going to her face, perhaps using magic, and Miché went silent. I struggled to fight the haze of sleep. Vampire venom was a sedative. The ministers, old as he was, hit me hard. I ignored the spinning room and pushed myself upright. Raihn rose, very slowly. Something was odd about the movement, but I couldn't place what. He turned, just enough to show me the profile of his face. He raised a finger to his lips, then nodded to the door to the next room. When I stood, the floor tilted so sharply I was sure I'd topple over. Somehow I managed to follow Raihn into the adjoining bedroom. When I closed the door behind me, the shock was enough to jerk me from the remnants of my haze. The back of Rain's shirt, once white linen, was soaked through with blood. The stains bloomed over his back like flowers, some patches of dry near black, some streaks of stiffening burgundy, some blotches of fresh dark crimson. It covered the full expanse of his form, plastering the fabric to his flesh and dousing the tips of his hair. "Fuck," I whispered. He let out a light scoff, then seized, as if the expression had hurt. "Yes, What happened? What a stupid fucking question. As if I didn't know exactly what would happen to the Rishon in questioning." Raihn kept his back to me. His arms lifted, the movement stiff and stilted. "How is Miché?" he asked. "She's been—" As if he hoped the answer would distract him, he yanked his shirt off over his head. "The same." The words deflated.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Raihn's body went rigid with pain for several long seconds. "Fuck," I whispered. "Fuck," he agreed in a ragged hiss. There was so much blood on his back that at first I couldn't even tell what I was looking at. Only the harsh side lighting of the lanterns cut through it, orange light defining the brutal wounds. The two gashes were symmetrical, running down each side of his back from the curve of his shoulder, over his shoulder blades, all the way to the dips at the base of his spine. They were deep, the flesh split in layer by layer deep, enough that I could have sworn I saw the movement of muscle as his back shifted. Not a single strike, nothing quick, no. The skin had been carefully flayed away, a fine network of wounds fanning out in all directions from the cuts. Another mark ran down the center of his back, too, a large diamond-shaped patch of mottled flesh over his shoulders, which then continued down his spine. The blood covered so much that I wasn't sure if it was a part of his fresh injuries or something older. I was speechless, even though I shouldn't have been. It wasn't the first time I had seen the results of torture. I knew that the Nightborn Guard was relentless, trained to wield pain as just another weapon. And yet, a dizzying bolt of rage speared me at the sight of it. Rage and strange betrayal, and a single sentence. I told him not to break him. And Vincent had looked me in the eye and agreed. How old were the freshest of these wounds? How many had been inflicted after I had spoken to him? Did he know he was lying to me when he said it? These questions shook me hard, one after the other like arrows. Immediately, the voice in the back of my head smoothed over the sharpest of their accusations. He has a million other things on his mind. He had nothing to do with it. He had to do what was right for his kingdom. But deep, deep inside my heart, somewhere I wouldn't look at too closely, I could feel it. A crack. "Your wings," I choked out. "Are they—" Raihn gave me a weak smirk over his shoulder. "This happened because I refused to reveal my wings. Made the right choice, don't you think?" The relief at this was short-lived. He still had his wings, yes, but conjuring them with these wounds, right where they would connect to his body, it would be agonizing, if not impossible, until they healed.
I swallowed thickly. That needs to be treated, I said. Mish has a pouch of supplies in her pack. He started to turn, then winced and gave me an apologetic look. Could you? I nodded and went to the next room, grabbing Mish's bag and returning. Raihn was exactly where I left him, like moving even slightly was too much for him. Could you kneel in front of the bed, maybe? I said. You could lean on it. You implying I can't keep myself upright, princess? I wasn't implying anything. The minute I started stabbing, I was certain he'd double over and rip all the stitches out. Even if he had the pain tolerance of a statue. Statues would fucking crumble at that. Apparently my face had changed because he rasped a laugh. I concede. Fine. You got me. You're right. I could try to find some alcohol, I offered. You'd be sending you off into the human districts to bring me some of that piss beer after this. You'd earned it, I said. He chuckled again. Mother, I almost felt bad for making him do that, and slowly turned around. The torture, it seemed, had been limited to his back. A small mercy for him. There wasn't a scratch on the front of his torso, though little scars nicked his skin, clearly much older than tonight. Warm light cascaded over the swells and valleys of his flesh, illuminating the landscape of his muscular form and highlighting every raised or pitted scar. In any other moment, I might have wished I could freeze time there. He looked like a painting, beautiful, but also interesting. Every expanse of skin whispering of another story, another past. The strange, irrational, overwhelming urge to step closer, to touch him, hit me in a wave, crashing and then mercifully subsiding. I swallowed and pushed away those thoughts. Kneel there. I'll sit behind you. He obeyed, each movement slow and stiff, so painfully different than his typical grace. He kneeled at the edge of the bed and leaned against it, his arms crossed over the bedspread. I sat behind him. Up close, the wounds looked even worse. I let out a hiss through my teeth. How could I even begin to close these? That sounds promising, Raihn said. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you. I'm glad your bedside manner is about as delicate as I would have expected. I didn't even crack a smile. I rummaged through the medical box. Mish had everything in here. Disinfectants, needles, string, bandages, even little splints. I pulled out the disinfectant and hoped that it was magically enhanced in some way. You want a warning? I asked. Probably not. Fuck! His hands clenched the bedspread as I poured the disinfectant over his back. I figured you were least expecting it then. You figured right, he grunted. I strung the needle, eyeing his wounds. I felt like I was preparing for a whole other trial. Trials. The thought of the word made my chest clench. Vampires healed much, much faster than humans. But fuck, how could he compete like this? You've got to talk to me through this, Raihn said. A whole conversation. Then you'll be in as much pain as I am. I choked out a laugh at that, though I quickly tried to disguise it as a scoff. I have to stitch you up and talk to you? No warning, had said. So I didn't give him any as I began stitching. His entire body tensed. The bedspread shifted as he clutched it tighter. You all right? I asked. Define all right. Alive, he scoffed. Glad you have such high standards. I didn't want to ask, but I had to, even though I already hated the answer I knew was coming. What did they ask you? Ask? You make it sound so polite. Fuck, he hissed as I made another stitch. They wanted to know what I knew about the attack. His voice took on an exaggerated, flat, hard edge, mimicking Jesmond's. Was I sympathetic to the Rishon cause? Did I know of the assailants? Had I ever summoned night-born demons before? Was I aware of an organized Rishon rebellion? Mostly, they wanted to know if I'd destroyed the fucking Moon Palace. Did you? I almost asked. Vincent's words echoed in my ears. I had little reason to trust Raihn, but I didn't say it aloud. I didn't because I already knew that the answer was no, and already knew I believed him, even if Vincent thought I was a fool for it. You said you don't think this was Raihn work? No, I don't. Why? The Raihn aren't organized anymore. Your dear father has done a wonderful job whittling them down over the last few centuries. They, not we. But then I hadn't seen Raihn so much as speak to any of the other Raihn contestants here. Not that that was unusual. Vampires were territorial and unfriendly creatures. Hell, most of the Hijad didn't talk to each other either. I told them that too. Raihn chuckled, then seized, fingers tightening again. Didn't seem to believe me. I eyed the wounds before me. No, they didn't. They didn't believe him for hours and hours and hours. They didn't believe him, by my estimation, dozens and dozens of times. I decided to give him good news, because he probably needed it. The minister accepted Mish's withdrawal. He what? He tensed, as if his instinct was to whirl around to look at me, and he had to stop himself. He let out a long, long sigh, so relieved he didn't even flinch at the next stitch. "You did this," he said, finally. I blinked. He thought better of me than I thought, for him to come to that conclusion so quickly. It was touching. "No," I said. "Maybe they realized it just made the most sense. You're a terrible actress." I could hear the smile in his voice, warm enough to ease the sting in my right hand.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Almost warm enough to make me forget the way the minister's lips felt against my skin. "We can take her somewhere when the sun sets," I said. "I'll figure something out. Hopefully she'll still be too groggy to argue." 3 more stitches. I had to pause to wipe my hands with Raihn's discarded shirt, leaving smears of red-black on the few clean patches left. Raihn said softly, as if he didn't mean to speak, "I haven't seen her like this in a very, very long time. Her wounds are already starting to heal. I'm not worried about those. It's—" He trailed off. In the silence, Mish's agonized words echoed in my head. "He left me. I called and he wouldn't come." Only now did it occur to me that she hadn't been talking about Raihn. "Do you know what she was trying to do when we found her?" he said, voice full of quiet wrath. "She was trying to call upon Atraxus. Her magic failed her, and she couldn't get it back. She was there with those demons and that fucking Nightfire, begging her god for help. If she died there, the last thing she heard would have been his silence." His fingers tightened around the fabric as I made another stitch. "I told her it would happen. It hurt her every time she used that magic. And I fucking told her that one day he would stop answering. That the god of the sun wouldn't keep allowing one of Nyx's children," he spat the term in disgust, "to draw upon his power. But she just—" The burns on Mish's arms, years and years worth. Suddenly so much made sad, morbid sense. How was she ever able to do it, I asked. Wield that magic? She was a priestess, before, when she was human. My brows leapt. A priestess of Atraxus? In Pachnai. Came here for some kind of missionary work. Isn't that something? A short laugh cut off with a wince. Missionaries coming to preach to fucking vampires. And that's when it happened. Whoever turned her just left her there to die. Probably figured he had a nice little eternal slave if she lived, and at least got a decent meal out of it if she didn't. Decided she was too much trouble when she got sick, and left. She didn't even know what he was doing to her. I had long ago grown accustomed to the careless cruelty of the vampires, but it still sickened me to imagine what Mishe, a foreigner barely older than a teenager, must have gone through. I thought again of the minister's mouth on my skin, just hours ago. Thought of a kiss on my throat,
and teeth, and then jerked back to reality when Raihn cursed because I jabbed him a little too hard. Sorry, I steadied my hand. Who? Who was it? I wish I fucking knew. I don't even know what house she is. She won't tell me. If I found out, he let out a low breath that made all sorts of wordless promises. Fuck, I'd help. The thing that kills me, Raihn said, is that the bastard didn't even know or care that he was taking literally everything from her. Didn't even give enough of a shit to drag her to civilization before leaving her to die. And now the final vestige of her humanity was gone. They don't care, I said softly. They never care. No, they never fucking care. And sometimes, he tensed, maybe because of the stitch, maybe not. Sometimes I'm ashamed to call myself one of them. I don't want to watch you become one of them, Ilana had said to me. And until now, until this exact moment, I hadn't even thought about it as giving something up. Not until I heard the ache in Raihn's voice that had nothing to do with the wounds on his back. What was it like? I asked. Turning? Tits. Your bedside manner really is awful, Princess. I could hear the expression on his face. My mouth tightened. Almost a smile. I didn't think he would answer, but he said, It feels like death. I don't remember most of it. Who? Now that's a question I can't answer in a moment like this. The cadence of a joke, the edge of a rebuke. Fair enough. I finished the last 2 stitches, then admired my handiwork. How does it look? He asked. I answered honestly. Fucking awful. He sighed. Terrific. Blood still covered the rest of his back. I took the towel and gently wiped it away, from his shoulders, his sides, and finally down the middle of his spine. There, I paused, the cloth half raised. I had been right. The mark down the center of his back was a scar, a big one, far older than the marks from tonight. It carved a large triangle across his upper back, then trailed all the way down its center. A burn, maybe? How did you get this? No, no, no. That isn't how this works. With a grunt of pain, he rose. I don't need to be distracted anymore, which means that I don't have to answer your questions. I stood too, wincing as I stretched the stiff fingers of my right hand. He turned to me, the corner of his mouth quirked, clearly about to say something, but then he noticed me rubbing my bandaged wrist, and his face changed. The smirk was gone. What's that? Nothing, a little cut. What happened, Oraya? The intensity of his voice struck me in places I didn't expect. Nothing happened, I said, tucking my hand away. It's from the attack. His eyes searched my face, unblinking. They looked redder than ever in the firelight, reflecting the orange of the lanterns behind me. He didn't believe me, but he didn't say so. I reached into the medicine bag and pulled out a little glass bottle of tablets. I took his hand and placed the vial in it. Here, they won't heal you, but at least they'll help the pain enough for you to sleep. I didn't know why I didn't remove my hand, nor why I didn't step back, even though he was so close, close enough his body heat surrounded me. I swallowed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that he did this to you. It isn't your fault. Still, I felt it, even if I didn't know why. And I still didn't move when he said, One honest thing, Oraya. Do you want a different partner for the half-moon trial? I knew why he was asking, because now it was just me and him, because his back was destroyed, because he couldn't use his wings. You could find one, he went on. People died in the attack. They left partners behind. I would understand. It surprised me that the answer was so clear, so immediate. Too late for that. You're stuck with me. I watched his lips curl. The smile looked real, different than the smirks. The human and the cripple, he murmured. The others should be trembling in pure fucking terror. I surprised myself by returning it. They'd better. My hand still lay over Raihn's calloused palm. His fingers curled around mine as if in silent agreement. One more day. When the half-moon was over, we would be enemies. Maybe this felt something like intimacy, but soon we would try to kill each other. I never forgot that. Tonight, though, my soul was heavy with Raihn's torture and Misha's past, with Vincent's lies and the dark memories stirred by the minister's mouth on my skin. Maybe I was weak. Maybe I was foolish. But even though I knew I should pull away, I didn't. No, I drank up Raihn's touch like one last gulp of wine, a secret, shameful vice. Misha wanted to stay. Even in her half-conscious, delirious state, she protested as Raihn carried her from the Moon Palace. He had some friends, he told me, who would take her away from Sivernage and care for her until she recovered. I was secretly glad she was not only leaving the Kejari, but leaving Sivernage entirely. I couldn't shake the feeling that things here would get far worse before they got better. She was conscious when I said goodbye to her. She gave my hand a weak squeeze when I approached, and I let her, even though I didn't like goodbyes. "Take care of yourself," I told her. "You too. Keep feeding that shy magic." Her weak smile softened. "And keep an eye on him, all right?" She didn't need to specify who. "He acts tough, but he needs someone. And he likes you." "No, he doesn't," I wanted to say. "He shouldn't. The worst possible thing he could do is like me." But I just gave Misha my best attempt at a comforting smile and said, "Rest. Get better quickly." To which she gave me an equally weak but much brighter wave. "I'll see you soon."
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. We were summoned only hours later. Raihn and I didn't speak to each other on the walk there. What was there to say? We only nodded at each other in grim acceptance of our task. We all stood in awkward silence in the great room. The only sounds were the hushed whispers shared between team